Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
Hello and welcome to NOLA Motorsports Park, the gem of New Orleans here at this point, just outside of the city. We get ready for another fantastic day of racing action for the NOLA SpeedTour. We've got Trans Am on the lineup. We've got Formula cars on the lineup. We've got classic cars on the lineup. We've got everything you can imagine around this absolutely fantastic circuit. As there we take a look at the menu, it is going to be Formula Regional Americas Championship, the second feature race that will be coming up to you in about 10 minutes' time. Then we move on into some SVRA action for 3 races. Then the new JS F4 Series gets their third feature race in at 10:20, and at 12:05, well, that's time for the fun for the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series, and then we will wrap up the day with another Formula Regional Americas Championship feature race at 2 o'clock. Stay with us here on SpeedTour TV, and we'll be able to give you all of that action throughout the day. Myself, DJ Clark, along with Ben Sissel and John Phippen, will be bringing you the action. We'll have a couple of guests coming into the booth as well, including Adam Andretti, going to be joining us for the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series race. John, the most recent winner last time out for the Trans Am presented by Pirelli Series in Road Atlanta. This circuit has provided a lot of thrills for us over the course of the weekend. Everything has been a little bit interesting. In the TA race yesterday, we saw a couple of incidents. Amy Ruman and Adam Andretti both having mechanical issues that forced them out of the race. And, of course, the fantastic battle between Paul Menard and Chris Dyson, with Dyson finally taking his first victory on the year and inching himself closer and closer towards what could be a 4th consecutive title in TA, trying to be able to eclipse the record set by Ernie Francis Jr. But the big stories in, of course, the TA2 Series coming into this race. Well, Nitro Motorsports looking particularly good. Rafa Matos taking pole position and getting ready to go. But we are getting ready in a few moments' time. We'll be able to head down to pit lane in Ben Sissel, who's going to be able to walk through this formula grid and give us absolutely everything. Ben, down to you.
Yeah, thank you, gentlemen. I'm here at FR Americas. This is the grid walk, the grid for the first race. The sun has just come up. It's a little bit chilly out there on the track, but this right here is an illustration of the ladder system at work. Kolklek won yesterday's feature race 1. He also got pole, so which means he got the fastest time. Last year, he started the season in F4 and moved up, I believe, at Mid-Ohio into the FR. Really fast driver, doing really well. Then talking about that ladder system, our scholarship winner from last year's F4 champion, here now starting out in Formula Regional Americas in FR, doing really well. Still with Ron Fellows, always known as the nicest man in any paddock. Patrick Woods-Toth doing really well from Canada. Like I said, last year's champion in F4 moved up to FR and obviously doing really well, finishing second yesterday. Then Nicholas Ambiato, all the way from Santiago, Chile. He raced with us just a little bit last year, also with SVRA in this car, I believe, at Road America. But look for Nicholas to move up, doing really well. Then we have last year's runner-up in FR, Ryan Sheehan, I believe from Austin, Texas, doing really well in the FR car. Our runner-up last year, a really hard-fought championship. So it's really cool to see him back. We have, I think, 5 competitors back in FR. We've got 2 Masters this year. Kevin Jansen over there is our Masters from probably 3-4 seasons. And then we have Titus Sherlock, what I would say the most recognizable helmet last year in F4, still running that same helmet, but has moved up. Now, one thing to talk about, Patrick Woods-Toth, Ryan Sheehan, Jet Bowling all competed in the offseason in the New Zealand series down in New Zealand with Kiwi Motorsports and did really well. So look for Titus Sherlock to move up, a really fast F4 driver. But I have to brag about Jet Bowling. Jet Bowling was with us last year in F4, went down to New Zealand with Kiwi Motorsports, and he got the most improved driver down there last year or in the offseason in New Zealand. So look for him to move up. I'm loving that helmet, Jet. Then Hayden Bowlesby, the hometown hero with IGY6 here from New Orleans. We heard him yesterday commentating in the Ligier JS F4 Series, so it's so cool to have Hayden Bowlesby back. And then Ashley was telling me that there is a new tire compound this year with the hand-cooked tires. You can see that he's running brand new tires, so we'll see how that compound does. We've heard great things about it, that it's very competitive. So it's always cool when we make these kind of little changes in the off-season. Then Nicole, she says Haverda. I spoke to her dad, I spoke to her mom, and her. All 3 of them pronounced their last name differently, which I found very interesting. But Nicole, all the way from Vancouver, British Columbia, Vancouver Island. You can see the maple leafs all over her car. A nice, really nice touch there. So Nicole is in the pink helmet out there. And then another thing I want to talk about is Mountoon. These Mountoon engines, and they're doing all the servicing for these engines. That's another change this year. It's so cool to have Mountoon out here with us. These engines in these cars are so great. They're very quick, but the greatest thing about them, with all the power that they deliver, they are so reliable. So we love that. So happy to have Mountoon out here. Rico, I'm not familiar with Rico. Rico seems to be a little bit new to the series, another Crosslink Kiwi, but I love the livery here. It's unbelievable. Now we're going to talk to his mechanic, who I've known for a long time. So you were telling me how to say his last name. I forget, so tell us how to say his last name.
Schlauman.
Rico Schlauman. And is this his first time with us in FR?
I believe so, yes.
Nice. So we're getting 1 minute. So, gentlemen, I'm going to send it back to you, and I only got through about halfway through the grid. This is going to be a fantastic FR race at the NOLA SpeedTour.
Thank you, Ben Sissel, for that grid walk, introducing our fans on the stream to some of the drivers that we're going to be seeing. We've got a total of 15 drivers, one of our biggest fields ever in the Formula Regional Americas Championship. Good morning. My name's John Phippen. I'm the spokesman for this series, as well as the new Ligier JS F4 Series, which we'll have the finale of a little later today, as DJ gave the rundown to you. So just to back up what Ben said, it's great to have Rico back with us. He did compete with us in the F4 Series way back in 2018. Did a partial season with the Group A team and finished 44th in the championship. His best finish was an 18th back at pit race, and then he's kind of taken a little hiatus from racing and has come back with us in the FR Series. So we're so glad to have Rico back in the grid. So let's run the starting grid for you. We'll introduce all the drivers officially. Starting in 15th spot after kind of a rough day in the first race yesterday, the 73 of Landon Matriano Lim out of Shreveport, Louisiana, local driver. He drives for Crosslink Kiwi Motorsport. In row number 7 on the outside, another new driver. He'll be competing for the Masters Cup. That's the 07 of Anthony Autiello out of Cranston, Rhode Island for Momentum Motorsports. Great to welcome Phil Picard back into our paddock. Next to him is the number 14 of Alex Benovitz from Naples, Florida for Crosslink Kiwi Motorsport. Kevin Jansen is the other Masters competitor. He's been with us for 3 years running now. This will be his 4th season competing in the FR Championship. He's at number 24 out of Deerfield Beach, Florida for Crosslink Kiwi. Next to him, the number 17 of Justin Garrett. Finished 8th in the first race yesterday out of Miami, Florida for the Speed Factory. Now for the top 10, outside of row 5, car number 77, James Lawley, another Canadian out of Halifax, Canada. He's sponsored by Cartbahn Racing, and he's with the Atlantic Racing team. Rico Slauman in the number 25 from Crosslink Kiwi out of Los Angeles, California, is in the ninth starting position. In row 4 on the outside, car number 6, Nicole Haverda out of Courtenay, Canada, in British Columbia. She's also for Crosslink Kiwi. Nicole shared the commentary booth with me yesterday. Another co-commentator was the 22 of Hayden Bowlesby. Ben talked about him. Hayden's from Folsom, Louisiana, just up the road for IGY6 Motorsports. In row 3, you saw the 02 of Jet Bowling from Dallas, Texas. He's with Crosslink Kiwi. Next to him, the 31 of Titus Sherlock from Prosper, Texas. We have a lot of Texas-based drivers in the field, also with Crosslink Kiwi. Ryan Sheehan, the vice champion a season ago in this championship, in number 66, out of Horseshoe Bay. That's a suburb of Austin for Crosslink Kiwi. Ryan finished 5th in the race yesterday. Nico Ambiato, the number 55, although he lives in Davenport, Florida during the racing season, he is all the way from Santiago, Chile for the new Velox USA team, and he finished 3rd on the podium in the race yesterday. Patrick Woods-Toth, the reigning F4 U.S. champion in the number 27 out of Saint-Lazare, Quebec for Crosslink Kiwi, was on the podium yesterday with a 2nd place finish. And yesterday's winner, Cole Kleck, in the number 11 out of San Antonio, Texas for the new DD Autosport team, was a dominant force yesterday. Started the outside of the front row, got the jump, and moved up into that top spot. And Cole Kleck starting from the jump this morning. We'll see what he's got for us. Tire strategy. Ben mentioned it. Hankook has brought a slightly softer compound to the series this year, and that has made the tire strategy much more of a factor, because these teams are limited to 2 sets of tires, 2 sets of fronts, 2 sets of rears for the entirety of the weekend, starting with qualifying. So they basically got 4 on-track sessions that they've got to make those 2 sets of tires work. And at a track like NOLA here, which is a little on the abrasive side, managing those tires is is one of the keys. And so when we're into the middle point of the weekend, this is the 2nd of 3 races for these drivers. They have to make decisions. Do we start with new tires on this race, or do we wait and save that set of new tires for round number 3? Joining me in the commentary booth all the way from Uruguay is Maite Caceres. And Maite, I want to congratulate you. I've been with the series since the inception in 2016. You are the first female to be on the podium, and you've done it twice and came within a hair's breadth of taking a win yesterday. So welcome to the commentary booth. Thanks for being with us.
No, thanks to you for the invitation. Really excited to see this FR race. Maybe I will learn some tricks for my next one.
Exactly. So Maite obviously is going to be competing with the rest of the JS F4 Championship drivers for the chance to win that scholarship. But we are underway, and it looks like Titus Sherlock has gotten the jump, and he is the man at the point right now as this 30-minute race starting from a standing start. Right behind Titus is the number 11 of Cole Kleck, who was the winner in the first race. 3 and 4 wide as they make it through turn number 3. Heading into turn 4 right now, you can see the cars a little squirrely on cold tires. Patrick Woods-Toth going side by side with Cole Kleck. We've got a car off the 25 of Rico Slauman. Has off into the grass. I think maybe had side-to-side contact with another car. Hopefully Rico will be able to get that car rolling, or we'll have to get the safety car involved. But the battle is at the front. Titus Sherlock and the number 11 of Cole Kleck doing battle. Titus finished just off the podium in the first race yesterday in 4th position. Cole stormed up from about a 6th place qualifying spot to take the win. Right behind Cole is a 3-car breakaway as Nico Ambiato in the 55 is there. Good battling, a 3-car battle just behind them. The 22 of Hayden Bowlesby. Great job for Hayden getting up in the thick of it. There's the 66 of Ryan Sheehan and his teammate Patrick Woods-Toth, who's finished on the box in his first race in the FR car. He's the recipient of the scholarship from the F4 US Championship. And unfortunately, it looks like Rico Slauman not able to get that car refired, so we do have the safety car coming out to pick up the field just in front of the safety car, as that decision was made late. And Scott Goodyear, our race director, the discretion, of course, being the better part of valor, we want to be sure everybody is safe out there, so we have the opportunity to pick up the stranded car of Rico Slauman. There's a good look at the 73 of Landon Matriano Lim, one of our PMH Diversity Scholarship winners. Landon with a flat left front tire. He has had terrible luck here so far this weekend. So since we have our first safety car period, let's take just a brief moment to thank all of the sponsors that make the stream possible here on SpeedTour TV.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident.
It's always a little hectic at the
Ouch.
beginning.
At
Oh, it's
least
all
your truck
good. You're
insurance
fine.
will pay
No
for another
worries.
one.
No worries. It's good.
Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Haggerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Haggerty, let's drive together.
The NOLA SpeedTour returns to Sonoma Raceway April 19th through the 21st, featuring the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli Western Championship, the Sportscar Vintage Racing Association, Historic Trans Am, the Toyo Tire 2.5 Challenge, PSSA, International GT, and Saturday you can take part in the Haggerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show. You do not want to miss the Sonoma SpeedTour April 19th through the 21st. For tickets, simply go to speedtour.net.
Once again, behind the safety car for the first couple of laps here, as we have Rico Schlaumann and Landon Matriano Lim, who apparently got together. Titus Sherlock taking the lead from his qualifying position, started all the way back in. For Titus, I'm going to guess that he's on fresh tires for this race. Some of the other drivers might have taken the gamble and gone with the second set. How did you guys allocate your tires for the weekend?
Well, we have two sets of new tires for quali. Usually we use it, and then we have a spare set for the races. We tend to manage depending on the strategy, where we are starting. Obviously, if you're going from the front row, you put on race one maybe the new tires. So yeah, it's really important on this track to manage all the tire management, because we have a lot of high-speed corners.
Maite raced with us in the F4 Series 2 years ago, and then this last year you were honored to be part of the Formula One Academy. Tell us a little bit about that experience.
Well, it was a really great experience. We knew that I was going to really high level, and I didn't have the race experience as I would want to go there. But definitely racing in Europe was a big one for me. I learned a lot. Really, I can tell I improved a lot of my driving. Tire management also was a big one there in Europe. Different tracks. So yeah, a lot of things getting from that, and now I can use it on this race.
I've watched a couple of YouTube videos, and you're a bit of a celebrity in your home country.
we can say that.
That's great to see. Nonetheless, so great to have Maite with us here in the commentary booth. We'll see her on track coming up at 10:20 for the third and final race, but she is currently second in the points championship, and so a great start to the weekend. So we're holding out for good things here. So Titus Sherlock is your leader. Cole Kleck, yesterday's winner, in second. Nico Ambiato in third. Hayden Bowlesby in fourth. That's a great start for Hayden. Ryan Sheehan in fifth. Patrick Woods-Toth, who started on the front row, shuffled back to sixth in the early going. Patrick is a very measured driver, and I think you'll find he'll find something to get him toward the front before the end of this race. Jet Bowling in the 0-2 is seventh. Nicola Verda in the 6 is eighth. James Lawley is ninth, and Alex Benovitz in the last points paying position. But clearly it's very much early days. We're only working race lap number 3, sadly, behind the safety car. Kevin Jansen, Justin Garrett, and Anthony Autiello are through 13th, and Rico Schlaumann is being hooked up by the course workers to get him towed back into the pit lane. So apparently some lasting damage on that car, and the same for Landon Matriano Lim. Just a really tough weekend so far. Landon's been taken out in the first race with contact, and the same situation here on the first lap. So he's got a little uphill struggle for the final race of the weekend. Coming up later this afternoon, these drivers will be back at 2 o'clock for their third and final race. Safety car coming into the Bennett Bridge Hall S's. We'll keep an eye on the lights on that safety car to see if they pop out. It looks like the course workers are pretty much done recovering Rico Schlauman's car. So we'll see if we're going to be able to get a restart or if we're going to have to go around one more time behind the safety car. These Formula Regional Americas drivers, minimum age is 16. Most of them graduates from our previous series, the F4 US Championship, or the brand new Ligier JS F4 Championship for the existing first generation car. Looks like we're going to go around one more time. Lights are still on the safety car. We're debuting the Ligier JS F4 Championship this weekend, where Maite is competing. It's an opportunity to use that first generation car beyond the time that it was supplanted by the new second generation car, which we're going to be introducing at our next race meeting at Road America coming up in just about a month's time. But the JS F4 16 has served us well since the championship began back in 2016. So this is our 9th year of competition in the F4 championship. FR joined us in 2018 with this Formula 3 basic car with the turbocharged Mountoon provided Honda-based power plant, the K20R for the FR series. Makes about 303 horsepower in race trim. It's fitted with a dry sump lubrication system and a race-ready ECU, but the internals are pretty much stock. So that's a testament to the work that Mountoon does on those motors to make them reliable and make them fast as well. So that's what it's all about. Again, looking at the points championship, Cole Kleck, your points leader. Patrick Woods-Toth in second. Nico Ambiato third. Titus Sherlock fourth. Ryan Sheehan, the vice champion a year ago, is fifth. Hayden Bowlesby, sixth so far. Nicola Verda, seventh. Justin Garrett, eighth. And Rico Schlauman and Anthony Autiello round out the points-paying positions so far. Alex Benovitz, Kevin Jansen, Landon Montriano Lim, James Lawley, and Jet Bowling have yet to score, but that certainly looks like it might change before this day is over. The beautiful Janetta pace car, new to us here this season. James Rogerson is our safety car driver. Has been for a number of years. James from Texas does a lot of vintage and SCCA club racing in his off time, but he spends a lot of time in that safety car here at these racers, because it's always the first weekend is always full of incidents because everybody's anxious and you're not quite familiar with the car and whatever. But you have demonstrated what it takes to run near the front, because you take a measured look at the weekend and don't put the car in harm's way, basically.
Definitely, it's a lot of emotions. We all come from a lot of months of preparing ourselves for this moment, and it comes to races, and sometimes there are things that not planned for it. Yesterday was one of my big ones, catching P1. I overtake him, and I made a mistake on the last lap and last corner. So yeah, definitely those hurt. Right. But it builds the character. So yep. Yeah, definitely I'm going to learn from that.
That's great. It's great to see. Maite has definitely shown us that she's got the pace to run at the front. As we said yesterday, I didn't want to bring it up, but since you did, I will. Maite made a pass for the lead on the penultimate lap of yesterday's race. And later on in that lap, unfortunately made a mistake in the final corner and fell back to third. We were all heartbroken for you, as you were as well. But I know you'll come back strong. So
now we start from pole. So now we have a better chance also.
Exactly,
we have
right.
the pace, so yeah, definitely fighting for that win.
Lights are out on the safety car. James Rogerson has pulled into the pit lane. Titus Sherlock will bring the field around the final turn, the Mission Foods turn 16. He can accelerate any time after he reaches the apex of that turn. He's already done it. The green flag is out, and we are back underway. Titus Sherlock weaving, trying to break the draft with Cole Kleck right in his wheel tracks. Nico Ambiato stays in single file. Side-by-side racing just behind, though. There's Ryan Sheehan. Big lockup for Titus Sherlock. He goes straight at turn one. That's a huge mistake, and he is going to have to wait for the field to get by. He will not be able to improve his position by taking that shortcut. And we have another car off. The 24 is off into the outside of turn 4, I believe that is. That's Kevin Jansen in the number 24 for Crosslink Kiwi. as we got side-by-side racing between Nico Ambiato and Cole Kleck. And Landon Montriano Lim's going to get back in the race. He is a couple laps down, sadly. 3 laps down, actually, but at least he's going to get some experience. Titus Sherlock, again, after having made that mistake, is going to have to serve, I'm guessing, a drive-through to get things back. So the lead of the race is Cole Kleck and Nico Ambiato as we're watching that battle. Titus is well out in front, but he'll not be able to keep that position. We'll see how the race director is going to address that. But sadly, I see the safety car leaving the pit lane once again. So it looks like trouble recovering the car of Kevin Jansen, and he's going to need some help. Looks like the car is high-centered on the curbing. We saw him spinning the wheels trying to get that car. We're going to get a replay of the mistake Titus Sherlock made on the restart coming into turn number 1. You can see he's leading the parade. He's going to leave that braking just as late as he possibly can. Might have had the brake bias a little too far forward, I'm thinking, because those front wheels really damaged as he locked them up and made the decision to bail out rather than try to make that turn, and took the shortcut basically straight down what would be the drag strip. So clearly he has had a problem, and we saw just as we went to the safety car period, there he goes, as he is just coming by. He'll be at the back of the field, but he pulled off into the grass there. Perhaps instructed by Scott Goodyear, our race director, to give up that advantage that unfortunately he threw away. The brake bias is adjustable on these cars, Maite, and is that something that you adjust throughout the course of a lap, or do you get it set to where you're comfortable and leave it alone?
It depends on the driver. Usually, yes, we set it on lap by lap, or depending on how is it going, how you feel the tire. Obviously, behind a safety car, tires cool down a little bit, so maybe he will need more tire pressure for it.
Sure.
Yes, and we can adjust it every time. Usually when we have tire degradation, we tend to go a little bit backwards. If it's something we are locking on the front, yeah, we definitely can change it. We do it, and it helps a lot on the lap time.
We also have another car in the pits, the 14 of Alex Benovitz, as Alex is in the pit lane talking to his crew, so clearly some sort of issue with his car as well. So we've got some problems with getting all the cars to the finish here, as Benovitz dropping down the order, now being shown a lap down, as is Kevin Jansen. Landon Montriano Lim, unfortunately, 3 laps down, and Rico Schlauman did not complete a lap, so he will finish 15th. And it looks like we're going to go to a red flag. The reason for that is that by regulations, if the red flag is declared, the race clock stops, basically. So Scott Goodyear, again, our race director, will make the decision to bring the field into the pit lane, let them sit with the engines off to give the track crews the time they need to get the disabled cars out of harm's way. And that way we don't eat into the race time. All our races are timed races. They're based on time elapsed rather than a number of laps. So this way we get maximum track time for all of these drivers. So the decision has been made to red flag this one, to stop the clock just about halfway through. In fact, we've got 15 minutes, 48 seconds remaining when we get the restart. It looks like it'll be a pretty quick recovery of Kevin Jansen's car, so I doubt if they'll be stationary long. But again, you experienced that in your race as well, Maite. Does it change your mindset at all when you have a red flag? You have to kind of psych yourself up again for that restart?
Yes, it's a good moment to think, to talk to the team sometimes with the radio that we have, your weakest points, or where you can push more, or how is the car balanced. So that is something we talk with the team, and we help on that. So yeah, it's a really important moment. You cool down, the car cools down, so
sure. You
tend to think, okay, where I can improve. He's doing some maneuver that I need to really think, and that is a good moment. Sometimes a lot of pressure because there's another restart.
Sure.
So you need to prepare for that.
Yeah.
And definitely it cools down everything on the race, but you need to think on a strategy.
Sure, absolutely right. Of course, the teams are not permitted to work on the cars during these red flag periods. They can't even take tire pressures. Basically, the team can offer you an umbrella or a drink. We call that driver comfort in the regulations, but that's it. That's the extent of of what the teams can do. They're not permitted to make any adjustments to the car. So if say, oh gosh, I wish I had a little more rear wing or whatever, unfortunately they can't do it during a red flag period.
No, but we can change the brake bias. That is one. Go to the front, go to the back. What they see after the race. NOLA is a great track to see all the race, what is happening. So that is good for teams also to give you some advice or your coach.
Yeah, I'll ask you the question that I ask every driver when we have an opportunity. Is there a particular portion of this track, a particular turn or a particular area that is most challenging for you, the last place where you learn to go fast here at NOLA?
Well, NOLA has a really technical fast corners, and I believe like turn 6 is one of those that you say, okay, you need to be very precise because with not the minimum speed that you need, you're going to be slow and lost a lot of lap time. So you need to be consistent on that and not making any mistake because you have the grass there and it's really high speed.
Exactly. Yeah. Turn 6. Scott Goodyear at all the drivers' briefings says, stay out of the gravel at turn 6. It's a turn that can really catch you out if you get a little too over exuberant because you want to carry as much minimum speed through there as you can. You go a little bit too wide and there's the gravel trap to catch the car.
And it's really tough because it's a sequence of corners. It's come from turn 5.
5, 6, and 7.
You are turning and you need to go fast and that is one of the technicals. Also, the last sector is really good. So yeah. As we
guessed, this is going to be a short red flag period because the engines have been fired once again, and we'll wait for James Rogerson to pull away, but we'll have a single file restart just as if it were a safety car period. They'll follow one lap around. The clock now starts, and we'll make one lap around behind the safety car, and then we'll have another single file restart. Maite, tell us a little bit about your journey. Did you start in go-karting in your native Uruguay, or how did you become a race car driver?
Yes, I started go-karting in Uruguay. Well, my family is in motorsport world. My father rally driver.
Your father's a rally driver?
Yes.
Yeah. Your brother is as well, right?
Yeah. No, he tested for Minardi F1. He did Formula cars in Europe. And when I was 8 years old, I told them that I wanted to race, but they didn't let me until I was like 17. So I started 5 years ago go-karting. I did 2 years in Uruguay. Then I jumped into Formula 4 in Uruguay. And then I came from the F4 US Championship in 2022. So and not so much of race experience like I would love to, but I'm really grateful to be doing this.
Tell me if this is apocryphal, but I heard that there was that in your second Formula 4 race, it was in the rain. You had to start from the pit lane and you finished second. Is that true?
Yes, one of my favorite races of my life. Yeah, I couldn't believe it because I had a good starting position. I was P5, well, for my second race in Formula 4. Yeah. Really happy. And then it started to rain when we were on the grid, and we had to change tires, so we get a penalization because my team ran out of time when they put the 3-minute board. Right. So we needed to go to the pit lane, and we waited everyone to start, and I went, and it was my first time on the rain, so that was like amazing. Last corner, I overtake P2, so I finished second, my first podium. It was amazing. Awesome.
Do you like to race in the rain?
Yes, it was pretty fun.
Yeah, a lot of drivers hate it. A lot of drivers love it. It depends on how your mindset is, I guess.
Yes, it depends on your also abilities.
Sure.
Which one is better, but I prefer not to, but I don't mind.
Got it. That's a great thing. We saw a good shot of Landon Matriano Lim, and again, he has had a star-crossed weekend so far, certainly belying the talent that young driver has. He was the winner last year of our Omologato Perfectly Timed Pass Award, which is a new award that we awarded at the banquet last year in the F4 banquet for the driver who made up the most positions from his qualifying position to his finishing position over the course of the season. And Landon won that award, 64 passes overtakes. And interestingly, he never got into the top 10. So all of that was just outside the points paying positions. And Landon won that award. So we're hoping for better things for him. But he's had some issues here so far. Let's see if we can get through turn 1, guys, as we head down toward the first turn. Cole Kleck leads the parade. A battle for third. Hayden Bowlesby having to be just a little defensive as he's got Patrick Woods-Toth now right behind him. But it is Cole Kleck at the front through turn number 2, down toward turn 3 now. That sweeping left-hander, those back-to-back, what we call a horseshoe turn or a hairpin turn, gives a great opportunity for passing, because if you can hang on the outside of the first one, that'll put you on the inside for the second one. So we see just a brief shot of James Lawley in the 77 as we head into turn number 5. The cars are coming up to that turn 6 that we talked about right there, and you can see that gravel trap right to the outside. If you get up too high on those gator teeth, you are pretty much beached for the rest of the race. There's a good shot of the number 6 of Nicole Averta. She's one of the Crosslink Kiwi drivers, the only female in the FR field. Maite is the only female in the JS F4 field here this weekend, but she's had great success. Nicole did well. She finished in the points in the first race, finishing in 7th spot. As Hayden Bowlesby holding off Ryan Sheehan. Hayden, the local driver, local team from just up the road in Folsom, Louisiana. He's a great story. He's the most experienced driver in our field. He raced with us for 3 years in F4 and then has had 2 seasons with us in the FR Championship. And he is working toward the sharp edge here, potentially in a podium position. And that would only be his 2nd podium in his career. We've got a side-by-side race for the lead as Cole Kleck and Nico Ambiato going after it. Kleck guarding the inside, 3 wide now as Hayden Bowlesby thinks about going down to the inside. Sorry, that was Patrick Woods-Toth who jumped down to the inside. I said he's a measured driver. He was back outside the top 5 after the first lap, but now he is right there battling for the podium spots. So it's Kleck, Ambiato. Ambiato's going to try to do that outside pass. Cole Kleck making that car a little wide, running him right to the edge. Kleck on the inside, Ambiato on the outside. There's Patrick Woods-Toth to pick up the pieces if these two come to tears as they work their way out of turn 4. No change in position, but good racing at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 car breakaway at the front of the field. This is the kind of racing we like to see with 8.5 minutes remaining. Hayden Bowlesby just outside the podium positions in in the 22 car in 4th spot. But 8 minutes is a lot of time yet to go. You can see this track is pretty bumpy in places. It's not one of those billiard table smooth tracks that we race on occasionally. We race at COTA, for instance, which is a Formula One grade track. But this one is FIA grade 3, and certainly a track that is worthy of the competition of these drivers. But you can see they have to work on the bumps, and that changes the car setup as well, Maite. The shock adjustments are very critical for a track like this.
Yes, definitely. You need to see where those bumps are. You see it on the track walk, or maybe as soon as you get out on the first level of the track. It's important to see that so you can take the best line to avoid them.
Understood. Again, a great battle at the front. Cole Kleck guarding that inside line. Nico Ambiato deciding to stay wide. And again, the battle behind between Sheehan and Bowling and Hayden Bowlesby is a good one. Ambiato tries that move again. This time he made it stick on the outside of turn 3. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead. He's got a nose, that was turn 2, excuse me. He's still got a nose ahead, and diving down to the inside is Patrick Woods-Toth. What a brilliant move as those two went side by side. He saw the opportunity. Cole Kleck got off in the marbles, and that cost him a little bit of momentum. Now let's see if Hayden Bowlesby can capitalize on that as he is up there battling at the sharp edge. Cole Kleck in second. Patrick Woods-Toth, your new leader, but Hayden Bowlesby in the podium positions. As it stands right now with just under 7 minutes remaining, Woods-Toth, after taking the lead, has begun to stretch his legs just a little bit. And sadly, the safety car is standing up once again, as we must have a car off somewhere just outside our view. So we'll sort that out here in just a moment. Just as Patrick Woods-Toth, we'll get a chance to see the replay of what brought us to the problem. And we can see the side-by-side racing just a little deeper in the pack. There's Nico Ambiato side-by-side with Cole Kleck. They both went wide. Patrick Woods-Toth dived down to the inside. Kleck getting a little squirrely. They touched right there. That was the issue. Nico Ambiato, unfortunately, got shunted off as they made contact with Cole Kleck. And that's the reason for the yellow. I'm guessing there is some suspension damage on that car. It looked to be a kind of a light touch, but it doesn't take much to break a suspension arm on these cars. So once again, we're going to have to slow down behind the safety car. Goodness gracious, this has been a stop and start race.
Yeah, definitely Cole did protect his first place, wanted him and pushed him a little bit, but Patrick was just behind.
Yep. Patrick Woods-Toth, an Australian driver from, or Canadian driver, not Australian, from Saint-Nazaire, Quebec. After winning the F4 championship, he took advantage of the PMH scholarship to move up into the Formula Regional Americas Championship. He gets the use of a Ligier JS F4 chassis, or JS FR chassis, as well as Hankook tires and entry fees, and it's a scholarship in the neighborhood of $180,000 that he won to move up into the FR Series, and glad that Patrick was able to take advantage of that. We've had a number of champions over the course of the season that have won the F4 championship and then won the FR championship in the following year, but we've also had some champions that weren't able to make that jump. As this FR, I don't know. Have you had any seat time in the FR car? I didn't know if you've had any testing or.
Yes, I did one test in the FR car. Really, really powerful car.
Yeah.
300 HP. Horsepower. It was really good. The downforce, you feel it.
Yeah.
It's a lot to compare to the F4 car.
Yeah, it requires a little different driving style, obviously, because you've got to learn to trust that downforce, obviously, and you've got a lot more power, so you have to modulate the throttle to keep from spinning up the rear tires. And sometimes making that transition from the normally aspirated F4 car to the more powerful, more downforce heavy FR car is not one that some drivers can master quickly. And I think that was part of the problem for some of these drivers, but obviously Patrick Woods-Toth seems to have taken to it pretty well. He finished second in his first race in this car, and right now he's leading this one. But sadly, one more time we have to go behind the safety car to get Nico Ambiato's car recovered. So Woods-Toth is your leader, Cole Kleck in second, Hayden Bowlesby in third, Ryan Sheehan in fourth, Jet Bowling in the fifth spot, Nicola Verda sixth, James Lawley seventh, Justin Garrett in the eighth spot, Anthony Autiello in the ninth spot, and Nico Ambiato still being shown in 10th, but he will not stay there. Titus Sherlock, after that mistake into turn one, currently being scored in 10th, and we're going to red flag again, as the hope is that we can get one flying lap in at the end of this race. With about 3 minutes remaining, I think the hope for our race director is that we can send the cars out and get one more race lap rather than having to end under the yellow. Nobody wants to end a race behind the safety car, and so the decision has been taken by Scott Goodyear to slow the pace down once again. I think he's going to have he's going to call an emergency drivers meeting for these drivers after this race. I think the expectation for these FR drivers, they should be more experienced and a little more race ready. And I think these guys are letting their exuberance get the better of them. So I'm sure Scott will have a chance to sit them down and say, "Hey guys, let's calm down. We're heading to Road America, which is a very, very high speed track, 4 miles long, and we certainly don't want to see this kind of thing up there." So. Field coming to a stop here on the pit lane as we're keeping an eye on the recovery work from the safety crew. We'll put the spyglass on them, and they are at the scene of Ambiato's car, and hopefully it's a flat tow rather than requiring a wrecker. Although we do see the wrecker down there. It may be, if the suspension is damaged enough, they'll have to lift the car to bring it into the paddock area, and that looks like that may be exactly what's going on here. Again, the most what seemed like kind of a minor touch, unfortunately, can cause a premature end to the day. And these drivers have one more race to go later this afternoon, so the crews are going to be busy getting ready for the 2 o'clock start of race number 3. We're excited to go to a couple new venues here in our racing for the FR Series, in addition to our sort of standard group of NOLA and Road America, Mid-Ohio, New Jersey, and Circuit of the Americas for our season finale. We're adding the Indianapolis Road Course coming up in our third venue, and we're heading north of the border to Canadian Tire Motorsports Park, the track formerly known as Mosport. Our F4 cars have run at both of those venues in the past, but that'll be the first time that the FR cars have raced at Indy and at Canadian Tire Motorsports Park, as we can see some of the wildlife here in New Orleans. What a beautiful city, great city to eat in. The food here is just divine. It's always one of my favorite stops just because we can find some great places to eat.
Definitely, I'm surprised about the food. I never came here like to especially eat out. So yeah, really good.
Indeed. What do you are you able to spend a lot of time in your home country, Uruguay, or are you pretty much here in the U.S. all full time?
I'm pretty much in the U.S. For this season. Obviously, it's the main goal to be with a team, prepare the car, be in the scene, train hard. For it. So yeah. Mainly here in the U.S.
Got it. So do you get a little homesick? Do you miss?
Yeah, a little bit. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I understand. Okay, let's see what we've got here. Woods Toth in the lead, and this is going to be a one-lap sprint to the finish. Cole Kleck showed in the first race, after starting, I think, on row 3, got himself to the front almost immediately on the first lap. And so he's going to be a force to be reckoned with. Hayden Bowlesby, looking for only his second podium in FR competition. He had a podium in F4 back in 2021. He finished third at Brainerd. We raced there that year. And he had a third-place finish at Road America a year ago in the FR Series. And again, a short red flag period. Again, this is a tactical move by the race director to maximize the number of green flag laps that we have. So that's the reason for the stoppage. And the car's being fired up, and the determination is made. We're not going to have enough time to get around behind the safety car and to restart the race, so it's been declared official. Ladies and gentlemen, Patrick Woods Toth will take the win. Cole Kleck in second, Hayden Bowlesby in third, Ryan Sheehan, Jet Bowling, Nicola Verda, James Lawley, Justin Garrett, Anthony Autiello, and Nicholas Ambiato will still get the last point. I'm going to run down to the podium to interview our top 3 finishers. Maite, thank you so much for being with us, for your commentary, and best of luck in the race finale coming up later this morning.
Thank you so much. It was really a pleasure. Really fun race, and chaotic also. So, yeah, thank you so much.
All right, we'll talk to you later. Thank you. I'm going to hand it over to Ben and DJ as I head down to the podium, and they'll wrap up this race for you.
Hello and welcome back to NOLA Motorsport Park. As you heard there, that was John Phippen heading on out here at this point, but it is DJ Clark and Ben Sissel back up in the booth with you. As you saw, Patrick Woods Toth ending the day on the top step of the podium. Cole Kleck and Hayden Bowlesby able to round out your podium. Again, a pretty strong day there for the Crosslink Kiwi Motorsports with Sheehan, Bowling, and Harvada there in P6. James Lawley in P7, then Justin Grant, Anthony Otello, and Nicholas Nicholas Ambiato rounding out your top 10. And what was a little bit of an affected race there, but when we saw the racing on the track, it was pretty spectacular, just as you would expect it to be.
I got to give it up, though, for Patrick Woods-Toth, and I know Ron Fellows has been working with him for a long time. And just like Ron Fellows, he just takes what he's given. Was back there kind of in third, waiting for something to happen. He saw it open because the 1 and 2 were going at it so much. He took the inside, and then 2 corners later, the race was over. So he just always finds a way to make it onto the podium, and usually the top step does Patrick Woods-Toth.
Yeah, he certainly does, as we're about ready to roll through some highlights here at this point of the previous race. So let's go ahead and check those out here at this point. It was a very, very wide start as things got going. Then a couple of cars getting a little bit squirrely coming down through the infield section. More drivers trying to duke it out there. A great pass by the 66 as the safety car was then headed out on the last restart. Then on the next restart, the 31 blowing past by and then ending up out in the grass as there was the weaving coming down the main straightaway, as we've seen a couple of times there. Big moves to the inside for the 11, going around the outside trying to get it, but getting themselves out onto the marbles. And Patrick Woods-Toth ending up in the top spot after a red flag affected session. That's going to wrap things up here for the Formula Racing, but stick with us as we get ready to go racing for SVRA here in just a few minutes.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Welcome back to NOLA Motorsport Park. DJ Clark up here in the commentary booth alongside Ben Sissel for the 2024 NOLA SpeedTour as we get ready to send out groups 5, 7, 9, 11, and the F4s here around this fantastic New Orleans circuit for SVRA action. And Ben, yesterday we saw some pretty good racing from these cars. Got to imagine we're going to see some more here today.
Yeah, you can see there they're setting up on the grid at the NOLA SpeedTour. You can see also to our right that the water just quite hasn't drained out, and that's something to be aware of because if cars do go off there, they are stuck. As we just saw in last race in FR, one of the tow trucks got stuck in the mud. That was a part of the delay. They had to send out more tow trucks to pull out that tow truck. But this is our grid here. We're getting some great shots from Tony Garcia. And look at, I love looking at the different helmets in this series. It's really cool to see how much attention they put into that, and they have these custom paint jobs, and that's really been kind of a fashion just in the Steven LaManna in that 2004 Mazda Pro Mazda.
Yeah, great car. Steve able to take that victory yesterday. Probably going to be on cue to do it again here today with just the differences. But then again, that 07 driven by Jacek Muka, that's a very, very fantastic Cadillac DPI. One of my personal favorites in the field. I absolutely love that car, and I love the noise that it makes.
Yeah, and this car, to me, these cars are basically designed to be reverse airplanes. Like everything on their bodywork is made to suck that car down to the ground. And then we go to another prototype. That is Paul Reed in that 2019 Revolution 500 SC. These Revolutions part of our PSSA championship, the Prototype Sprint Series Association, and then that's the Revolution car. And you can see how the rear end of that car, everything about that car is they're made for like track day, club days, and for racing in their series. They race against like the Revolutions and the Wolves and the Sebecos and and it's a really cool series. We look to have about 30 of those cars with us at Road America this season.
I'm excited for that. I'll be back with you guys at Road America. That's going to be really fantastic to be able to see all of those out on the track. And we did see a good showing from PSSA when we were back out in Road Atlanta last time. They put on a good show. I was lucky enough to be able to be on the mic for that broadcast. So always good to see. And some other cars that are headed out, including a few of the new.
But not that white Chevy Silverado. That's not in this group. We saw that going out.
No, that I think.
Not to confuse you. It doesn't have numbers on it, so it's not legal.
Yeah, and I think it just have a little bit of a speed disadvantage. Not much, but just a little bit.
Maybe not with that Bobsy. Probably give that Bobsy a good run for his money.
Yeah, I certainly might. But also we have in this group, we've got, of course, a classic Ligier F4 as well as the JS F4 kind of making its debut here this weekend. And then that Bobsy that you mentioned earlier. Ooh, little bit of dirt.
On an apex of a corner. That could be an issue. There's that Bobsy. If I had to pick a favorite in this group, it would be that Bobsy there that's driven by Dr. John Rogers Smith. And we're missing Barrett Wolf. Didn't see Barrett Wolf out there in that number 55. But if you don't mind, I'm going to go through the grid real quick. So it's Steven LaManna in that Mazda Pro Mazda. Barrett Wolf, who's not out there. Then Jacek Muka in that 2019 Cadillac DPI Delara. Paul Reed is a 2019 Revolution 500 SC. Lincoln Day, we saw him out there. He's in the really colorful 2024 Ligier F4 22. Rafael Wallace in the 2016 Ligier JS F4. I apologize for not getting your name right. And then Dr. John Roger Smith rounding it out in that Bobsy. He is in a Group 5B car, just based on how we have to grid the cars, he is at a huge disadvantage. And then there's that white Chevy Silverado, not getting any information on the driver there. Not sure if that car is legal for this group, but just following him around, hopefully going to sweep up some of that dirt. Oh, that's a GMC. I was way off.
Oh,
sorry about that. I'm sure you can yell at me in our comment section here on SpeedTour TV on YouTube. Feel free to not be nice. It's Sunday. It's the last day. Let's get in some fights in here on YouTube and tell us where we get it wrong and who you're out there rooting for. We had a lot of family members join us yesterday, but DJ, they're coming to, what is that, a GMC Sierra? Looks like a 2500. Not sure. But there is that number 2 of our leader, and they're coming around to take the green, so I'm going to hand it over to DJ.
Yeah, they're going to bring their way around here. As we said, Stephen LaMotta going to be the one that brings us to green. Jacek Muka, probably maybe a little bit more straight line speed, but we'll have to see. It does look like there's Stephen LaMotta starting to get almost a little bit of a jump on the field as they come out of Mission Foods turn 16. There, we're going to get a nice formation as they come back through. All eyes go towards the flag stand as the green flag flies, and we are racing here at NOLA Motorsports Park. And look at that, Jacek Muka able to get the lead here at this point. The Revolution also being able to get on past that Pro Mazda here at this point. Muka going to be able to take the advantage. The Revolution there of Paul Reed, that will slot into second. And Stephen LaMotta going to lose 2 positions.
Yeah, we're going to have a great race here now because Stephen LaMotta should be able to, just with the way the track layout is and that open wheel, should be able to get up there to the front, but I think just kind of thought better of it in a drag race. He's going to lose every time in a drag race to that Cadillac if Jacek puts it on, and same with that Revolution. But then they should have kind of an advantage coming around here. You see everybody kind of missing that apex, knowing that dirt is there, and that's why we do these pace laps as we look at Dr. John Roger Smith coming around in that 334 Bobsy.
Yeah, and he's just, as you said, sort of trundling along at the back of the field. He's on a Sunday drive here at this point. Everybody else with a little bit more downforce, they're going to have to be working the cars. And we talked a little bit earlier about that Cadillac. We talked about it yesterday, that it's going to take a couple of more laps to get those tires really up to temperature. So watch for Jacek to take it back a little bit on these opening laps. But I've got to say, with all that in mind, he looks like he's starting to hustle a little bit. But this twisty section of the track here, these fast-flowing sweepers, and as we see Stephen LaMotta starting to work on the back of that Revolution, this is going to be the area where the open-wheel cars start to fly.
Now, I do have to take offense to what you said about the Bobsy. Is not on a Sunday drive. I'm a low-horsepower driver as well, and 100 miles an hour in that Bobsy probably feels way scarier than 150 or 180 in that Cadillac.
Yeah, it probably does. Get a few more shakes and shimmies there at that point. I've always been a more high downforce guy, so you've got both sides of this coin here up in the booth.
Here it comes, though, the battle for first. Take it away.
Yep, there it is. Oh, but there the top-line speed of the Cadillac for Jacek Muka. That's going to be able to power him away from Stephen LaMotta here at this point. And look at that, Paul Reed going to be able to use the straight-line speed of the Revolution to get back by the Pro Mazda. We certainly have an interesting little race on our hands here at this point.
We sure do. Paul Reed, I don't believe it's Paul Reed Smith of Paul Reed Smith Guitars, but Paul Reed Smith does race, so it might be him. That's the number 2 there, Stephen LaMotta. And look at this, so you can see where the it's basically handling versus horsepower in this battle here. And it's not to say that these Revolutions don't handle, but these open wheel cars can just rotate like nothing else out there, especially with the downforce that he has and then the driving ability. Stephen LaMotta is a very good wheel on the car.
Yeah, he certainly is. And you mentioned that ability to rotate through the corners, and a lot of that is just down to weight itself. I mean, there's less body parts. There is less things on the car than either of those prototypes up in front. So as a result, that Pro Mazda going to be able to rotate a little bit more. Now, this is Rafa Walls here at this point in one of those Ligiers. Great sound coming off the back of that car. He runs in 4th place right now, a little bit removed from this battle.
Yeah, which he should be. He doesn't have a dog in this fight. This is mixed group racing, and those F4 cars with the Honda Mountain tuned K20 engines just a little bit behind. And then there is Lincoln Day back there. Now, Lincoln Day should be able to keep up with this F4 car because I've been hearing that those cars are so much faster than the older F4 cars, as we see here in this 27, but for something's happening with Lincoln Day, falling back, or maybe he's just out there just trying to get open track to test the car a little bit more.
Yeah, it is. There, as we see, that is LaMotta able to once again get the run on Paul. Yep, and there it is. LaMotta able to get the run off of Mission Foods turn 16 and then fighting back again. That's going to be Paul Reed in the Revolution, and I can't tell if that's head buffeting or Stephen LaMotta. He may be a little frustrated.
Yeah, there's Lincoln Day, as he would be, because he's doing everything right, but when you put the loud pedal down, and somebody else just has twice the horsepower, there's really nothing you can do. And because he's probably not used to racing cars like this, he's a Group 9 car, usually not on track with Group 11 cars, it's got to be really frustrating because he's usually at the top of his field in Group 9. And there is Lincoln Day from Wyoming. Beautiful livery on that car. We do have a couple of the new Ligier F4 cars here with the halo, but that's the first one I've seen with actually a livery on it. And the lines of that car, and I love how the livery kind of accentuates the lines of that car.
Yeah, it really does. Those 3-4 stripes and that sort of pinkish orange on the side, really nice. And I don't know about you, Ben, but I always like to see purple on a race car. It always pops a lot, and it's always something really, really that catches my eye.
Yeah, you know, and as being somebody that takes a lot of photographs and video, and I'll always have people in the Trans Am series or the SVRA series, or how come, you know, our car's never in video? And I'm like, well, it's white. You know, do something with it. And that's exactly what Lincoln Day has done here, because a lot of the cars either stay at the carbon fiber black or just white. And speaking of the Revolutions, I just got a text yesterday from Jason with PSSA that they have created a car that looks like the Batmobile, and it's a perfect look for that, because you look at the back of that, it kind of resembles the first Batmobile, so it's really cool. And there's Stephen LaManna going to try to get it, but that Revolution, as soon as he can put that pedal down, is going to have the power. So this is going to be a really neat battle, but I've got to give it off of Rafal back there in that number 27 to be able to keep up with these cars, especially that Group 9 car. That means basically from now until the Mission Foods Complex, now it comes into the hands of these open wheel cars. This is the part where the open wheel cars can catch up, but then that long drag race back. But you can see LaManna trying to get on the inside here, because he does have the advantage. He's got the handling, and like we were saying, the rotation.
Yep, he's going to bring it down through, that's, I believe, turn 3, and he's finally going to get that pass done. Now, the question's going to be, is now that he is free here of Paul Reed, is he going to be able to stretch his legs enough to be able to prevent that fight back that we've seen going down the fast sections of the track? That's that sort of balance of performance weighing back and forth that these cars may make similar lap times, but obviously not balance of performance being put here in SVRA, but the concept of balance of performance makes similar lap times. You just make it on different points on the track.
So now as they come through, and you'll notice I moved all the signs this morning, came out here about 6:30 in the morning to move the signs for better camera placements, but we're in the Bridge Hull Bennett S's, or the Bennett Bridge Hull S's, which is really a really cool rhythm section. If you get to drive this section, there's one of the signs. It really is fun because it's kind of an increasing radius as you go through the rhythm section. LaManna right back there on the back of Jacek Mucha. And Jacek Mucha, you know, the visibility of these cars from the rearview mirror is not great. So I hope he's aware as they come through that Mission Foods section of the track.
Yeah, and I'm not sure exactly. I don't know my rule set well enough to know if that Cadillac has a rear-facing camera or if it is strictly old school by mirrors at this point. But it does look like here that LaManna has done enough to be able to keep Paul Reed behind him. So that's going to be a sigh of relief. Mucha does get the advantage going down the front straightaway, but LaManna now is going to have the track come back to him.
Yeah, watch how quickly LaManna is able to get to him. And now without having to worry about Paul Reed, he is going to be able to get up right behind him. And somewhere, look at that, somewhere you're hoping, you know, it just, where he has the advantage is not good passing on this track. So he's basically going to have to make it happen. I don't know the name of the corner, but the corner right out there is probably the only pass in the twisty bit section of the track.
Yeah, it's going to be turn 13 that he's going to have to try to make that move. Love the flames coming out of the back there of that Pro Mazda. Does look like Paul Reed has been able to grow a little bit of a gap between himself and the number 27, so that'll be good news for the Revolution. But once again, got to give credit here to Rafael Willoz. Really, really good running here. On paper, he should not be able to keep up and keep pace with this Revolution, but he's certainly doing it.
Yeah, and I wonder why he's not in our F4 or FR group. Obviously, there's some talent there.
Yeah.
Because he is definitely driving that above his means. And you can see at the top of your screen there, they almost go side by side into turn 13. And LaManna thinks better of it, but now he's right behind. And now if he can do what he can to kind of suck behind Jacek, we might have a fight here coming to the end of the race.
Yeah, we very well could, and we could have a fight here as well between Willoz and Reed, as once again, just as we saw with the Pro Mazda and the Cadillac DPI, going to see these two come together. Wide run there for Reed. This could be the opportunity. We take a big look down the main straightaway as Mucha starts to pull away a little bit, and there you see Willoz losing a little bit of time as a result of the straight line speed there of the Revolution, but he showed his nose. He knows he's got the ability, he's got the opportunity to put up that fight.
I love the rear wing of these Revolutions with that kind of reverse dihedral. You don't really see that too much, but with the way they engineered that car, like I said, I don't know the name, so hopefully you can tell me in the comments section, but the person that basically started Radicals, then moved on, sold that, and went on to Revolution. And now it's funny because in our series, it's basically Revolutions versus Radicals.
Yeah, it is. And what better way to be able to showcase modern-day prototype talent than that, having two of these fantastic storied manufacturers making a great noise, it has to be said. Those Radicals, everybody that I've ever talked to when they get out of them just always has a big grin on their face as, oh my goodness, this is such a fun car to drive.
And they just look so cool. Just really sharp lines on the car, very modern looking. But here we go. Look at this as they come through the S's. This is the section that LaManna should have the advantage, but there's really no passing where he is.
Yeah, there really isn't. He's going to have to try to work his way. Is he going to get that run down to the inside? LaManna late on the binders. He's got it.
Wow, nice job from both drivers. I think Jacek was aware of him coming up behind him. Jacek knowing it's not really his battle. Jacek's in a group 11, LaManna in a group 9, but still knowing Jacek and LaManna a little bit, they're just out there to win overall. And then you can see there acknowledging something from the just kind of giving out the one, because he is in first place in Group 5B. That's John Rogers Smith. In Group 5B, the Bobsy SR4 from 1967, the number 334. Some cool shots. It's like you know when Opel came out and they had those like baby Stingray Corvette-looking cars? This to me is like a baby McLaren.
Yeah, kind of that McLaren Can-Am look.
Yeah, that M8B kind of looking vibe to it, the wedge of cheese basically, and he's almost that Can-Am McLaren orange.
Yeah, it's got a little bit. I think it's almost like the old Lotuses and McLaren had a baby, and that's sort of what it looks like in that color.
Yeah, cool car there, and there's our leaders making a good pass. Great drive in there from John Roger Smith, aware that they're here and he's not in their race, but aware that he's got a race behind him, and just gets out of their way and just makes, like we said, for some very predictable driving, and we really appreciate that because he's in the lead right now in our Group 5B.
And that's a really scary thing to do when you're in that position, when you are that driver, to have the wherewithal to recognize that, because you know these cars are closing down on you like a train with a full head of steam. You know how quick they are, and it can be very tempting to psych yourself out a little bit. And so for him to be able to move out of the way like that, give them the time, recognize going into turn 6 that I can get off to the inside, lift off, not compromise myself too much. It's just great heads up from John Rogers Smith.
And I have to give it up for LaManna, too, because a lot of times you can get impatient in these races and know that you've got the faster car, but the other car has you beat in one section of the track. But to just stay with it, don't make any unpredictable moves, don't take any big gambles to make that pass, because we see Jacek trying to get right behind him. So if Jacek can keep behind him coming through the Mission Foods complex, he'll be able to take that back. But he just was able to build up a head of steam enough, LaManna is. So LaManna has to be perfect from about now until the Mission Foods section to keep Jacek behind him.
Yeah, and that's what's going to be playing into LaManna's head here. He knows he needs to maximize through this interior section and down through the Bennett Bridge Hall S's. If he makes a little bit of a mistake, that's the opportunity that Muka needs to be able to pounce. The other thing here that Muka's going to have to take into consideration is he is going to be getting dirty air off the back of that Pro Mazda. And while it doesn't generate nearly as much downforce as that Pro Mazda, as that single-seater, it's still generating downforce with all the bits and bobs on that car. So he's going to have to lift. He's going to have to alter his line a little bit if he wants to stay close.
Yeah, and speaking of that, though, Jacek Muka races one of these cars that LaManna is in, and he's got a DPO2, I think, and he's got a couple Group 9 cars. So the knowledge that Jacek has about the car that he's competing against, even though they're in different classes, is probably better than anybody else out there. So he's going to know where to be able to take this car and where he's good and where the other car is good. more than LaManna is, because I doubt LaManna's been in a car like Jacek has.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And I think here for Muka, that's just going to add to his overall experience, his overall ability to make those kind of moves, because it's not just about knowing the driver in front of you, as you said, but knowing the characteristics of the car. Absolutely crucial as well to be able to take advantage of where that car is not as strong as yours.
So here he is. I think he was able to get just enough of a lead to keep Jacek behind him. But you can see there when a lot of times they hit the brakes to make sure they've got brake pressure. And you can see there he got a little bit too hard on it when he did tap the brakes. And he went a little bit to the right. And then there's Jacek. So this is kind of like the last chance. Now watch how these cars rotate differently. And the line that they can take. When they have the open lane, they really can take different lines. And now watch this rotate. And I've been noticing that here, he didn't do it, but the Revolution was going through the mud, so they've compacted that mud enough to kind of keep traction, but that's not the optimal line for that corner there. They're going around the mud.
Yeah, they're trying to avoid it. The other thing I noticed there when you were talking about those lines coming down through turns 2 and 3, you noticed just how much more planted that Pro Mazda is. It looks like it is absolutely stuck to the track, whereas Muka, there's just a hair of well, let's call it skittering across the surface. It jitters across the surface a little bit, particularly as those rear tires search for grip.
You can see here as they come through the Bennett Bridge Hall section, my favorite section of the track, and you can always tell what kind of car people drive when they tell you their favorite section of the track. So I am a slow vintage sports car person, so that's my favorite, and the Group 6 guys love the long straightaway.
And I'm a big fan of that infield section, the rhythm section, because that's the hardest for me. Coming from a high downforce background, that's what I really enjoy. And so it's not the part of the car where the car feels alive the most, but it's the part of the track that I have to put the most effort in because I'm not going as fast and there's not as much downforce going through there.
So I'm hearing white flag next time by. So we're at about 1 3/4 laps left of this race, which has been a fantastic race. Limited number of cars on track, and I'm sorry for that if you're tuning in, and this is not a normal SVRA weekend, but they're still putting on a great show. And sometimes, I love the times that we have 50 cars on track, but sometimes 50 cars on track brings out double yellows. And so we do have full races here like we did yesterday because the cars are a little bit limited, and this track just kind of lends itself to that.
Yeah, it certainly does. I got to give some credit here to Jacek Muka. This is the closest we've seen him. He may have a little bit of a run coming down to the white flag here. He was the closest I've seen him in a number of laps going into Cube 3 Turn 1. Let's see if he's able to keep up that pressure here through the Bennett Bridge Hall S's.
Yeah, you're right. Look at that. And so here he's got a little bit of horsepower, and then now LaManna should be able to gap him a little bit.
Should be able to get a little bit of a run, and there you can see that gap expanding. But
different lines.
Yeah, Muka very clearly trying to get some clean air on the front nose of that Cadillac and doing a good job of it. He's keeping close behind.
So now they're in the Mission Foods section of the track, a really cool section. There's that long and then almost a 90-degree and then kind of this triple apex, and people take different approaches. This that we can see from a lot of the high horsepower cars come way over there to the left. I'm hearing the white flag is out, but I don't think Jacek can catch up on this gap.
No, I don't think so either. It looks like it's over that, but look at that closing speed for Jacek. The high horsepower of the Cadillac DPI coming into play, but just doesn't quite have the straight to make it work.
So now the pressure, this is a race to lose for LaManna. Now remember, they're in different classes. This is a Group 9 car that we're on in camera. That's Stephen LaManna there. That's a 9F3. Jacek Muka in a Group 11 car, but everybody wants to win overall.
No, they certainly do. They want to be on the top step of the podium no matter what it is. You want to have that overall victory, but Jacek can certainly hang his hat on what was a fantastic race. If he's not able to close, he does look like he's a little bit farther back than he was on the last lap, I have to say.
Jacek is a really fantastic race car driver. Races, I follow all the other vintage racing and all the other kind of club racing on Facebook, and it seems like Jacek's probably 30 weekends a year is out there racing something. So he just loves doing it. guys living the dream. I always talk about this, but a couple years ago he came to one of our events at Roebling Road with a sling on his wrist, and I said, "What's that from?" And he says, "A pinball injury." He's a large pinball machine collector, so he has a pinball injury. So you're living right if you have a pinball injury.
Yeah, that's a sign of a life well lived there, I certainly would have to say, but a race well driven here for Stephen LaManna as he comes down through Mission Foods, turn 16 for the final time, checkered flag waving in the air, and just as it was yesterday, Stephen LaManna will come to victory here at NOLA Motorsports Park, and Jacek Muka will be P2 overall.
Now, where is the Paul Reed and Wallace ending up? Here it is. Oh, this is Lincoln Day and Paul Reed here coming through. Last chance. So Lincoln Day has really turned it on here late in the race.
Yeah, certainly has. We said that car looked like it was struggling for speed a little bit early on, but he's able to hold on to a P4 overall, with Reed able to take P3, and there is Rafal coming in behind.
But look at that front left tire.
Yeah.
It looked like the camber was off, so I wonder if something got bent in the suspension there. But some great shots here. I'm not sure what body of water that is. That's not Lake Pontchartrain, is it?
I think it is, actually. I believe it is Lake Pontchartrain. If we're wrong, correct us in the comments.
Yes.
If you are familiar with the New Orleans area.
Well, there is our leader. Beautiful car. These Pro Mazdas, they have really cool lines to them. And I hear that they are just an absolute blast to drive.
I've actually had the chance to drive one, and they are indeed an absolute blast and a half. Really feel the car under you. Good suspension setup. Very, very fun. Well, as LaManna and Music bring us back around here at this point, we are on the victory lap for our drivers. Make sure to stick with us through the rest of the day. Not only do we have the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series coming up, but the next two rounds that we have will be some more SVRA action with groups 1, 2, 3, 4 in Formula V, followed by groups 6, 8, 10, and 12. Both of those feature races coming to you here shortly. But there is LaManna bringing everything back around and coming down into pit lane for the final time on what was a not dominant performance as we saw yesterday, but a measured and a calculated drive, taking high percentage moves around the track and doing an absolutely phenomenal job to be able to get his way forward. Getting ready to take a look at the highlights of the race here in a moment as we make that transition over here at this point. It was a not great getaway for Stephen LaManna, but Jacek Muka able to take advantage of it. The real battle early on was between Paul Reed and Stephen LaManna. LaManna trying multiple times through that infield section to be able to get a run, get something to play for. Finally got on by, and then finally got by Jacek Muka himself. Good heads up there from John Rogers Smith in the Bugs and the orange and red machine to be able to make his way move. Is that at this point another close battle, but it was LaManna at the line that was able to take victory here over Jacek Muka. The same with Paul Reed over Lincoln Day. And that's going to lead us right into a quick break here, but hold out with us. We will be back again with more action with some open-wheel cars coming up in just a few moments. Welcome back to NOLA Motorsport Park for the 2024 NOLA SpeedTour. We just had a fantastic race of some high downforce prototypes and some high downforce open wheel machines, but it is now time to switch on over and bring out the low downforce open wheelers. That's right, the Formula V's for groups 1, 2, excuse me.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, and Formula V. So we're looking at a Group 2 car. We don't have any Group 4 cars here. That is Patrick Flynn, the winner of yesterday's race, a Formula Ford. This is kind of a spec series of you could run the size engine, but different manufacturers could make different bodies, and there were regulations on what you could and could not do with the geometry, the setups, and the wheelbases, and the widths of the cars. But then other than that, if you stuck to that formula, you could do what you wanted with the body and a little bit with the balance of the cars. So we saw a lot of different things. But this is the Formula V class here. And that's Devin Boucher, who kind of looks like he's got like a drag race helmet on there.
Yeah, shades of, I'm blanking on the names right now, but also IndyCar back in the 70s and 80s. I know Rick Mears very famously had a helmet like that with the, I think they called it the Stormtrooper helmet back in the day.
So Devin Boucher is in that 1963 Form Car X, and I was talking to Elliot beforehand, and you can see that's called Petunia. That's one of the, I think it raced in the first years of Formula V, but whoever designed that, and what's cool about the Formula V class, there's Elliot right there. Andy gave us a thumbs up, so thank you, Elliot. He robbed us of that thumbs up yesterday. Oh, and he blew us a kiss. I like that. But that car, that Petunia, is set real low. Like they took the body and put it way down. So it's a little bit of an aero advantage, and I love the look of that. That's the 69 there of Elliot O'Barron. Elliot O'Barron works with SVRA, doing a lot of the schools and works with a lot of the safety. And he came over to the hotel room with me, and we were kind of chatting and sharing video. But it's really cool. We try to work with all the clubs. Try to promote all the clubs. We want vintage racing to grow worldwide, not just in SVRA. So with SVRA, the Corinthians Vintage Auto Racing Group out of Texas, they do a couple of events a year. And then this group here, they're running a championship inside a championship, is these Formula Vs. I really admire the decision that we made here, SVRA, to start the Group 2 cars and then the Formula Vs behind them. What happened, the Formula Vs kind of do a self-proclaimed split start, and they caught the production cars in our Group 1 and Group 3 so fast that what we came to say is, no, let's do a split start, put the production cars at the back. And I'm sure the production cars appreciate that as well. So let's go through the grid real quick. That's Patrick Flynn in first in a 1987 Van Diemen. What a cool name. Michael Rue in that 1976 Lola T342. Then we go down there to Devin Boucher in that 1963 Form Car X. Hunter Barron in that 1969 Lynx. There's a lot of Lynx Formula Vs. Then Elliot O'Barron in that Auto Dynamics Formula V. A lot of Auto Dynamics cars out there too. And if you look at the Lynx and the Auto Dynamics like side by side, you can really see a difference in what they were trying to do. And Donal Rajasingham in that VW Lynx Formula V. Daniel Persson, we heard from Daniel Persson's son here yesterday on YouTube in a 1968 Lynx B, so we'll see if he's still joining us in the comments section. John Williamson, 1970 Caldwell D13. David McMasters in a 1965 Zinc Formula V. Jason White, 65 Zinc. Scott Elif, I am so sorry, Scott.
He just said Dr. Scott, or Mr. Scott, okay. If we can't get it right
1965 Zinc C4. Mark Lobel, 65 Zinc Formula V. Laura Romney in a Zinc Formula V. Laura was with us at testing, and her oil pressure gauge was leaking. And because they send oil to the gauge, to a diaphragm, and it was leaking. So she was leaking. It didn't leak on her, and it wasn't hot. And then we go to, we were just seeing there, the VW Carmen Ghia is Barrett Camper. Roger E. Williams in the MG Midget John Little in an Austin Healey Sprite, and Jackson Williams in an Austin Healey Sprite. Round that out, we've also got Ken Milvid in a beautiful Volkswagen Formula V, Robert Phillips in a Lynxby, and Amelia Phillips in an Autodynamics Mark IV Formula V as they come around through this Mission Foods complex to take our green flag. Now look for these two cars up front to really take off, and the race is going to be between these Formula Vs and then our Group 3 and Group 1 MG Midgets, Spridgets, and that Volkswagen Carmen Ghia.
Yep, those are going to be the three battles to watch. Probably going to have a little bit of lap traffic to deal with before everything is said and done. But drivers work their way out of Mission Foods turn 16 here at this point, and all eyes start to turn towards the flag stand. Patrick Flynn has control of the field as the green flag flies, and we are racing in New Orleans. It's a nice, clean getaway. Field is 2x2 as they make their way down the front straight. Patrick Flynn going to be able to move in front there to move onto that preferred racing line as the Formula Vs all try to sort themselves out a little bit. Single file for the top three, and then it looks like behind them that's the 103 of John Williamson trying to find a nice little line.
Well, Devin Boucher, hope I'm saying that right, Boucher, has left. Petunia has left the building. So unfortunately for Devin Boucher, something happened. I heard that he followed the pace car in. This is two brothers, Elliot O'Barron and Hunter Barron, followed by the dad, Elliot Barron. And look at that side-by-side racing. They were really disappointed. I spoke to him after the race yesterday. Because the lead car passed them on the last lap, they never got a white flag. So they didn't know they were racing to the checkered flag because they all try to time that train and that draft differently. So they were a little bit disappointed by that, but that's just the way that things shake out. As you can see, all the cars come across, and there's that beautiful Carmen Ghia with all three of the Spridgets back out there. The number 72 leading that in Roger E. Williams.
Yeah, he's leading it here at this point. A little bit of a look from behind as Roger's going to get some pressure from John Little in that orange and blue Austin Healey Sprite, trying to see if there's anything to play right now at the moment. Doesn't appear to be, as the rest of the field filters their way through. There is that Carmen Ghia, though, leading the way. We talked about that car yesterday a little bit. More of an elongated Volkswagen frame, and certainly is a looker.
Yeah, and definitely you can see there by that bulge a true rear-engine car. You know, the Beetles, it's a little bit more over the axle, but that truly is a rear-engine car. Love the look of that Ghia. And, you know, a lot of Volkswagens out here racing today with all the Formula Vs and then that Carmen Ghia. And, you know, we have a couple Beetles that race with us, always my favorite. They kind of race in C sedan, but we're competitive in the Trans Am B sedan series back then. But Steve Smith out in Portland has one of the coolest Beetles. He's actually the head designer for Kanye West with all of his shoes and races a Beetle, and then because of that, obviously has one of the coolest interiors I've ever seen in a race car. But look at this look. I want to give it up for these three CVAR Spridget racers here. These cars are all set up almost identically. They all have the same mechanical parts, so it is a very good kind of spec race here in our Spridgets. The one difference is the car with, and you can see the same paint schemes too, but the car with the Jackson Williams, the number 13, has the purple roof, hardtop on his car, but that's just a piece of fiberglass basically.
Yeah, just a piece of fiberglass there.
Petunia's back.
Oh, hey! Welcome back, Petunia. So something happened there, but she is back out on the track and running. Big problem, though, for Petunia is going to be the benefit of the draft going down these long straightaways. Not a lot of aero on these cars, almost no aero on these cars, actually. And so that really means that the slipstream is the best way to try to get on by another driver. And it looks like there that Petunia probably going to be suffering with a little bit of loss of that.
So that's John Little in the orange car. The 72 car, Roger E. Williams won yesterday in their race for Group 1. And then Jackson Williams behind in the purple car, but not far behind in drafting. That's a pretty wide line there from the 72, but drafting does come to play with these Spridgets as well. It helps in any form of racing, so if they can keep in some kind of a draft like that, coming to the last turn, it will be a drag race to the start-finish line.
Yeah, exactly, and I think that's what we're going to be looking at a lot of these drivers to do is as we said yesterday in that battle up with Hunter Barron and Elliot O'Barron yesterday, that it's all going to be about timing your run coming through the Mission Foods complex of corners and coming onto the main straightaway. Are you going to be able to time that run, get the right throttle application down to be able to make the pass by the time you cross over start-finish.
Look at that. So, ladies and gentlemen, another great race. Even though we're in mixed group racing, this battle for Group 1, the battle for Group 2, and the battle for Formula V is just unbelievable. And then we have that lone Group 3 car, but still out there in a battle of his own with the Formula V and these Group 1 cars.
Yeah, I mean, it's good stuff up and down the field. It's exactly what we love to see here from classic auto racing and vintage sports car racing. Looks like very, very wide lines there being taken by Roger E. Williams. Not sure if he's just trying to get a feel for the track a little bit or what.
But the number 13 of Jackson Williams looks like he's got a really soft suspension setup. You can see him really bouncing a lot more than the other cars, which might be an advantage over the what I call waves. I don't really call them bumps here. They seem to be a little bit wavier. Sebring is bumpy. This track is wavy, in my opinion.
Yeah, we had a chance to talk to Josh Hurley about it yesterday, and he said really where it upsets you most is, yes, through the high-speed corners you're going to feel it, but it's in the braking zones that you feel those waves in particular, because there's the way that the track undulates underneath your tires. As you try to get on the brakes, you're not getting that perfect grip level all the way across, and it can really throw you out, so you have to be able to be constantly modulating those brakes.
I love seeing those three Spridgets together. The fact that they have the same paint schemes, different colors, but the stripes are the same and they're set up the same is so cool. And Jackson Williams, as we saw, has the old style, the 63, kind of the Mark I or the Mark II brake lights, and the other cars are a little bit newer. But there is the 29, our leader, Patrick Flynn.
Yeah, leading as he did yesterday, again, having a little bit of a typeset advantage there, being up in that Formula Ford over the rest of the field. Michael Rue there in the blue Lola, going to be coming along from in P2 at the moment, and they both have their own healthy gap in between the two.
I was noticing Patrick, though. It's not windy out there. Was just doing a little bit of like a side-by-side coming into, but before he even got on the brake, so I'm not sure if he's just feeling something in his wheel or if something's happening in the balance of the car, because Michael there on camera was not doing that, and there's no wind, but man, the battles in Formula V are unbelievable out there. We've got some great racing happening here, as you can see that car rotate around.
Yeah, and again, like we talked about a little bit with that Pro Mod, on the rear end, the power down, slide ever so bit.
Look at this battle here, heating up in Formula V. Hunter Barron, Elliott O'Barron, two brothers going side by side with the dad watching over them in the background, and right now it's the advantage to 70 of Hunter Barron, but EO is right behind him.
EO's right behind him, and I've got to say the driver that is probably set up best here at this point is the dad. It's Elliott J. Barron, who is kind of sitting in the popcorn position. He said, I'm going to let my sons duke this out, and I'm going to pick up the pieces.
But you can see here, they're so equally yoked. All of these drivers work on their own cars, and look at that, just kind of four-wheel drift, angle slip through the corners. This is, and even though if you looked at it and you clocked them on the radar, it looks like they're not going that fast, they are driving these cars at the absolute edge.
Yeah, and that's the thing. And the reason why it's at the absolute edge, as we said, no downforce, and look at those tires. Just those narrow, narrow tires. So little mechanical grip to be able to be had, even if you're only going 100 miles an hour or so. In that narrow of a tire and that type of chassis, you are going to be feeling every contour of the road, and you're going to have to be chucking it in.
It is so much more difficult to drive a slow car fast, because everything is momentum. So if you have to touch the brakes or you scrub the tires a little bit too much, you give a little bit too much input, that could be 0.2 of a second. And 0.2 of a second is like 6 car lengths in a Formula V.
It certainly is. It's one of the reasons why I don't enjoy driving them as much, as I don't have the talent to be able to drive those low downforce cars. I want to be able to lean on the downforce, as there we see.
I would love to be able to put Hunter there in that number 70, Hunter Barron. Let him spend a season in like a TA2 car, because he could, if you can drive a TA2 car with momentum, as he obviously has talent to drive with momentum, you are a fast driver, as we've seen with like a Connor Zillage.
Yeah, exactly. Very, very good. That's right there. That's David McMasters in the number 11. That's one of those zinc Formula Vs that you talked about. Again, just different ideas, different design philosophies in all of these cars. It was a relatively open formula when they were able to design them. So that's how you see all of these different sort of makes and models and looks of Formula Vs.
Yeah, it's really cool to see. We had a bunch with us at Circuit of the Americas, and Elliot, who's out there on the track, walked me through all of them. It was kind of showing all the different innovations, because a lot of just shade tree guys that just developed and tried things over the years, and they could just go to like their boat friends and make a fiberglass body however they wanted, and it was really cool to see. So there were some like actual manufacturers, but there were also people that just had a MIG and a TIG welder in their garage and put the things together and went out racing and somehow found a fast formula. And then as soon as you do that, as soon as you win a race in Formula V at SCCA, there's 3 other people like, well, make me one of those. And then all of a sudden there's people that did not plan on being car manufacturers that were now professional car manufacturers.
I also just want to say, I want to have boat friends. That sounds like a nice thing to have.
Yeah, it always is. But look at this. Now Dad has taken the lead in the Formula V as they come through the Bennett Bridge Hall S's. So quite a battle here in Formula V, as it always is. So much fun to watch. If you want to get involved in a form of racing and not have to spend a lot of money, but the dollars per fun is unmatched in Formula V.
Yeah, it really is. You're able to get a lot of these cars for relatively good prices out, and you're going to be able to have so much fun with them, as we said. You really have to have a good fundamental understanding of driving to drive these cars well, and they're going to teach you. If you've got aspirations to be driving some more powerful cars, this is where to start. This is the place to be, because it's going to teach you those fundamentals and how to carry that momentum, and then if you make this step up to a bigger, more powerful car, you're going to be able to do better.
Yeah, like if we took the 20 drivers from the starting Formula One grid today and put them in these cars, by the end of the weekend, we could tell you who are the best drivers in Formula One.
Exactly.
If you can drive one of these cars fast, that's where the talent is.
Exactly, and that's always been the case, whether we talk about the junior formula coming up, whether we talk about the Skip Barber Open formula coming up. Narrow tires, not a lot of horsepower, carry momentum through the corners. That's why drivers get their starts there. It teaches good driving habits across the board.
That's Robert Phillips there in the 659. Robert is out here with his daughter, Amelia Phillips, both from the New Orleans area, so it's so cool to see them out here. Amelia Phillips was here a couple years ago and got to meet Lynn St. James and had a blast, but she is an up-and-coming race car driver, and I tell you, this is kind of a new model for developing drivers, but if you look, a lot of Formula One drivers from the 70s and the 80s came from Formula V. Now Amelia Phillips is kind of cutting her teeth in Formula V, and a couple seasons in this, she might be able, she's still a teenager, might be able to move her way up to something big. But there's Devin Boucher and my favorite car out there, Petunia. You can see it's called 60. It's the number 60 because it's been racing in Formula V for now over 60 years. I believe last year was the 60th anniversary of Formula V.
And I love the fact that he's got the Volkswagen logo on the front of it. It has that look, frankly, of a German pre-war roadster. Like the auto unions, like the Mercedes.
The Silver Arrows,
yeah. Exactly. Looking here at this point, Patrick Flynn continues to lead overall. Hunter Barron and Daniel Person, both setting personal best laps on the last time of asking. John Williamson, though, going to be able to insert himself in that battle up for the top of the Formula V category. But yeah, there we come back to Petunia herself, working their way on through. Just picking their way through the Sprigget traffic.
Now that is how that car was raced back in the day. We see a smoker right in front of them here. That might be one of the Spriggets, which is pretty normal. That is, yeah, that is Sprigget. I'm going to have to get off here and tell race control we're seeing that. That looks like an engine.
As here at this point, they're all working their way on through, getting their way back on in, and it does look like some pretty hefty smoke coming off the back there of that Sprigget. but hopefully not laying down too much on the track. At least it looks like it's offline here at this point, so it's not going to cause too many problems for them.
Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Doing double duty and talking to RC because he can't see some of the things, or race control, that we can see. And being an MG person, that looks like engine, not tire rub. And we're hoping that he goes offline there. But there is the 401. We were talking about the 401 yesterday. That's a beautiful car, one of the older cars in the group. That's Ken Milvet. But you can see there he's going off there. And then the 459, Mark Lobel, I believe, is the one with us that's new to racing, that took our school at Eagles Canyon a couple times ago. This is his first weekend racing and doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, doing an absolutely wonderful job to be able to do that. And that's the thing we love to see. Drivers going out, doing the driving school at Eagles Canyon, as you said, and then making their way forward. I mean, this is not necessarily the most user-friendly sport. It's not like basketball where you can pick up a ball and say, okay, I can just throw that in the hoop and I get it. You've got to have a few techniques and fundamentals that you need to master, but that's one of the things about SVRA, that they're able to teach through those schools and then get you into machines like this.
Yeah, and it is so much fun. And if you're looking at this and thinking this looks like a lot of fun, I will tell you right now, because I follow, all these things on Facebook, there are a dozen turnkey ready Formula V racers that you could get for under $10,000, $12,000. You're going to have to spend about $1,000 to $1,500 on safety gear and things like that, but you can be racing for under $20,000. And the great thing about this, because everything after that is so inexpensive, you can usually do a season on a set of tires, sometimes 2 or 3 seasons, based on how hard you are on the tires. And then the great thing also about vintage racing is once you set up the car to the rules that it raced back in the day, the rules never change. Your car is not obsoleted like we see in other forms of racing. If you were to go out there and race in a Porsche Cup car, you've got about 3-4 seasons before that car becomes obsolete, and then you're out, whatever that Porsche Cup car, and you got to buy a new one. That is not the case in vintage racing.
No, it is not. It is evergreen, but it is not green out on the track right now. It is white, because we have 1 lap to go here from NOLA Motorsports Park. 1 lap to go as drivers work their way around right now. It's going to be Patrick Flynn that is looking for his 2nd consecutive win in class. The big question for me, though, is who's going to win the Battle of the Barons between Hunter, EO, and Elliott Barron.
Speaking of our school, I want to give it out there for our Jackson Williams, who was in the smoker. See how he pulled off there right above in that cut through. He is the reason for making that decision. He is the reason that we're going to be able to finish this race under green flag conditions and come to a checker. Had he pulled off somewhere else, not wisely, like he did, we'd have had to go full course caution. So my hero of the race is Jackson Williams. We don't often point out in racing what people do right. We always focus on what they do wrong. And I want to point out something that Jackson Williams did right, pulling off there and keeping it to where his dad and his friends can all race out on the track. So thank you so much, Jackson Williams, my hero of the day in Group 1.
There he goes, gold star for Jackson Williams here at this point, and maybe another victory here for Patrick Flynn. He's going to bring that blue number 29 down through Mission Foods turn 16, puts the power down onto the main straightaway as the checkered flag starts to fly. There it is. It is Patrick Flynn, a perfect 2 for 2 on the weekend.
Yeah, good to see. I hope we can go back, though, to this lead of the Formula V race, because that's going to be the race to watch with EO Barron, Hunter Barron, and Elliott Barron.
Yeah, that's going to be the one to keep an eye on here at this point as drivers work their way through the circuit right now, completing the laps.
There it is.
Yep,
right
there
here
it
in
is.
the middle of the screen. That should be our battle for the lead in Formula V. Devin Boucher, the 56, the 9.8, all came to the checkered flag, but now we've still got about a half a lap to go in the lead for Formula V. Hoping we can find that race on the cameras.
There it is, coming through turn 5 here at this point, working their way up into turn 6, trying to see what it will be.
Here we go. Oh, and it's Elliott in the lead over Hunter. So the dad who told me just 20 minutes ago, I'm not going to be able to do the whole race, Ben, my back hurts. That might have been a little bit of a fake out there. Or as my wife would say, then take 3 Advil and you'll be fine. So look at that. Hunter going straight in side by side on Elliott. Look at this father-son racing here. And Elliott now set up for this one, but Hunter set up for the next one, and that is the beauty of these S's. But really, EO may be in the catbird seat there in the black car. How cool is this?
Yeah, this is exactly what you want to see coming down out of 12. Very defensive line there for the 70 as he's going to be able to hold that in. Here comes Dad looking to be able to get a run right now, but there's going to be Elliott seeing if he can get a run on Dad. Not going to be able to do it. Defensive line taken by EO. Again, though, it's going to be a run to the line here, and can Hunter Barron be able to hold this out?
Got it. They're not close enough.
Yeah, I think Hunter's got it, but who's going to come second? Is it going to be EO or is it going to be Elliott J? Let's see. They're in flying formation here at this point. Coming across the line. Here's the pop out. Did he get it? I love that. Look at both of them partying up there. And it was Elliott Barron by the merest of margins.
Man. Look at that. Experience over youth every time. Elliott told me, oh, man, my back hurts. I'm not going to be able to finish the race. And then there he is winning the Formula V race with Barron Racing from Texas. And that is really cool to see the three of them finish because they've had a rough year. They were with us at COTA this year at Circuit of the Americas. EO came into the booth with me to announce the Group 2 race and told me that night, the night before, their house and shop had caught on fire. And a bad enough fire that I think they even lost some of their beloved pets.
Aww.
So just such a rough year for them. So happy to see them here. You know, that's part of our racing family. This year, we had a break between Indy and Mid-Ohio, and we all went canoeing together. So, like, these are some of my best friends in vintage racing. But we've got highlights coming of a great race here, DJ.
We do indeed, from an absolutely fantastic race here at this point. It was indeed a good start for Patrick Flynn as he was able to lead from the drop of the green flag, pulling away there at this point. But the best battles to be had was the Battle of the Barons. Elliott J, EO, and Hunter Barron swapping back and forth. There we saw a big move from EO to the outside as he made things work. Petunia, the number 60, had to start from the back of the field but worked his way forward. But it was all pretty smooth sailing for Patrick Flynn, who was able to take victory with no problems at all. Then the battle to the line here at this point. It was Hunter Barron looking like he was going to take it with this decisive move, but E.O. Barron pipping his son right at the line. It was Elliott Barron,
yeah.
Excuse me.
Man, cool races. Look at this. They're coming in 3 wide there. Now, I know that Heather, I think, races a red, but somebody needs to be racing a red car so there can be the red Baron.
Oh, there you go. You got to do it that way. But, all right, folks, we're going to take another quick break here on SpeedTour TV, but stick around with us. We will be back in just a few minutes as we get ready for Groups 6, 8, 10, and 12.
Taking on the challenge, moving ahead. It's about going further, faster. At Customers Bank, we know that great things happen when you combine the best of technology with a deeply human touch. So we offer a wide range of personal, small business, and commercial banking solutions with outstanding personal service, giving you the edge you need to take on tomorrow.
Welcome back to the 2024 NOLA SpeedTour live from New Orleans Motorsports Park. My name is DJ Clark, joined once again up at the commentary booth by Ben Sissel as we get ready for yet another SVRA race. I'll get my words out here eventually. As we get ready for Groups 6, 8, 10, and 12, ready to take to the track. It's time for some good old-fashioned American muscle.
That is the 009 of Renee Tercilla there with Griffin Motorsports all the way down in like southern Florida. Renee is running for a championship here with us in SVRA Group 12. So he's been at every event with us so far this year. And then that's Eric Ritchie in this beautiful 1967 Chevrolet Corvette, the white, red, and blue, Group 6 AP. Both of our Group 6 cars are big block Corvettes. So Joseph Mount is in another Group 12. That's that Dodge Viper ACRX from 2010. So look for that car and Renee Tercilla to really go back and forth. There it is there, that Dodge Viper ACRX, those big 10-cylinder Mopars. And then there's H.D. Woodruff in that blue, number 74, BMW 2002. He was having some vibration issues Friday. It was some transmission linkage issues, but I think they've worked that out. Some of his friends overnighted some parts to him from Texas, I believe, and he's back out there with us. Michael Langley, Group 6 AP, 1973, big block Chevrolet Corvette with a great thumbs up. And then Brian Thomas Hines, I saw him come in under the tow yesterday in a 1989 5-liter engine. I had a 1989 Ford Mustang GT with a 5-liter, just like Vanilla Ice, rolling in his 5.0. But this is NOLA Motorsports Park. Look in the background there from that drone shot. You can see the skyline and the Superdome. That is Will Huxtable splitting there and almost getting hit. It's not like he's not making himself visible. Not sure what happened there.
Not sure either, but thankfully Will's okay as the field makes their way.
He's not okay.
Well,
but he's walking back healthy.
He's healthy. We'll go with that. He's healthy as he is able to make his way back into pit lane here at this point. Everybody working their way along through. Should be a good race here between these fantastic, as we said, American muscle cars and a BMW in there just for good measure.
Yeah, that BMW HD Woodruff, another one of our CVAR competitors, but he kind of picks one big race a year that he and his wife take a vacation and will go. So he's been with us at, I think, Mid-Ohio, maybe Road America, Indy. So it's really cool to see those cars out there. I love the 2002. So for those of you that don't know, B-Sedan, one of our really fun race groups, kind of set up to the Trans Am 2.5 challenge days of the 70s. So the BMW 2002, so the 2002 is basically the 2 is the 2-liter engine, and then the other 2 is 2-door. So that's the BMW 2002, the bubble top of the BMWs. I love the design of those cars.
Yeah, it's that when BMW was very geometric in their designs and the way that they looked, they had that very sort of angular look to them, and always fantastic to be able to see that.
German, so of course they're geometric in their approach and everything.
And everything is absolutely perfect.
Yeah.
And I've got to agree with you what you said earlier about that Corvette. Striking car to begin with. I mean, just an absolutely lovely car, but that number 27, the livery on it in particular, really just accentuates that classic American body design.
Yes, we're high above the Bennett Bridge Hall S's here. The Jannetta of James Rogerson is leading them in the FR race. He had the most laps led, unfortunately. And then there is that white Dodge Viper ACRX of Joseph Mount, Group 12. And for those of you who don't know, Group 6 and 12 are very similar except the years. It's basically a homologation up to 1972 is Group 6. And then that's why the, the 73 fits in there, because the 72 and a 73 Corvette is basically the same. And then anything older than 72 that's still like about over 3 liter is going to be a Group 12 car. So you see a lot of more what I would call modern cars like Rene Tursilla there in that Mustang. That's why that's a Group 12 car. But, you know, you'd be surprised by the performance similarities between some of these Group 6 and Group 12 cars, because really that group, that 67 should have the power with that big block Chevy V8 here as they come to take the green, DJ.
Yeah, it should, but we'll see how it does here at this point as all eyes go to the flag stand at the green. Flag flies from NOLA Motorsports Park. We are racing once more as everyone gets out and underway, and it does indeed look like it's a straight drag race between Ford
He's basically
and Chevrolet.
saying, I had you on the power, but you've got me on the brakes, so take the corner.
Yeah, and he's actually indicating over there to a couple of drivers saying, take the corner, take the corner. I think that was to Joseph Mount in that Dodge Viper that he was saying, you've got it, take it away.
So Rene Tursilla with Griffin Motorsports out of South Florida takes the lead here, running for our Group 12 championship overall. Been with us the last 3 events. Really great car. That's a 2017 Ford FP350S. I believe that was the second car that was factory-built race car that was delivered to a privateer. I think it's car number 2, basically.
Very nice there for him as we watch right now. H.D. Woodruff in that BMW holding on to 4th place, and Michael Lagnay, I think is how we'll go with that pronunciation maybe, works his way along in that Corvette there in the back.
Surely H.D. Woodruff is surprised to be ahead of that Corvette coming into the corner. That Corvette may be taking it a little bit slow, not sure what's happening there, but H.D. Woodruff, you know, really good driver. Something must be happening, maybe missing a gear in that Corvette. It should not be back there.
Yeah, it just looks a little bit off, as I agree with you. It should be able to power by that BMW. Not entirely sure what is going on there with that, but as we take a look right there at Eric Ritchie.
And where'd the Viper go? There it is.
There it is. Okay.
So they're coming through the Bennett Bridge Hall S's. Eric Ritchie in the 1967 Corvette. Sounds like the Viper might have locked up its brakes a little bit. Yes.
Yep. Very much did, and had to gather it back up underneath them there. Hopefully that's nothing too bad, and then that's just a brake lockup. I don't see anything wrong with the car, just from a quick visual look.
Might have something wrong with the race suits, but not the car at this point.
May have been a little bit of what we like to call in the business of a Code Brown moment.
Yes. Those are mean-looking cars, those Vipers.
Oh, they're fantastic. It's one of the regrets that I have is that, you know, that car kind of got phased out right about the time I started driving. And so I never really got to experience them on the road in their full production era.
Yeah, that was a Carroll Shelby of Shelby fame kind of designed car back in the day when he was with Dodge from Ford. And I believe when they came out, they were like 488 horsepower from the factory. Just super. They were like the exotic cars when I was growing up in the early 90s.
Yeah, and they were always the stuff of legend, I think, when I was coming up and through, as were those Corvettes as well. Obviously, that very, very striking design, so very familiar to all of us in the automotive world. High body here with the a roll cage on it and the convertible way. Those cars always, I associate it with NASA. You just associate that car with astronauts. I think it may have just been from watching Apollo 13 around the same time when I was coming of age, but I think of astronauts when I see those particular bodies of Corvettes.
There's the Dodge Viper going through. This is where he was having problems last time on the approach into turn 13. Let's see if he's got it right this time.
Looks like he was able to navigate through the corner cleanly. Ritchie's going to be able to do the same thing. Nice turn in there. Nice and smooth on the hands. I love when you can see drivers that have those kind of brighter gloves to really be able to get a better idea of what it looks like behind the wheel of the car. And you can really see from Ritchie just how smooth he's taking these corners.
Now you can see that little strap at the back there, and you may be wondering what that is. That is actually the tow strap. We are aware of that. Some people will put a tow hook. Some people use a tow strap. But that is in case he does end up in the water in one of these lakes on the side of the track because of the rain or in some dirt. They can put a hook hook on that, and that should be able to take the weight of the car times 2 to pull him out of any kind of like kitty litter or gravel or anything that he may or may not be in.
There's a live look there at H.D. Woodruff in that blue BMW 2002. Little squirrely. We've seen that a couple of times. There's just some fidgety movement coming down the main straightaway. There's a very, very light breeze here, but I'd call it a breeze more than anything else. So it's not wind buffeting.
It's probably, especially these vintage cars. I was surprised to see it in that Pro Formula Mazda, but a lot of times when you get on the brakes, if one just attaches a little bit earlier than the other, you're either going left or right. And some of these Group 6 Corvettes coming into like 10A, 10B at Road Atlanta, coming from full speed to hard on the brakes, when they hit the brakes, every time they're going 2 feet to the left or 2 feet to the right, and it's kind of, they have to guess which way it's going.
Yeah, exactly. You've got to be a little bit careful on it and make sure you're up on the wheel to make sure there are no problems. And that's one of the things we got to remember here, that for a lot of these cars, particularly the BMW, the Corvettes, things like that, we're not dealing with any sort of driver aid on these cars. So you don't have ABS to fall back on. You're not having a whole lot of anything. And so if you jump on the brakes there, it's going to pitch and roll a little bit as those calipers really try to lock on.
BMW 2002s, it's just a funny thing, kind of like the E30s from my day. And just like any kind of car investing, there's like all these cars drop down to a basement, and then they have shot up in price, the BMW 2002s, especially the roundy tail lights. But I love the look of any of these BMW 2002s. And then just 10 years ago, you could buy E30s for, running E30s for $3,500, and good luck today trying to do that.
Yeah, I mean, that is the thing, and that's one of the things about SVRA that I love. One of our slogans on the side of the trailer is, some people collect art, we race it. And that's the truth, that you buy some of these cars, you're able to read the market a little bit. If this is one that's going to be a bit of a collector's item, this is going to become rarer and rarer over the years. If you're able to jump in on that and get that car at the right time, you're going to be able to turn a profit and have a good time with it along the way.
Like a Datsun 510 or any of the B sedans. Like Datsun 510s were basically that era's Nissan Sentra. And if you said to me that a 98 Nissan Sentra is going to be worth $100,000, I'd say you're crazy. But that's what's happened now with some of these Datsun 510s. And those were just the grocery getter economy cars of Nissan Datsun back in the 70s. But because they're so well balanced and so well engineered, they made for some great race cars, similar like the Mini Cooper back in the late 50s, early 60s, as they had no thought or dream of those cars becoming race cars. But then once you drive it, you see how well balanced they are. They're like, oh, this would make a good race car.
Well, as an owner of a modern Mini Cooper, I fully approve of that.
Yeah.
Great little cars.
So what is happening here with Michael in this 1973 Chevrolet Corvette? It looks like everything is still working, but I feel like he's just maybe down on power or maybe missing a second or third gear. I'm not sure what's happening.
Yeah, he looked a little slow off the line there coming out at turn 5, and I'm wondering if maybe that's a second gear issue, if he's having a short shift from first to third. Car looks like it's relatively planted, relatively okay on the brakes. Little bit of a slide there, but nothing that you wouldn't expect from a muscle car.
Great looking car.
Oh, beautiful. The big nose like that, the swept down design, very, very stunning.
Going a little deep there, but hitting the apex. And to me as an MG person, that looks like going deep, but every car has to have a little bit different apex just based on what the car is giving you.
Yeah, and obviously with that front engine rear wheel design, the single back axle there at that point, you're going to have a little bit more of chucking of the car into the corner. You're going to have to be a little bit more aggressive with it than you would necessarily the Formula Vs that we were just watching. You're going to have to really manhandle that car to get it to play. And you also want to use the natural strengths of the car to your own advantage. You want to be on the power as early as possible to try to take advantage of that big motor.
So the big block, is that a 427, a 327? What would be a big block in a Corvette? I know what a big block is in a Ford, but not really what a Corvette. So leave us a comment if you know. Does that make it a 427? I used to have a Cadillac hearse that was a 501. I was like, that's a big block. But I'm not sure what that era of Corvette big block would be. So leave us a comment if you don't know, if you do know.
Yeah, let us know here. Feel free to jump on into our YouTube comment section. We always love to hear from you here at SpeedTour. And so let us know what you're feeling. Let us know who you're rooting for over the course of these races. There's plenty of time left to be able to do that, as we do have some more great racing action for the day. We've got coming up next, we have JS F4, then a little bit of a lunch break, and then, of course, TA2 heads out to the track as we watch Rene Tercella working his way around. Gotta give credit here to Joseph Mount. He's not letting that Mustang run off into the distance.
No, he fell back there at the hard lockup at turn 13, but that was early on, and now that V10 coming against this V8 of the American Muscle, he has the advantage up until about now, and now Rene Tercella does, but not too much. You wouldn't call either one of these cars super nimble.
No, once again, these classes are dealing with a lot of that muscle car, that heavy weight about it. And, the single state rear axle as well. So it's a completely different driving style than anything else you would imagine. That locked rear suspension going to be a little bit different in the way that it runs. And so you've got to kind of know how to balance the car, how to make the car work a little bit more. And you've got to be a little bit more aggressive with it, as we said earlier.
I love the look of these cars that they kind of came out, I believe, 2005 with the kind of retro-looking car, and this car kind of, if you took a 67 Mustang Fastback in this car, you could see the evolution to that. You know, they really took a departure there in the 70s with the gas prices, with those what I'd call pretty ugly Mustang 2s.
Yep.
You know, and in the 90s, even the one that I had, you know, it kind of made the Mustang 2 better with the Fox bodies and everything, but still it didn't look like a Mustang. Now these new cars do kind of resemble the Mustangs from the 60s and early 70s.
They very much do. And I remember, you know, Ben, when that new design of the Mustang first came out, and I was in high school at the time, which ages me, but I remember the groundswell of excitement about it, because it was the first time really in my, you know, adolescence that a new car had been put out that people got excited about.
Yeah.
That really captured that sort of essence from the 60s and 70s about the new Corvettes and the new Camaros and the new Mustangs and all of that. It was the first time that really happened and grabbed the general public, not just the car culture.
No, that was cool. I love that. And now, look at this. Joseph Mount is now a half a second on Rene Tercella, and that's the last 3 laps. He's put a half a second. So by the time 3 or 4 laps from now, they should be about side by side.
Well, this could be a very interesting battle here. Dodge versus Ford, obviously. We'll have to see if Mount is able to keep up that pace over the course of the running. He's not quite within visual range coming out of turn 5 right now, but he's certainly starting to close in, as you said, 0.5 of a second. Nothing to shake a stick at.
Dodge Viper is one of those cars that were at the basement of their values, and there's enough people my age that grew up loving those cars in the 90s that now, if you can find a running Dodge Viper, that would probably be a pretty good investment.
Yeah, certainly would, and I think, you know, they are a rare breed. The big displacement, the multiple cylinders that they put in it, it's a product of its time, most certainly in the way that it is designed and run, but they are just striking machines, and they go like nobody's business.
Yeah. Okay, so we're going to see how he does coming out of the Mission Foods complex. Every time we get this shot coming down through the Cube 3 turn 1, he's getting closer and closer. So here we go. He's now closer, even because when he was back there the last time, Rene had already crossed the start-finish line. So it looks like he's another half second. So he's catching up by a half second each lap. I believe we have white flag next time by.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know how much time he's going to have to be able to close it back in. Eric Ritchie here on your screen, by the way, in that white, red, and blue Chevrolet Corvette. working his way along, and oh, such a beautiful noise out of that car.
And if you're wondering, that AP is like advanced production, meaning that's a Group 6 AP car from back in the day, the rules of the SCCA. That means it's basically a big block Corvette, and then a B production would be the small block Corvette, I believe a 350. And then Trans Am rules back from 66 to 72 is it had to be a 305 cubic, 305 displacement. So like Ford was a 302, I think Chevy was a 305, and I believe they strokered a Mopar engine to be like a 304 or something like that, so that they could all race within that same displacement, putting, you know, basically all these car manufacturers on the map back in the day.
Yeah, I mean, and that's why this is, when we talk about Trans Am, it's America's road racing series. There's so much history of those type of manufacturers coming into the series, putting that forward, and being able to make a name for themselves in road racing.
So I saw that he had L88 on his license plate, so that is the engine, but I'm still, that doesn't mean it's an 8.8 liter. That'd be like a train engine. So leave us a comment. We still don't have any comments from our experts of what was a Chevy Corvette from back in the day. What was the displacement of the big blocks? So we should be seeing that Viper about now if he's still making that same. There it is.
I think he lost some time there on that last lap. He looked a little slow coming out of Mission Foods turn 16, but the white flag is in the air.
Or maybe somebody in pit lane for Renee is like, he's catching up. But yeah. So he's lost 2 seconds there.
Yeah, Joseph had a little bit of a problem. It looks like Tercella was able to run a 1:58.814, whereas Joseph Mount ran a 2 minutes flat.
Jim Farley, the CEO of Ford, who races with SVRA and a big vintage racer, huge motorsports enthusiast himself. You know, it's cool to see him out here in the paddock with us, and that's his vacation. You know, so he spends his vacation out here racing with us, or he does the Monterey Historics. I think he was just over in Goodwood racing a Ford a couple of weeks ago, so it's cool to see. And these are kind of the new iterations of the Fords, because he used to run the motorsports department of Ford, so he would have been over this car here.
Well, and you love to see that. That's the kind of person you want running a company like Ford. You want somebody that has that motorsports background, that has that racing pedigree to them, because racing informs good cars, and good cars inform racing. It's a symbiotic relationship.
So this is Renee Tercella running really smooth here through the Bennett Bridge Hall S's at NOLA Motorsports Park for the NOLA SpeedTour. A really fun event here, great weather. This is the time to come to New Orleans. We've been here in the fall, and the mosquitoes get real bad at night in the fall. This is the time to come. It's, you know, if we could order this kind of weather for every race weekend, we would be set.
Oh, it'd be fantastic. It'd be utterly fantastic. But right now, it is also fantastic for the 009 of Renee Tercella as he comes out of the final corner here at this point. Renee coming to the stripe right now in that Ford Mustang, carrying on winning pedigree and taking victory here at NOLA Motorsports Park. Joseph Mount put in a good run there at the end, but just looked like he faded a little bit to come on P2 in that Dodge Viper.
That's 27 of Ritchie, Eric Ritchie, doing really well here. 1967 Chevrolet Corvette. Is the 67, that's the last year of that body style, right? Which I believe is the C2 body style. Then they went to the C3, the more like that style there of Michael.
Yeah, I believe that's right, although my Corvette history is not perfectly up to par.
I'm from St. Louis. I should know Corvette history, but I just don't.
Everybody's got a knowledge gap here and there. Last couple of drivers coming across the stripe right now, as it will be Renee Tercella able to take victory over Joseph Mount, Eric Ritchie, H.D. Woodruff, and Michael Langlanay able to round out your top orders. Sounds like we're getting ready to head over to highlights here of what was a pretty straightforward race, but some great sounds and some great racing nonetheless. It was a good start here off the drop of the green flag, but it was Rene Tercella that was able to absolutely pound away and bring his way forward. We thought there was going to be a little bit of a challenge from Joseph Mount in that number 53. H.D. Woodruff carrying on a good run behind here at this point, and the beautiful car of Michael Langlanet doing a good job to hold up the back of the pack. Eric Ritchie just motoring around here at this point. A couple of little bobbles here, but able to keep it together. A lockup early for Joseph Mount meant that he couldn't really apply any pressure to the back of Tercella, and it was Tercella at the end of the day that was able to take victory over Mount and Ritchie. And there, as we take a look at that final finishing order, final gap between Mount and Tercella was about 2.5 seconds. There we see the rest of everyone. Well, all right, everybody, we're going to take another quick break here on SpeedTour TV, but stick with us because we've got JS F4 coming up at approximately 10:20 Central Time.
Returns to Sonoma Raceway April 19th through the 21st, featuring the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli Western Championship, the Sportscar Vintage Racing Association, Historic Trans Am, the Toyo Tire 2.5 Challenge, PSSA, International GT, and Saturday you can take part in the Haggerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show. You do not want to miss the Sonoma Speed Tour April 19th through the 21st. For tickets, simply go to speedtour.net.
Welcome to NOLA Motorsports Park, as this is the finale for the Formula Regional Americas Championship, powered by Honda for the weekend. Hi, I'm John Phippen, speaking to you from the commentary booth overlooking this beautiful racetrack, and we're getting ready to send these drivers out for the, I said Formula Regional Americas. Let's start that all over again. Hi, everybody. I'm John Phippen, talking to you from NOLA Motorsports Park as the the brand new Ligier JS F4 Series is about to have its final race of the weekend. We've had two exciting races for these drivers coming up into this weekend, and this is a great opportunity for these drivers to shall we say, strut their stuff here in front of the crowd. I'm joined in the commentary booth by Landon Matriano Lim. Landon is a driver in the Formula Regional Americas Series. And Landon, you've had a challenging weekend so far, but
Absolutely.
You got one more race to go.
Yes, definitely not the way we wanted to go for a home race. But we've got ourselves in a better position than we've been in all weekend for the final race of the weekend. And we'll be starting P7, so best starting position yet.
Yep.
And looking to get all the bad out of the way in those first 2 races. Like I said, not how we wanted it to go, but we are working on it.
Exactly right. And these cars are on their way out behind the safety car on their formation lap. Let's introduce the 13's car starting grid, as we have one car missing because they weren't able to make some repairs. Starting alone in row 7 is the number 1 of Jake Pollock out of San Antonio, Texas, for Jensen. On the outside of row 6, the 49 of Harbor Das out of Solon, Ohio, for Berg DMG Racing. Next to him is the number 24 of the Australian, one of 2 Australians in the field, Daniel Quimby out of Sydney, Australia. Daniel drives for the Atlantic Racing Team. In row 5 on the outside, car number 2, Parker Wallen. He shared the commentary booth with me yesterday from Medina, Minnesota for Jensen. Next to him, the 72 of Jacob Lauter out of Edmond, Oklahoma for the IGY6 Motorsports Team. In row 4 on the outside, car 28 is Drew Such out of St. Charles, Illinois for Such Racing. Next to him, the other Australian, the number 95 of Brad Majman out of Caulfield, South Australia for Crosslink Kiwi. In row 3, car number 44 is Pablo Benitez Jr. out of Port Orange, Florida. Although Pablo makes his home in Santiago, that's Nicholas. Anyway, Pablo is the son of the team principal at Scuderia Buell, Pablo Benitez Sr. Next to him, the 83 of Christopher Parrish, the other driver from IGY6. He makes his home in Terrell, Texas. In row number 2 on the outside, the 25 of Teddy Musella, a winner already this weekend out of Orlando, Florida for Scuderia Buell. Next to him, the 45 of Bacon Zelinka. He's been on the podium once already this weekend as well for Crosslink Kiwi. On the front row, car 29, Kekai Hawanio broke through for a win in the last round. Hawanio out of Plant City, Florida for Crosslink Kiwi, and your pole sitter. She shared the commentary booth with me earlier today, the number 6 of Maite Casaras from Miami, Florida. She is also from Punta del Este in Uruguay. But Maite takes the pole position on the strength of the fastest lap turned in the last race. And she has been on the podium twice, and she's being celebrated this weekend. She's the first female driver to finish on the podium in one of our races since we started in 2016. So we are expecting big things out of Maite. And she almost had her first win in the race yesterday, but had a mistake on the penultimate lap that cost her that opportunity. But she's starting from the front, so we'll see how that's going to shake out as they work their way around behind the new Janetta safety car. James Rogerson at the wheel. As you can see, the car is working through the final turn, the Mission Foods turn 16, as the driver's still doing a little weaving, getting temperature into these tires. Landon, this is a new tire compound this year. As we're going to do a second pace lap, it appears. This is a new tire compound this year, and it's a little softer than the compound it replaces. Has that been a challenge for you guys?
So I didn't get too much experience on the tire prior, but it definitely has made a big change, and I've heard from some of the drivers in the rest of the field that have been doing this and got used to the old tire. They're having a lot of problems with tire wear throughout just the one race.
Yeah.
So it's huge strategy-wise. There's a lot more importance going on there. And as well, throughout the race, you have to make sure you've saved those tires. You're very consistent and smooth in your laps. You don't want to shred them at the start.
Yep.
So it makes every bit of driving more important.
Yeah, obviously you're making the step up from the F4 car to the Formula Regional Americas car. The reason for the second safety lap is we've got a slow car at the back of the field. So one of the teams having a problem. That appears to be...
Is it the number 40?
40, I think, although we don't have a 49 maybe. That might be Harbor Das. We'll sort it out. So that's the reason for the second lap behind the safety car before we line up for the Formula One style standing start. Field up in turn number 6 right now.
It does seem that the car made it all the way into the pits. So it might be the start this time by.
That's a good thing. Hopefully we'll be able to get the start going this time. After 2 rounds of competition, the second race just went final early this morning. Teddy Musella is the points leader for Scuderia Buell. as he has a win and a second place so far in the competition. Maite Caceres, the Uruguayan for International Motorsport, is second in the points. She's also a two-time podium finisher. Bacon Zelenka, on the strength of a third and fourth, is third in the points championship for Crosslink Kiwi. And his teammate Kekai Hawanio in the 29 is currently fourth. Fifth is Brad Majman, also for Crosslink Kiwi. Christopher Parrish, Pablo Benitez Jr., Drew Such, Jacob Lauter, Parker Wallen, and Jake Pollock are the remaining drivers that have scored so far in this two-race season.
And it seems that the safety car has pulled off the track with another car going into the pits.
Yeah, so it looks like we have two cars who may be in trouble. We'll sort it out as they come through and begin to get set up here on the front straightaway. This is a brand new race series, the Ligier JS F4 Series. This is an opportunity for the first generation F4 car, which has served us well since the series began in 2016, to have some additional life. Tony Pirelli from PMH Motorsports Holdings decided to make this offering to drivers now as young as 14 years of age, which is under the minimum for the FIA-sanctioned F4 Championship, which will debut at our next race meeting at Road America in about a month's time. And the field is set, waiting for the light sequence to begin. 5 red lights lighting up in 1 second intervals, and then a random amount of time expires and the lights go out. Good shot. Grid is set. Those 2 green lights indicate that we're good to go. Here come the lights. The revs come up on these power plants, and we are away. Maite Caceres immediately across in front of the 29 of Kekai Hawanio, and lining up right behind them is Bacon Zelenka. Now Hawanio dives to the inside. Maite's going to try to hang with him on the outside as they go through turn number 1, 2 abreast. Hawanio with a nose in front, but Maite is right there. Bacon Zelenka in third as they work their way out of turn 2 down into turn 3, the first of 2 180-degree horseshoe turns back to back here. Maite hanging on, but a good start for the 25 of Teddy Musella, already a winner and a podium finisher in the second race this weekend, and Teddy moves up into second. So Maite finds herself dropped back to third. She's got plenty of time to go, so we'll see how that sorts out. Oh, Maite tries to make a repass there at turn number 5, but thinks better of it. Falls back in single file. Lots of racing left to go for Maite Caceres, the youngster from Punta del Este, Uruguay, as she holds off the field. As getting away at the front is Kekai Hawanio. Kekai had a not the best race the first round of racing, as he had problems and did not score points in the first round, but came back with a vengeance in race number 2, taking the win. So we'll see how he can hold up as we continue. There is the 83 car of Christopher Parrish just behind Bacon Zelenka. Christopher Parrish from the local IGY6 team, currently in the 5th position, then a little bit of a gap behind him to Brad Majman in the 95 as they make their way through the Mission Foods turn 16 and on to the front straightaway to complete the first racing lap. And we made it all the way through the first lap. Yay! Good way to get started. See some 3-wide racing there at the back. Jake Pollock, Jacob Lauter, and Pablo Benitez down to the inside. You can see the 24 car of Daniel Quimby trying to make a move on his countryman, the 95 of Brad Majman, as the 2 Australians duking it out. That would be for 6th and 7th. Good look at the 28 car of Drew Such. Drew's had points in a couple races so far this weekend, so a good start for that single car team in this brand new championship. It does look like Pablo Benitez Jr. has been able to work his way around those top 2 cars, so Benitez now up into the points paying positions in 10th. Teddy Musella sets the fastest lap of the race from 2nd position with a 1:48.874 on race lap number 1. Good look at the 24 of Daniel Quimby. The Australian Carter making the move into open wheels last year. He did a partial season, started in the F4 championship, and then moved up to FR about halfway through with a team change. And Daniel's looking strong here. Just in front of Teddy Musella in that red number 25 for Scuderia Buell. Quimby part of the...
There's a lot of pressure on first.
Yeah,
on that battle for first now, so everything's going real hard. It seems like there's a lot of action on that first lap with Christopher Parrish as well, dropping wheels off on the main straight and coming out of turn 4. So interesting to see how his start's been going. And there you go, side by side into turn 1, the two leaders. So we'll have to see who comes out on top here. This will be very interesting. There might be a change of the lead.
Yeah, Teddy Musella is going to try to ride it around the outside. Took the long way around at turn 1 and makes it stick. So Teddy Musella retakes the lead. He's a winner already this weekend, as is Kekai Hawanio, the second place runner. So those two duking it out at the front. Maite Casares there in the third spot, just biding her time, making it ready. Landon, we were talking in the pre-race off mic about this new tire compound that Hankook has brought to the series this season for both championships. It's a little softer than the compound we used before, and that makes this third race really critical for these drivers, because you got to manage how you're going to allocate those two sets of tires that you've got to work with all weekend long.
Absolutely. I saw a bunch of drivers on the previous race were doing all 4 news. So I don't think anyone has any new sets left for this last race, so it should be very, very interesting.
Yeah, so, you might start out strong with a used set, but then they start going away as the race wears on. We stayed green all the way through, and that's exactly what we want to see with 25 minutes of racing left to go. Both of our classes of racing here this weekend, the Formula Regional Americas class, which of course Landon races in, and the new Ligier JS F4 Series, have been blotched a bit, but we've had some red flags and lots of time behind the safety car. But we are looking to put that right here in this final race of the weekend. Teddy Musella trying to stretch his lead over Kekai Hawanio. Maite Casares, they've pulled away just a bit from Christopher Parrish, with Bacon Zelenka just behind him. Then the 24 of Daniel Quimby. And then right behind Quimby, a bit of a squabble. Pablo Benitez continues his charge. Yes, there's the 95 of Brad Majman, then Drew Such, then Parker Wallen, with Benitez getting around Wallen just as they made the run off of Mission Foods turn 16. As we watch Drew Such in that single car team, and there goes Pablo Benitez getting around Such. Such is going to try to do the over-under here at the exit of turn 3, but Benitez has just a little too much momentum, and he'll be able to solidify his hold on that spot. Benitez started in 6th position and dropped back at the start, and now he's gradually working his way forward. As we watch Maite Casares, the third place runner.
Seems like she's got quite the pace. She seems to be catching Kekai.
Yeah.
So it's very interesting to see the lead stretch away. I was wondering if they were going to battle a bit and give the third place a better chance to catch up.
Yeah. These three clearly the class of the field, as they've opened up a gap over fourth place running Christopher Parrish. At the line, it was about 2 seconds. The top three are pretty much evenly spaced, about 3/4 of a second first to second, and about half a second second to third. So Maite Casares maybe biding her time here, trying to preserve the tires. She was very strong late in the race yesterday, and actually, like I said, overtook the then leader, which was Kekai Hawanio, overtook him on the penultimate lap and looked to be on her way to her first victory, but made a slight mistake down at turn 16 and fell back to third. As this battle between Bacon Zelenka and the 83 of Christopher Parrish is a dandy, as is the intramural squabble between the two Australians, Daniel Quimby and Brad Majman. We stick with that battle. That's for 6th and 7th. Again, the top 10 score points. There are no points for leading the most laps or qualifying on the pole. It's strictly finishing order, and we use the FIA standard point system with 25 for the win, 18 for second, 15 for third, all the way down to a single point for 10th place. Bacon Zelenka.
You can really see him working at the wheel.
Yeah,
working those tires. I wonder if they're starting to fall off any.
I'm thinking so. We're only working on race lap number 5 here. And again, these tires are going to be the oldest of the weekend. Certainly, I can't imagine anybody saved a new set for this race, so everybody's on old tires. It's just a question of how much life is left in these Hankook tires. The Hankooks heretofore have had a slightly more conservative tire compound, and there was still plenty of tire strategy, especially for a 3-race weekend, as most of our weekends are. But with this softer compound, it makes it a little more of a challenge, and the drivers have to be on their toes to extract the most of it as those tires begin to go away. It's been really gratifying to see the success that the IGY6 team has had here this weekend. They started out years ago as a single car team with just Hayden Bowlesby driving for his father's team, and they've gradually added cars in the FR Series as well as in the F4 Championship. And it's great to see that locally based team in Folsom, Louisiana beginning to pay benefits. Hayden Bowlesby finished on the podium in the last race. Daniel Quimby, the Australian, a real karting phenom. He's got a bit of a star in the karting ranks in his Australian homeland. Bacon Zelenka moving on as now a teammate with you on the Crosslink Kiwi stable. He was in a single car team, a self-funded team a year ago, just as you were. And we already talked about the advantages you have to be with a big team like Crosslink Kiwi. They've got, I think, 13 cars here this weekend. Absolutely, between the two championships. That's got to pay big benefits. Yeah, we've been running a lot, and it's really good to be with such a big team to see not only the data references we get, but all of the video, everything we have detail, not just from yourself. Mm-hmm. You're bettering yourself, but it's always good to see the top runners. Sure. And we're up there with the top runners on our team, so it's really good learning developmentally, and that's exactly where I'm at, is developing. So it couldn't be better with this team. Yeah, exactly right. And obviously the engineering support is unparalleled. They've won team championships for many, many years, and so clearly some of the best engineering minds in the sport on that team. So, I mean, since the cars are all equal, it's down to the skill of the driver and the skill of the team to extract the most out of this combination that you've got to work with. Kekai staying right with Teddy Musella. In fact, he's closed the gap down to under a second. It's about 0.8 at the line this time by. The closest battle on the racetrack is the one between Christopher Parrish and Bacon Zelenka. But a little further back, Pablo Benitez continues his charge toward the front. He's only half a second behind Brad Majman now, as Majman has fallen off the battle with his countryman Daniel Quimby by just about a second and a half. So Benitez is the mover here. It does seem like there's a couple of good battles out there, and there's a lot of switching back, and I see a lot of defensive moves, especially from Christopher Parrish and Bacon Zelenka going at it for that 4th place. So there's still plenty of action with this back crowd here, and it does seem that the top 3 have spaced out quite a bit. But pace will change throughout the race, there's no doubt about that, as the tires do. Great to see these beautiful drone shots as we see the Christopher Parrish, Bacon Zelenka, and Daniel Quimby battle. And then right behind them, Majman and Benitez. Benitez in the red car, the second of the two. You can see that Maite falling off the pace just a little bit in third with Kekai and Teddy Musella. Teddy Musella, the youngest driver in the field. He is 14 years of age. And kicked off his campaign with a bang, with a win in his first race. And backed that up with a good finish in race number 2 as well, on the podium twice now. As we see the leaders cross the line to complete race lap number 7. And then we turn our attention back to this battle with Christopher Parrish. It's now a 3-way battle as Daniel Quimby has caught up to the back of Bacon Zelenka. And then the 2-way battle we talked about behind them between Majman and Benitez. They're going to go side by side around turn 2, so that might give Quimby the opportunity if both of these guys don't get a good exit coming out of 3. Indeed, as Bacon trying to make the move. And they both go wide coming out of 3, and just like that, it is Quimby ahead. But Bacon does have the inside line for turn 4, so can he make it work? And he does. That's a carbon copy. That's a carbon copy of the move that Patrick Woods-Toth made in your race. He did it at that same corner. As the guys were battling side by side, he was third in line and managed to get himself to the front. He was able to stretch away and take the victory from there.
Absolutely, and it looks like it was Parrish that did lose out there completely, losing both positions. That is the trouble with battling. You have to pick your fights. You have to pick when to do it. Yep. And when there's a faster guy catching up to you after battling for a couple laps, you guys need to work together and get away from him first.
And Christopher Parrish is battling right back as he is all over the back of Daniel Quimby. See if he can retake that position. But he's lost just a little bit of momentum through the S's, perhaps a little too aggressive in the early part.
Oh, it looks like there's a spinner, and they just Bacon Zelenka.
Yeah, Bacon goes around in the 45 car, spinning out of that 5th spot. But he gets it back under power, under his own power, so that's good to see. Meanwhile, back at the front with all of this shuffling behind us, Musella and Juanio continue to lead 1 and 2. Maite Caceres still within striking distance, 1.4. But a great race there between Daniel Quimby. Christopher Parrish now back up into 5th spot. Brad Majman and Pablo Benitez inheriting 6th and 7th after .95 of Brad Majman.
And it seems like they're actually catching Christopher Parrish for Majman, and who is it in that battle?
Got a replay of Bacon Zelenka going around. And there he is. You can see Bacon coming out of the S's, heading toward turn 13, and clips a little too much curb, and around it goes. Just as he got that done, but fortunately he was able to get the car refired. That's all good. The battle at the front is a dandy. Kekai Hauanio now the aggressor, as Teddy Musella looks like he may be struggling a bit on his tires. And look at Maite Caceres. She has caught up with this group. It's a 3-way battle at the front.
This is exactly what they needed. It seems like there's also a 3-way battle going around turn 14 carousel. I believe that's the fight for 5th and 6th.
5th, 6th, and 7th. Yeah, exactly right.
Looks like coming across the line, Kekai Hauanio does have the draft.
We'll see if Hauanio can pop to the inside. He's going to try to go around the outside. Majman looking in his mirrors to see where he is. Maite is right there to pick up the pieces if these two come together. Majman goes just a little wide at the exit of turn 2 as they make the run down toward turn number 3. Musella with the advantage. Oh, he gets a little squirrely under braking. Definitely grip going away from that lead car, the 25. Hauanio a little better line through turn 3, now into turn 4, and there goes Maite. Just as I was bragging on Hauanio, he goes wide, and Maite's able to take that spot. Hauanio's going to try to fight back. Maite's going to crowd him just a little bit, but then gives him racing room. They're side by side through turn number 5. Maite's a little wide. Now they come into turn 6, a very tricky turn. And she does the mature thing. She backs out of the throttle. She could have forced it there and could have potentially taken them both out.
Absolutely. So she did what she needed to do there to pull back behind him and not mess up both of their runs all through the S's and let the leader get away.
Yeah, we're just barely past half distance, so she realizes, as all of these drivers should, we've got a lot of racing left to go. So survive to take another day here, as it were, as they work their way through the S's down toward turn 13. That sharp 90-degree right-hander leads into this combination of 14, 15, 16, which leads onto the longest straightaway. We'll get a replay on that overtake. There is our leader, Teddy Musella. And there goes Kekai going wide, but he keeps the momentum up in that car. Maite tried to encourage him to stay where he was, but Kekai stuffed it down in there. That was a pretty aggressive move on his part. Maite had to go wide to avoid, but they both did a good job at keeping the car on the racetrack. But I definitely think Kekai may be struggling a bit. Here goes Maite. She's going to try to take that pass back as she goes side by side down into turn 3 on this lap. She's going to try to hang in there.
Oh, and
there was a little contact. Yeah, a little wheel-to-wheel contact. I won't play race director. We'll let the stewards sort that one out, but that is not exactly what we like to see. But they both survived it.
They did. We'll just have to see if there's now a puncture, because that is exactly what happened to me in those other races. So we'll have to see how that goes for these guys later on in the lap, if there's a significant drop in the pace. And we're back to the battle of 6th and 7th still going on.
Brad Moshman and Pablo Benitez. Benitez has just not been able to find. Oh, he's got that side pod loose again. That's been a problem for the 44 car of Benitez. In the first race, he had side-to-side contact with another car, and the side pod got damaged, and the radiator came loose from its moorings, and that's happened again. This happened to him. Yeah, this happened to him again. That's the exact same thing.
Same thing yesterday in yesterday's race. So we'll have to see. Matchman has to defend going into that corner. Will he get a run? He will not.
Yeah, that is certainly not going to be a good thing. It's going to be tough for Benitez to finish this one, because if that radiator comes loose, obviously the coolant's out of the engine and his day is done. But to say nothing of the aerodynamic disadvantage of that big radiator flopping out to the outside, and there's some body damage on. Is that Christopher Parrish?
It looks like Christopher Parrish has either his side pod or his engine cover coming off right now off the top of it.
Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah,
let's hope that does not come off and come into one of these other cars.
Yeah, that engine cover has come loose. Exactly right. As it's come loose on the right-hand side and is now flopping in the breeze. As, Pablo is off the pace here in the 44 car. I think he is probably seeing some overheating, because obviously with that radiator out the way it is, it's not ducted properly. And, unfortunately it's not.
And there goes the engine cover of Christopher Parrish in turn 3.
Yeah, that pops off the car, and he'll be able to run with that gone. But that piece of debris, the corner stations will show the debris flag to the drivers to let them know that there's some debris on the racetrack. And if it's deemed to be in a hazardous position, we may go full course yellow here. That'll be a decision by our race director, Scott Goodyear. But the 28 of Drew Such now, with Bacon Zelenka behind him. Bacon in recovery mode after that unforced error down into turn 13.
Pablo Benitez as well has fallen significantly off the pace. He's getting out of everyone's way and making sure to get that car back to the grid.
Majman now up into 6th position, as he has gotten the pass done on Christopher Parrish. Parrish had that 5th spot coming into this last lap, as Bacon Zelenka chasing Drew Such now in the battle for 8th. Bacon's been in the top 4 in both races so far, but he has dropped back to 9th, but is in a pretty good recovery mode here. Majman all by himself in 5th. Drew Such now coming under pressure. I think Such's tires are going away in the 28 car, so Bacon is in a position to try to make the move. He pops to the inside at turn 1. Pretty classic overtaking maneuver. Such tries to stay there. Bacon does a good job of avoiding contact into turn number 2. We'll see what he can do here at turn 3 as they come down into that 3rd turn. Bacon's going to try to go around the outside. That'll set him up well for turn 4. But Drew drifts a little bit wide. Bacon's going to try to stuff it in there at turn 4, and he does. And Drew does a good job of conceding the corner, because I think he saw it's kind of inevitable as his grip seems to be going away just a bit. So Bacon Zelenka picks up another spot up into 6th now. We haven't talked much about Parker Wallen in the 2 car for Jensen. He's just behind this battle in 8th spot. And his teammate Jake Pollock in 9th. Christopher Parrish with the missing engine cover still in the points, holding on to 10th. Here's the battle at the front, as Teddy Musella trying to hold off Kekai Hawanio. Maite Casares is backed off once again, just to let these two battle it out a bit, but she is right there to pounce.
That is absolutely the best way to go for her situation right now. Just like it did before, she could most easily overtake these two as they battle side by side, make sure she gets a good exit, and there's first.
Across the line they come. As we've completed 13 racing laps, we've got about 7 minutes of racing left to go. There goes Hawanio down to the inside, going to try to make the pass into turn 1, and does. So Teddy Musella has to give up that first spot. Maite right there behind Musella as they work their way down to turn 3. Kekai making that car wide as Musella thought about going to the inside. Now he's going to try to go around the outside. There goes Maite. She might get them both again. That's a very popular move here. Side by side, Kekai will have the inside line. Maite's going to try to follow him through as Teddy Musella has to give way. So Kekai Halanino takes the lead for the first time.
Right as the caution comes out, so we'll have to see where that caution was and what's happening here.
Yeah, so far we don't know why, as Teddy Musella takes that spot back, and it may be that Kekai got a radio message that he has to give that spot back because the yellow had come out. If you pass under the yellow, obviously it has to be reversed. So the safety car pulling out of pit lane, going to pick up the field for the first time. We've had 23 minutes of good, clean racing. Plenty of action on the racetrack, but there's Pablo Benitez, wounded machine, with that side pod popping loose again. And unfortunately that allows the radiator to flop loose, and I'm sure that car was overheating, and that's the reason he had to bring it into the paddock.
Oh, absolutely, and that's nothing you want to mess with, because that's the easiest way to destroy the engine, and that's the last thing you want to replace on the weekend.
Exactly right. That's exactly right. So we'll catch our breath here just a bit as the leaders working their way onto the straightaway. We'll get everybody past start-finish, and we can recap the running order as we await the resolution of the reason for the safety car. You can see one of the safety vehicles on the way toward turn 4 to pick up the stranded car. Teddy Musella is your leader. Kekai Halanio and Maite Casaras second and third. Let's take a quick break while we have this safety car period to thank the sponsors that make the broadcast possible here on SpeedTour TV.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
The Sonoma SpeedTour returns to Sonoma Raceway April 19th through the 21st, featuring the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli Western Championship, the Sportscar Vintage Racing Association, Historic Trans Am, the Toyo Tire 2.5 Challenge, PSSA, International GT, and Saturday you can take part in the Hagerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show. You do not want to miss the Sonoma SpeedTour April 19th through the 21st. For tickets, simply go to speedtour.net.
Welcome back to NOLA Motorsports Park, and we're setting up for an exciting conclusion of this one as we've had a late safety car period. We understand we had a stranded car down at turn number 4. I can see the safety car coming, or the track vehicle coming back counter race. So it looks like the incident has been cleared, and yes, the lights are out on the safety car. We're going to go green this time by. It's going to be about a 3-minute shootout, so probably 2 laps. Teddy Musella, Kekai Halanio, Maite Casaras, Daniel Quimby up to 4th, Brad Majman 5th, as the 2 Australians continue their intramural battle. Bacon Zelenka in recovery mode up into 6th spot. Drew Such, Parker Wallen, Jake Pollock, and Christopher Parrish in the points. Here we go.
On this huge move on the restart from Brad Majman, diving in, joining in the battle for 3rd place. But first and second go side by side into turn 1 once again.
Daniel Quimby battling with with Maite Casaras for 3rd. Meanwhile, the battle at the front between Teddy Musella and Kekai Halanio picks up right where it left off.
It seemed like Quimby might have had some damage on that front wing. We'll have to see as he comes back around on the next shot. And it seems like there's a lot of cars going wide, so there's some moves being made, and the battle for lead, it does come out of turn 4 with Musella on top.
And now Majman gets the move done as he moves around Quimby, and he's right on the tail of Maite Casaras up in front. The battle for the lead continues as Joaquinillo goes a little bit wide there at turn 6. Oh, they come through turn number 7, making the run.
I cannot believe they came through there with no contact.
Oh, yeah, no kidding. Great bit of driving for both of these drivers. Here comes Joaquinillo getting a run as they come into the S's. He'll have a nose ahead as they come through turn number 9. Now into 10. Musella retakes the advantage. There's Casares right on their tail. And not too far back is Brad Moshman in the 95. Then Daniel Quimby, then Bacon Zelinka. As we've got a 6-car train here coming to the white flag, I'm guessing. I don't see the starter displaying it just yet. But with about a minute and a half left, we should see the white flag this time by. They're down in Mission Foods turn 16.
There is damage on Quimby's nose. It seems like that wing is barely hanging on, and he's dropping a lot of places fast.
Yeah, in an earlier race, he climbed up the back of another car coming to a restart and knocked the front wing off. So here we go. Joaquinillo going to try to go around the outside. You can see Teddy Musella checking his mirrors. He's going to try to force him to go the long way around. Into the first turn they go. No change. Maite Casares right there to challenge. Brad Moshman not that far back. Teddy Musella, you can see his head's on a swivel, checking the mirrors left and right. Where are they? Where are they coming? Maite's going to try to go around the outside of Joaquinillo. Diving to the inside is Moshman. What a great move. He's going to get Joaquinillo for second, perhaps. Maite battling there for third and fourth. There's Bacon Zelinka, Daniel Quimby, and all from out of nowhere, Jake Pollock is part of this battle with Drew Such right there as well. Joaquinillo with the lead. In front of Maite, but then Moshman up into second, it looks like. Car goes wide and drops a little bit of, kicks a little bit of dust up as look at Bacon Zelinka going side by side with Maite Casares, I believe. Yes, that's it. Maite, unfortunately, dropping back just a bit. But Teddy Musella out in front and stretching his advantage over Moshman. It is Musella at the front, then Moshman, then Joaquinillo, then Bacon Zelinka. What a great recovery drive for Bacon. You can see the damaged wing on Daniel Quimby. He's a bit of a rolling chicane right now as they go through 14. He's going to try to hang on to that spot. But Musella looks to be on his way to his second win on the weekend as they make the run toward the checkered flag. Brad Moshman up to second. What a great restart he had. He saved some tires for the end. It's going to be Musella, Moshman, and Joaquinillo in that order, with Bacon Zelinka fourth, Daniel Quimby in fifth with the damaged wing, Drew Such across the line in sixth, Maite Casares unfortunately fell all the way back to seventh, Christopher Parrish in eighth, Jake Pollock in ninth, and Parker Wallen taking 10th. So 9th and 10th for the team from Jensen. But Teddy Musella had all sorts of challenges thrown at him from both sides throughout the course of the race, but he managed to have it in front when it counted. Kekai Joaquinillo will have to be satisfied with a third place spot, but how about Brad Moshman? He was almost nowhere on the restart, back in fifth and sixth place, but in the final two laps, he took it all the way up to second. I think with another lap, he might have had a chance to go for the win.
Absolutely. He was making some moves and watched everyone go wide in turn 3, and that was just the gap that he needed. Right opportunity up the inside, and he was clear of everybody.
Exactly right. We're going to break for lunch at this point, and I'm going to make my way down to the podium to interview our top three. So we'll say goodbye to the stream for just this brief time, and we will be back with you after the lunch break with the finale of the weekend for the Formula Regional Americas Championship. They'll be on at 2 o'clock. Kekai Joaquinillo will be my commentator on that weekend. I'll be curious to see his reaction to how this race went.
Absolutely. It'll be great to get input from him, and I will be out there for the finale of the weekend, P7, so we'll have to see how it goes.
Good
Home
luck,
race.
Bandit. Here's your rundown. Teddy Musella, Brad Moshman, Kekai Joaquinillo on the podium. We'll see you in just a couple hours for the finale of the weekend. I'm John Phippen. Thanks for being with us.
Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
Mav, I've got you loud and clear.
Talent in the booth, this is Mav TV doing a comms check.
Mav, I've got you loud and clear. Can you hear me? This is DJ. Welcome to New Orleans, the Music City of the South. We are ready for some fantastic TA2 action. I'm joined here on the grid alongside Adam Andretti as we get ready to watch this race. And Adam, let's start up at the front here at this point because it's the first official pole for Rafa Matos and Nitro Motorsports.
It is. I mean, for the fans that watch, you saw him start in that position at Road Atlanta, but that was according to practice times because of weather. This is an earned pole here, folks. He had to go toe-to-toe with Connor Mosack in that silver hair Camaro, sharing the front row with them. This is an old rivalry as well, so this is going to be pretty exciting into turn one, DJ.
Well, and speaking of old rivals of Rafa Matos, Thomas Merrill having a little bit of an off performance. He's down in 10th.
You know, I actually was able to stop and talk to Mike Cope on the way over here to do this intro. And Mike, you know, a gentleman that he is and the professional he is, he put his hand up. He put the wrong set of shocks on Thomas's car for qualifying yesterday. Didn't obviously catch that till after qualifying. We're going to look for that 26 Ford Mustang out of the Cope Racing Camp to go up front.
Yeah, that's going to be one to watch for. We've got plenty of drivers out of position here at this point as well, so it's going to be very fascinating to see this field. A deceptively tricky track, hot conditions. It's not going to be the easiest way around, but I can tell you one thing, it is going to present absolutely fantastic racing.
Got a business to run, big and heavy products to ship, and customers who need them now. When you've got the right driver and the right equipment, you can bet on a spectacular result. Bennett understands complex logistics and puts the best team, the most time, and the latest technology into every customer relationship. So you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Let us handle the rest.
Together, we can move anything.
How good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn, 140 mile an hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HD2 system.
Presentable?
Well, welcome to the NOLA SpeedTour Fan Walk, Grid Walk here at NOLA Motorsports Park. Beautiful weather. I'm here with Jim Gallagher, who's been racing with us in the TA2 Series with the Cube 3 architecture for several years. Now, Jim, I noticed you're kind of starting in the back. That's a little bit unusual for you.
Yeah, well, it's my first time here, so I actually am struggling here. And then I had some fuel pressure issues in qualifying. So between those two, yeah, I'm where I am.
Nice. But we expect you to move your way through. You've got an onboard camera for the Pro-Am, so make sure you wave to us out there. And good luck. Your wife's here, so good luck and be good out there. So Jim Gallagher. Then we come up here, and just to give you a little bit of scale, I am 6'3", 250 pounds, but this is Jared Odrick, first-round draft pick for the Miami Dolphins. We were together at Daytona with your Porsche Cup car. So happy to see you in TA2. Just, you know, once you're a true competitor like yourself, you just want to compete in everything, and you're really getting faster and faster every weekend.
Yeah, I think the first two-thirds of the weekend ends up me being learning the basics all over again every weekend. And hearing the echo is kind of surreal, but at the same time, I'm so appreciative to be around so many great drivers, so many great competitors, and I am getting faster each weekend, and that's what I plan to do throughout the season.
Nice. Now, if you know anything about professional athletes, you know that they're always playing a little bit injured, and sometimes they play even better. So show everybody your thumb. He actually broke his thumb in a Spec Racer Ford just a few weeks ago at Summit Point. So look for Jared to move his way up through the field. We've got a lot of fans here. Check this out. I'm not sure how our producers are going to feel about that Bayern Munich shirt, but very nice. That's awesome, you guys. Thank you so much for coming. Are you having fun? Go Cards. I love it. Then we've got Tom Sheehan over here with the new Vixen Cycle Company, Vixen Cycles. Here's their website. You got to check it out. It's basically motorcycle apparel and parts for the ladies. We got to love that. Then another one of our Pro-Am drivers, Keith Prochuk, doing really well in the Pro-Am. He had a very good showing here in, I think, 2017 in the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series. And we got Eric Caton here in the Skillman Auto Group. Then the teammate of Jared Odrick, Caleb Bacon with CB Motorsports. They have really stepped up their game this year. So watch out for Caleb Bacon out there with the Cortex, the core of performance car. Then Gavin Bichelle, right here in the number 28. Gavin Bichelle really doing really well this season. Sorry, I lost my connection, but doing really well here with the Team SLR M1 race car, Franklin Road. Then check this out, ladies and gentlemen, and just it's like looking back in time 30 years. Boris said Jr. standing by his car, and this is a really cool car because this is the HendricksCars.com set up the car, and this is to celebrate his dad. Boris said is going to be running a car like this. He thinks the last time in the Cup Series, but it's got to be pretty cool to be, doing the family proud in this car.
I mean, yeah, it's an awesome opportunity to represent HendricksCars.com, and it's the silver hair car, and hopefully I can. We'll see how the weekend goes, the race goes.
Nice, and I love the white wheels. That's a great touch the silver hair has done with the Hendrick cars. Check this out, the white wheels here. Barry Bowes, our Pro-Am leader, he's going to be racing with us in the National Series, but our Pro-Am leader doing really well. He'll be with us in the Western Championship next weekend. It's odd to see Thomas Merrill this far back. And then Julian DaCosta, I noticed before he got here, they were having some problems with some brake duct work on that front right. So we got to make sure we watch that on the front right. Josh Hurley, who did such a great job yesterday in the announcer's booth. Adrian Lostowski, who's going to be running another camera with us, but I've been told we need to hoof it up to the front. Ben Mayer doing really well. Cool to see Ben Mayer up here. Thomas Annunziata, who did so well last year. Tyler Gonzalez, our points leader right now in the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series. Jake Drew, always really fast with silver hair here, somewhat new to the series, but we know that car is fast. Connor Mosak up here starting second on the front row. And then our Trans Am Pole Award winner, Rafa Matos, two-time Cube 3 Architecture Series, TA2 Series champion, buttoning up right there. Unbelievable. So we're coming up to the front here to talk to Bill Knox. Bill Knox to lead us in our invocation.
If you'll join me in prayer. Our Heavenly Father, we give you all the praise for this glorious day that we're having. And Father, we ask that you wrap your Almighty's hands around the drivers. Father, that you keep them smart, patient, most of all, Father, that you keep them safe. And also in your hands, Father, we ask that you hold the first responders, our policemen, and our military, Father, that they too may come home to their families every day. In your Son's most precious name we pray. Amen. In your Son's most precious name we pray. Amen.
Well, thank you, Bill. So great. Now, Ella Grace Francis, I've heard some great things about you and your voice to sing to. Oh, actually, come on over here if you don't mind, to sing our national anthem from the New Orleans area. Ella Grace Francis, take it away.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hail at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Oh my gosh, wait, hold on here. Stay here because Ladies and gentlemen, we just put Ella Grace Francis through the ringer. We made her sing a very difficult song that you sang beautifully with about a 10-second delay. That had to be impossible.
Well, I just tried to really sew it in, so thank you.
Nice job. Well, nice job. Well, I'm going to send it back up to you to go through the grid up in the booth. That would have been impossible.
Well, thank you, Ben, for that fantastic grid walk. It is DJ and Adam Andretti up here in the booth once again. We talked about a little bit of that battle that we're going to see coming up through the field here at this point, Adam. But as we take a look here at your starting grid, there's a lot of drivers sort of out of position coming to mind here. Ben Meyer, Thomas Annunziata, and Thomas Merrill coming to mind first and foremost.
Yeah, I mean, and then we have the intangibles, too. We don't know about Julian DaCosta. He's our new guy in the field, too, and he's right back there. You don't think he's going to hitch onto that champion's rear bumper, do you, of Thomas Merrill and try and get to the front? But, yeah, you do see things like not as used to. The points leader, Tyler Gonzalez, is sitting there in fourth place. And then you have, Adrian Vlastowski and Josh Hurley. They're bringing up. Those are the first two of the, Howe chassis that are outside of the camp of Silverhair. So it's just shaping up to be one of those legendary classic Cube 3 Architecture TA2 races, DJ.
Yeah, very much so. As we continue to scroll down through the grid here at this point, you see Barry Bowes, your Pro-Am Championship leader, Boris Said Jr. to his outside, Caleb Bacon a little bit back in the order as well. Keith Prochuk on his 101st race. We were able to celebrate his 100th running back in Road Atlanta. Jared Odrick there in row 9 alongside Tom Sheehan and Jim Gallagher rounding out the rest of this field. It's going to be pretty fascinating, I think, especially because this is a motorsports venue that's not necessarily known for a lot of overtaking opportunities, so these drivers are going to have to take their time and really plan out their moves well.
Yeah, starts and restarts, DJ, starts and restarts. So this the start here. This is where it gets really tricky, right? Going into the run into turn 1, the inside is super bumpy, so you can't take the full advantage of the braking zone like you can on the outside. So you lay awake at nights here when you're Rafa Matos and you get to pick which side you're going to be on. You lay awake at night here on which is going to be the best side, because if you notice last year in the TA race, that speed was carried on the outside by Matthew Brabham, and he took the lead in the TA race, holding the outside. So there's grip out there if you have the confidence to stick it out there. And I'm going to tell you right now, Connor Mosack and that 77 Silverhair Chevrolet Camaro, he's got the confidence and he's got the skill level to do it.
Yeah, he certainly does. And it's not uncommon of sight here to see 3 wide coming down into that corner but as well. So that could be a little bit of a flashpoint as things go. But let's talk about the back half of the circuit. Coming through the Bennett Bridge Hall S's, we normally think of that overtaking opportunity down into turn 13 as kind of one, but you've really got to set up that line a lot more.
You better be there. You better get that good run in the last 2 of the S's there in 11 and 12, especially 10 and 11. It really kind of starts back there in 10. If you can get to the power strong and carry that all the way through 11, you might, if the one in front of you wasn't able to do the same and had a little understeer, a little oversteer, and couldn't get to that throttle, that's the only time that door opens for you. Otherwise, you're kind of forcing something like we saw last year. And when it comes, desperate times comes for desperate measures, and those desperate times are when we're coming to that white flag and that checkered flag.
Exactly. 37 laps here and 37 laps only to get things done. It's going to be very, very difficult. But another big storyline that we talked about yesterday and that Josh Hurley was giving us a lot of insight on was going to be tire wear, that you're going to have to watch your stuff. And that's exactly what we saw yesterday between Chris Dyson and Paul Menard.
Absolutely. I mean, what kept us awake at night on Friday night was what package do we go with, right? We had a suspension package for our car that really would pound the tire down and really get the thing to fire off, and the car would fire off real quick, but we might suffer tire wear. Yesterday, we opted for the safer version, the more conservative version, and we suffered to fire off. And then, by the time that the car came in, they were checked out. So it's definitely, this is really one of the, when you look at our schedule, at the beginning of the year, NOLA was one I checked the box as an intangible. I had no idea what to expect here because you cannot predict this event.
Well, the one thing we can predict at this event, the most famous words in motorsport, and we throw down to Ben for that.
Well, thank you very much. I have the honor of being here with Estelle Labourgeois, who is a huge influencer. Now, Estelle, we were talking a little bit beforehand. I bet you my wife follows you, but tell everybody what your speciality is and how they can find you.
I'm Estelle. I've been on TikTok and Instagram for a little while. I do a lot of lifestyle and beauty content and just my day-to-day, what it looks like.
Well, you are about to deliver the most famous words in motorsports. Take the mic and take it away, Estelle.
Drivers, start your engines. Drivers, start your engines.
Nice. Hey, nice job. All right.
Engines fired up here at NOLA Motorsports Park. About 6 minutes until we go green flag racing. Everything going to be very, very cautious here. And as we talked about yesterday, going to be having to do a little bit of work on these tires to make sure these Pirelli rubber are operating in their primary window. But with the heat as it is, you probably don't want to do too much.
No, absolutely not. No, I mean, you're going to basically, the TA2 tire comes up to temperature pretty easy, so a lot of that is just making sure that you're clean after qualifying and you didn't pick up any of the stuff, from coming in from qualifying. But you can really get a lot of heat in the tire through the brakes without wearing the surface off. So if you get a lot of brake action, a lot of brake activity in there, then you're heating up the tire from the internal side of it. And that's really kind of, when you're looking at a tire deck race, that's really honestly the best way to go, one of the better ways to go as far as getting your stuff up to temperature.
Yeah, and they were going to see a lot of that on these opening laps to make sure they are able to do that. And obviously the other added benefit, getting the brakes up to temperature so you're able to stop the car in time.
That's it. Yeah, I make people laugh all the time. I was like, the race brakes, they don't work good in the paddock, but they work really good out here because they need to be at a temperature, right? And if they're not at the temperature, they just don't have the bite that they're designed to have. So as the cars are rolling out here, they're going to get the temperature in these things. And like I said, we're going to have, you point out the 3 wide. I forgot about our 3 wides here. The 3 wides into turn ones can be quite interesting.
Yeah, they really, really can, and it's going to make sure that drivers have to stay absolutely on their toes. And as we said, with a couple of drivers out of position here at this point, we keep talking about him, but Thomas Merrill, they're going to have to be fighting their way through, and it's going to be interesting to see what they are able to do here at this point. And welcome to our viewers from MAV TV. We are live at NOLA Motorsports Park for the TA2 Series, the Cube 3 TA2 Series, as we get everything ready to fire off. It is Rafa Matos starting on pole position with Connor Mozak to his outside. Jake Drew and Tyler Gonzalez will be lining up behind them. But before we get to the racing action, let's have Adam take us around for a lap around this fantastic circuit. This circuit guide is ready to roll.
So let's take a look here at NOLA Motorsports Park here in Avondale, Louisiana for the NOLA SpeedTour Trans Am presented by Pirelli. You go down the long front straightaway here, primary passing zone right here is turn 1. Really bumpy on the inside, so it's very difficult to get the car settled in. So you can hold speed on the outside and have the inside for turn 2. You get into 3, 4, 5. 5 is another opportunity because you got to snooker yourself in there. It's a very late apex, so everyone leaves that entry wide open. If you're brave enough to stick it in there, as we saw Austin Green there, you could pull something off. Entering the S's, super fast in the S's. The bumps are critical. As you see Thomas Merrill here, the one of the best in the business, it gets it wrong and it happens easy. But if you get it wrong too, your competitor up front might leave the door open for the next passing zone here in turn 14. As we clip through 15, 16, and 17 being next. Really tight stuff. And you've got to get that good drive off 17 so you can make that passing zone in turn 1 work. And that was a lap at NOLA Motorsports Park.
Well, there you heard it from Adam himself, where to be able to get this right, where you can get it wrong as well. Plenty of places to do it. And as we talked about, if you get things wrong here today, yes, there's grass around the outside, but there's a veritable swamp in the middle, so you may get yourself stuck even if you're not in the kitty litter.
Yeah, I mean, there was reports we had gator on the track yesterday. I didn't see it. I wasn't one of those that got to see that, but yeah, this is the Louisiana swampland. That's why this is such a wavy track, which gives it that added bit of character, right? And it's the bumps. I said I don't know how they did it, but they got them all in the wrong places for you. So they nailed it. Like it makes it such an added challenge, and it's such a compromised track with setup to your gear ratios in the gearbox to, I mean, even as a driver, balancing your brake wear and your tire wear. That's what makes racing at NOLA Motorsports Park so exciting.
Yeah, and what makes it also exciting here today is we don't have a repeat winner on the grid. You saw there Gar Robinson, Bucamonte, and Brent Cruz, your last 3 winners from that. And they're not here today, so we're going to be crowning a new champion no matter how this works. Taking a look at our onboard cameras, first and foremost, the number 3, Adrian Lostowski, currently sits 6th in the championship. Always good to be able to ride on board with him. And Thomas Annunziata, he's going to be rolling off in about 6th place here at this point. He sits 2nd in the points to young Tyler Gonzalez, as we talked about. He's had a couple of 2nd places. He's had that consistency. Not been able to find the top step yet. Could this be his day?
Any day could be Tyler's day because of how he's driving, right? I mean, that's it. It's the consistency and the progression. He's been showing that. And when you're consistently keep knocking out those finishes, that win is right around the corner, you know. And then once the win comes, then the snow will start to fall, right? Then it's going to be one after the other after the other. We've seen it with all the young talents that have come through the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series, from your Brent Cruz to Connor Zillage, you know, to what we have sitting in the field here. Thomas Annunziata, he was a guy to beat here last year, all the way up until the race happened, and the thing wouldn't go from pole position. So so he ended up, you know, starting at the tail and fighting his way through last year. He's obviously rolling right now, so he's going to be in good shape, much better shape than he was last year at this time. So yeah, there's so many drivers that have just been touching that top step, then they're right there to get it.
Yeah, I think we're certainly ready for that as we also take a look at the Young Guns Championship as well as that outright championship. Tyler Gonzalez leading in both here at this point, but it is by no means a breakaway for the Young All-Stars. Everything is very, very close here at this point. Keep cycling through onboards. You saw Barry Bowes there, Jim Gallagher as well. That'll be a good view from a little bit farther back in the field in the number 16 machine, so we'll be able to see what Jim can see, the Bellevue, Washington driver, as the field starts to form their way up here at this point. 2 by 2 up at the front of the field, Rafa Matos and Connor Mosak getting ready to go, as that is going to be Matos there in the white and blue machine, leading the field around through Mission Foods turn 16. As he will bring the field around here to this point, they get ready to enter into the acceleration zone. All eyes go towards the flag stand as the green flag flies, and we are racing here in NOLA Motorsports Park. It looks like it's a perfectly clean getaway there for Mosak. There's that 3 wide that we were talking about a little bit earlier. That's going to be Jake Drew poking his nose to the inside. He's going to go for it. Matos makes contact, bouncing off each other coming into turn 1.
Wow, and they used up all the racetrack and then some, DJ, but what a move by the youngster Jake Drew, making it 3 wide, pitching that entrance like that and made it work. We got the 17 that is off there. That's Julian DaCosta, the youngster from the MX5 Cup Series. A rough start for him, so now it's just about collecting laps, staying calm and catching this group or waiting for that maybe that pack to glow up. But they're still side by side all the way on the backside of this course there, DJ.
And we've got a couple other cars off coming down through turn 4, it looks like. Both of them look like they're still rolling here. We're going to jump on board with Thomas Annunziata, who's right in the thick of this fight, trying to take a poke to the inside there of the 26 of Thomas Merrill. Merrill already moving a couple of positions up in the field here as they run. Annunziata hunting on the back here as we enter into this section. I can tell you that both of those drivers that we saw go off to the outside of turn 4 have been able to get back under their own steam. So it doesn't look like we're going to have a problem. Is it just me, or is that hood flapping a little bit more than it should, Adam?
Hey, you know, this place is so bumpy that everything's flapping more than it should. You know, so I doubt that they have anything loose, but these are really lightweight bodies on them, and everything is really soft. So I just think it's through the bumping, and the thing's been sitting out there in the sun, so it's a little bit more flexible. As we're on board here with Adrian Blastowski, who looks like he's sitting right around P8 right now, which is pretty solid for him as we come around. And Thomas Merrill is making his way already. He is really kind of wasting no time, and he's already up into 6th place from P10 starting position. So just as his boss Mike Coe promised, we're going to see that the 2022 champion come towards the front.
Yeah, he is already starting to get a move on there, and Jake Drew, as we said, leads at the front of the field with an absolutely inspired move to be able to get that position away from Rafa Matos. He and Matos banging doors coming down into the braking zone. Connor Mozak sits third, then Meyer in fourth, and then it's Josh Hurley up into fifth place. 2 Chevrolets first and third, and the rest of the top 8 are all Ford Mustangs here at this point.
I mean, honestly, if we'd have closed our eyes, we'd have just thought that was Connor Zilic making that move, right? I mean, Jake Drew, hats off to you, young man, that we can make that comparison. I know that those two have been friends for lifelong, raced against each other, but to put a move like that on the veteran and the champ of Rafa Matos and to pull it off clean is just absolutely rather impressive. So great job. And the youngster like Jake Drew, this is the reason why Cube 3 Architecture is so jazzed about this TA2 series and why they wanted to be that title sponsor. It's the youngsters. It's the young talent. They want to feed that young talent, help that young talent get to the next step of their career. And our hats off to that group for bringing that in. But we got a flat left front tire here on the 40 of Tyler Gonzalez, our points leader. This is a huge hit,
now,
DJ.
We talk about that championship changing around there. You can see the discarded rubber coming off of it. This is going to be a huge blow to Tyler Gonzalez. We couldn't exactly tell who those 2 cars were off to the inside of turn, or the outside of turn 4, but now I think it's safe to assume that one of them was Gonzalez. He'll get back and on his way. He's going to be hoping for a yellow flag here to bunch the field back up.
Absolutely. And what's tricky about turn 4 there, DJ, is the fast way around is a wide entry and a late apex. And when you're all bunched up at a start, you're best not to leave that a wide entry. You're best to try and keep that a tight apex. So a lot of times that'll converge and they'll bring together. And I think that's what happened down there. Not seeing it like we didn't see it, not seeing a replay. I'm just kind of speculating, knowing what the track delivers us over there.
Well, you would be the expert on exactly how this would go, so I'm going to take your word for it there. A little bit of side-by-side farther back in the field here. That's Josh Hurley trying to make a move, going down to the inside here up in Mayer. See if he can get anything to play on the number 80, but good defense from Mayer. He's going to be able to hold that out and hold the line through the fast run of 6 and 7.
Yeah, this over here it becomes very follow the leader because there's no really steady braking unless someone makes a mistake in front of you as you come off of this, I believe it's turn 7, and you're approaching this Bennett Bridge Hall S's, and then the approach to the S's are so fast. So you're just kind of, when you're sitting there buying your time, just hoping for a mistake from your competitors. And when you get to the pointy end of the field here, DJ, and you're in this top 6, 7, man, nobody really makes mistakes.
Yeah, nobody really does. As we keep watching here at this point, working down into turn 13, trying to see what they're able to do. It looks like Josh Hurley is the one to be able to try to be on the attack here, at least up in the top 5. But he's got to watch out because he's got a very hungry Thomas Merrill behind him. Annunciata, though, has a little bit of pressure here from Adrian Lostowski. We jump on board with Annunciata. He's keeping his eyes ahead here and taking that wide line all the way out over those rumble strips on the exit of Mission Foods turn 16.
Yeah, if you got a car that can handle those curves and you've set your ratios up that you're grabbing a gear past them, yeah, that is the line. That's where you have to go to keep the speed up and keep the momentum up in the car. It's like I was joking with DaCosta earlier. It comes from MX5 Cup, and we've had a lot of successful MX5 Cup drivers come in and transition to TA2 very easy. Wonderful pass. Adrian Vlastowski shoves it in, gets it underneath. Annunciata over-unders him, but will this be another? Nope. And Annunciata's going to go for that block to the inside. But this is what happens over there in turn 3 and 4, DJ, is it's such a wide entry that you can really dive on up, and you better be looking for the over-under.
Yeah, you got to watch out for that. An absolutely brilliant defense, as you said, from Annunciata, just able to pick up what he was doing, look for that crossover, slow the car down, and get it to absolutely jump off of the line. Lostowski, though, as a result of that battle, now finds himself with a little bit of a sniff of pressure here from Caleb Bacon as well. As now they come through the Bennett Bridge Hall S's, you can hear that throttle starting to roll off, getting onto the brake, getting those cars to rotate through that very, very difficult section.
Yeah, it's a very difficult section. You said it best right there, DJ. And I want to throw a shout out too. Jared Odrick is sitting there in P13. He started, almost like I think he started 16th, and he's already fought his way up and in a great battle with Keith Prochek and Tom Sheehan.
Yeah, he's doing a really, really good job, and that's a driver that we've been waiting to have that breakaway with. I had a chance to talk to him in Sebring, and he said, I just felt a little overwhelmed. He'd done a lot of SCCA and club racing before that, never really felt like he had everything underneath him, and now we're finally seeing him come true because he is a quick, determined driver and athlete.
Absolutely. I mean, anybody who's made it to the professional level of any sports, and obviously, him in the NFL, you're driven individual. You know how to train, you know how to get your mindset. I mean, all sports is 90% of what's going on between our ears. And he said it to me on the grid out there. He goes, yeah, it's not instinctful to me yet. I have to remind myself on driving techniques. And it's not up until like the last third of the weekend that I'm starting to make those second nature. And he goes, so that's where you professionals in this sport that have been doing this your whole lives, that's what you have coming natural. And I said, absolutely. I go, I'm not going to run a 40 like you run either.
Yeah, I think I would definitely struggle a little bit to run a 40 against him or do anything athletic. But as we promised, that's Caleb Bacon starting to make some moves on the back of Adrian Lostowski. You can see him make a little bit of a look in the mirror there. Lostowski looks like he's losing just a hair of touch with Annunziata, but able to gain it up there through the Bennett Bridge Hall S's. He's really starting to bring things in here at this point, and they're also bringing Gavin Beauchelet into this battle as well. So this is really starting to become a four-car train. And I'm a little surprised here. Thomas Annunziata kind of looking like the cork in the bottle.
He really is. Like I feel like Adrian definitely has pace on him. If Adrian could go through those S's the way he wants to, that's where he's going to make up a lot of his time. It feels like he's got a very good car for the transition, for the back and forth. And, as we take a look back up front, as it's staring right at us in the face here, Rafa is playing the veteran game right here. Jake's never driven a race here at NOLA Motorsports Park. Rafa's driven at least here last year, so he knows what to expect at a tire deg. And I believe Rafa is just playing that long game, is going to let him set the pace, let him believe that he's being challenged so that he pushes his car a little bit more. And the name of the game in these races, as you well know, DJ, it's the last 25 miles and when we're getting there.
As Boschel here at this point also working his way forward in this battle as they continue to go right now. Bacon trying to close in on the back of Adrian Lostowski. And now welcome to the battle as well, Borisek Jr. It's now a 5-car train. This is on board with Thomas Annunziata as he makes his way through. And that's Merrill and Hurley starting to slip out of the mirror here of him. But yes, I mean, Annunziata is the cork in the bottle here at this point, but he's also doing a fantastic defensive drive, keeping Lostowski behind him.
He is fast in all the right areas that you can't pass him. That makes it impossible to pass him here at the track. And, he's really good coming off of the Mission Foods turn 16 and down this long straightaway into that really premier braking zone being turn 1. And Adrian doesn't have enough of an edge on him in the S's to get him into where we're at here with Thomas Merrill, who is, again, he's making his way up quite nicely. Thomas Merrill still sitting there in P6 from his P10 starting position, and he's hounding your booth partner yesterday, Josh Hurley there, DJ.
Yeah, he really is, and we're starting to see one of the things we talked about this NOLA Motorsports Park, the difficulty to get a pass done. You have to string together 14, 15, 16 absolutely perfectly to even be able to be thinking about having a run down into Cube 3 turn 1. Here comes Merrill thinking about it on Hurley. He's down to the inside. He's got it done. There he goes. Move Thomas Merrill up into 5th place.
Thomas Merrill, the latest of the late breakers. When you get around Thomas, and they've made some changes in that department underneath that car, and again, it shows to the competitor and the loyalty of Mike Cope and what he does and the kind of program that he puts together. But it's about making sure that car's to the front, and those partners he's had such great loyalty with have told him that, listen, we want to be there, but when our game is right, we'll let you know, and we'll come back and we'll do what we did before and win championships and races. So in the meantime, you're watching Thomas just take full advantage of what was seemingly, kind of an Achilles heel to their program here over maybe the last, half of the season or so.
Yeah, and just able to take the fight to it here at this point with a good move like that. We also check back in on that battle for P7, Annunziata, Lostowski, Bacon, and Boschel as they try to get their way ahead. Annunziata, clear track in front of him, driving in his rearview mirror a little bit. Let's keep our eyes here. I'm curious to see if we see Annunziata. Yep, there was a little bit of a glance in the rearview mirror there, just checking where Lostowski was. It doesn't seem like Annunziata's driving in his rearview mirror constantly, but he's doing just enough to make sure he knows where to be defensive.
Yeah, he knows right where Adrian's at, and he can feel him. He can feel that presence, so yeah, no, he's not having to do much mirror driving. I think he's being patient because the car right now doesn't seem to be fully underneath Thomas. He seems to be struggling somewhere with the dynamics of that. Whether it be understeer or oversteer, I'm not seeing anything obvious there, so maybe it's a little bit more on the understeer side. But yeah, he seems to be struggling on that. And Adrian, just when we saw Merrill get around Josh Hurley and literally just immediately put out, and right on cue, there's Thomas Merrill. You don't even see Josh in the screen anymore. He's immediately pulled out and caught this group ahead. I think if we see Vlastowski get around Thomas Annunziata and open that door, like Adrian's loose. That was loose right there. If they get around that door, then, and Caleb is knocking on the door here. So Caleb is not exactly going to sit there and wait for this. He's probably like, Adrian, you've had your shot at Thomas. Now let this kid take a shot.
Yeah, let me go ahead. Let me try to be able to get this run here at this point. But Merrill, as you said, closing down on Ben Mayer at this point. He is definitely going to try to make that run as much of a play as much as possible. But here is Lostowski. He's losing touch with Thomas Annunziata, and that looks like he may have to play defense to Bacon.
And exactly, Thomas may have on-court the bottle, right? It might have just been something low tire pressure and the tires hadn't come up yet, and lap 8's a little late for that to come on, but, he's found a rhythm right now, and you said so well, DJ, and picked up on it, has pulled that gap on Adrian. Now Caleb is watching him walk away, and Caleb's going to get impatient here. But you also brought up another name I want to mention because we haven't made mention, and he's having a fabulous weekend. The 15-year-old, Ben Mayer, is doing a tremendous job all weekend long. I'm really, really impressed and proud of the young man and what he's doing here, and just excited to see that kind of progress and him sitting right off the podium, just 0.2 of a second behind Connor Mosak.
And I think that gap may have even tightened down a little bit more as he is now all over the back of Mosak's rear fender here at this point. But now we've got something else to take into consideration. We've got a little bit of lap traffic to deal with here as Jake Drew is going to try to get around the number 97 there of Tom Sheehan. And big lockup there for Drew as he tries to go down to the inside of the lapped car.
That's not a big lockup. No. These Pirelli tires, these P0s are so durable. You'll flat spot the pavement before you flat spot the tire.
There you go.
No, he's just getting a little bit more heat generated in it. But yeah, see, this shows what a challenge it is to pass here, DJ. You're looking at a lap car. Now, Thomas Sheehan is going a lap down because he had to make an unscheduled pit stop. So he's trying and fighting to stay on the lead lap. Now, honestly, with Thomas Sheehan, his pace has been over the weekend about 2 seconds, second half 2 seconds off of a Jake Drew. Even with that advantage, you see how Jake cannot get that run on Thomas Sheehan. So this is really going to make things interesting. He's trying to make a dive bomb into 14. He's going to make it happen and bring the train with him.
Yes, he is. And the top 3 are going to make that the top 4, trying to make their way on through. You just saw your leaders be able to work their way through Tom Sheehan, and here at this point, Jake Drew, Rafa Matos, Connor Mosak, and Ben Mayer are now all clear, but a little bit of a checkup there for Thomas Merrill potentially as they come onto the front straightaway. Merrill's now been able to get clear. That's going to buy him even more time between himself and Josh Hurley. And look at that, that's Merrill kind of poking out a line there. I'm not sure if that was to get into the head there of Ben Mayer or if that was maybe just get a little bit of clean air on the car.
Someone of Thomas's experience certainly knows he's got a 15-year-old in front of him, and through that you might get a little bit of vulnerability out of it. But at the same time, what I've learned about racing around these youngsters is they are super brave. They are super brave, and the consequences they have on the simulator is a reset button. So it becomes very real out here. But they all race so good and clean and powerful, and it's just so fun to watch them come up through the ranks. And this has been that launching pad. The TA2 Series. It's because of the talents that you have out there. You have to beat a Rafa Matos. You have to beat a Thomas Merrill. You have to beat Mike Skeen when he's here. You have to beat these drivers that are out there doing it and have been doing it for a long time, making their living, feeding their families with this sport and with that talent that they have. You've done something. You've done something impressive, and the motorsports world notices. The motorsports world knows how good Rafa Matos is. They know how good Thomas Merrill is. So when you beat him, yeah, they're going to try and hire you.
Yeah, exactly. And that is what we love to see here in this TA2 series, the established veterans that are the benchmark and the young rookies, the young guns coming up through. It's one of the reasons why we've loved to have the TA2 Young Gun Championship in the past couple of years, although we are going to have a new leader in that, I would imagine, by the end of it, as Tyler Gonzalez is listed as 18th place right now. That was Annunziata, able to get around Sheehan at the moment. Lostowski's going to get a little bit bottled up here, and that could buy Annunziata even more breathing room as they power down the main straightaway right now. We take a look back up at the front of the field because Rafa Matos looked like he had half a mind to making a move on Jake Drew.
Yeah, I tell you, Adrian got really good drive off the last corner to get around the lap car of Thomas Sheehan, which was good. It kept, now that Thomas is officially a lap down, he's going to not fight as hard for that because there's no dog in that fight. He was fighting hard when the leaders were around, because if the caution comes out, he gets to come back around and like nothing ever happened. So yeah, no bad blood there at all whatsoever. But yeah, it seems like we kind of sorted out the top 10 at this point, DJ. They're out there making the laps now. We're only 11 laps into this 37-lap race, so we're barely to that. We're almost getting to that third of the race, that first third of the race, to be under the mix here. Oh, we got a lead change. Rafa Matos has found the lead around Jake Drew. So we don't have that caught right now, but maybe we'll get a replay on that. But Rafa Matos has found that lead around Jake Drew, and he, ladies and gentlemen, has checking out.
Yeah, he is. That gap about, let's call it 7, 8, maybe even 9 car lengths in between the two. And I've got to imagine that was a little bit of a sneaky maneuver from Rafa Matos, probably down into turn 3 or 4 to be able to get that to play, as we saw Matos take a peek to the inside down into Cube 3 turn 1, but didn't get it to work out.
I got to, share a race team with Rafa Matos over Peterson Racing, and he and I have been close for many, many years, but that obviously brought us much closer. But one thing I always noticed and had such respect about Rafa is his understanding of tire. And that's simply could be where we're at, and what I was going back to referring to before. He's letting Jake run a pace, let him think that he's being threatened, and he's letting Jake slide around. So I'm suspect to what you're saying. Like, I think also that it was a little bit of a slate by Jake coming onto this front straightaway where Rafa's getting that maximum drive because he took care of his tires at the right time. Same thing you saw out of the veteran here, Thomas Merrill, as the 26 car just went out of our screen. Thomas is the same way. He probably could have jumped through that field really quick at the beginning, but that would have been so detrimental to his tires, he wouldn't have had anything to fight for this victory at the end, and that's what he wants. He wants the W. He doesn't necessarily care about how quick I passed all these cars. It's the W after 100 miles.
Yeah, that's what he wants. That's what he's going for. And you saw that kind of collected approach in the way that he attacked it. Of course, he slips and slides there coming through the corner a little bit just to dispel our point maybe slightly. But at the same time, you saw that measured approach in the way that he attacked Josh Hurley. It was not an all-out blitz. It was much more of a calm, cool, collected way to get by. And we're seeing that again here as he tries to work his way on the number 80 of Meyer.
Yeah, he's set up the youngster. You saw him set it right up back out there in 10. He's trying to leave a gap so he can get that run at the right time. Closes right up on the tail. Now, if he could get Ben looking in his mirror drive a little bit coming onto this front straightaway and make a little bit of a mistake, the door is going to open for the 2022 champ of Thomas Merrill.
Yeah, let's see if he's able to do just that as they come through Mission Foods turn 16 onto the power here at this point. The draft going to be in full effect, and look at that gap for Rafa Matos, 1.6 seconds already. I think there's a little bit of pace in that Nitro Motorsports machine.
Yeah, there's no question there. And there's a ton of pace left in Rafa Matos, I can promise you that. And he was feeling it this morning there on the grid. I had a nice conversation with my old friend, and he didn't have to tell me he's feeling it. I've known him long enough to know when he's got that laser look in his eye that he's not a guy you want to step in the ring with at that moment. Like he's here to deliver a victory for Nitro Motorsports because that's what Nick Tucker brought him into the camp to do. Bring me some victories, and also let's help these kids along the way. Let's show these kids that the cars we're giving them, the same car that you have, and let's look at that data. Let's see how we can make the drivers that we have in our camp better drivers for their future when they move on from the Q3 Architecture TA2 Series into the next journey on their career.
Exactly. Somebody kicking up a little bit of dirt there, it looks like, on the exit of turn 6 and 7. But this is Thomas Annunziata still holding out ahead of Adrian Lostowski. Bacon's actually been able to get by Lostowski here at this point, so we're now resetting that battle a little bit.
Yeah, and again, Rafa's 0.8 of a second a lap per lap on P2 of Jake Drew, so why we're not really watching what's going on up front. Not much going on up front, but some dominance. But the race is right in this group right here. We're seeing kind of a little bit of a mid-pack race. Ben Mayer's backed up Thomas Merrill to the what is that Mosack right there look like?
And it looks like here we've had Lostowski lost a little bit of pace here at this point. He comes down into the corner. I think that may have been what we saw get kicked up.
Here's our replay here.
Here it is.
Caleb Bacon right there trying to do over-under, trying to get underneath Thomas Sheehan. Here's Adrian following that.
All right, well, there we saw a little bit of what that was, but nevertheless, the order has shuffled around here a little bit at this point as Connor Mosack has also fallen down through the order. He's in 5th. Now, at this point, that's going to promote Ben Mayer up into 3rd place, Thomas Merrill into 4th. So that battle that we were watching, that is now a battle for podium positions. Meanwhile, Thomas Annunziata looks like he has been able to break free a little bit, and he's now starting to close down on Josh Hurley.
I mean, absolutely right. And again, don't know what happened to Mosack. Don't know if Ben Mayer opened the door, and then that's how Merrill got through. And so there was a good battle going on up there. But the youngster of Ben Mayer, the 15-year-old kid, and how many times have you heard that in the Q3 Architecture TA2 Series? 15-year-old kid is up there on the podium and looking to have like his career weekend so far in this great series. And just again to reiterate, Evan Slater, that was the youngster that brought Q3 Architecture into this great series, and it was that passion is to launch the young talent, and that's what we're seeing right here. But all this young talent is being led by that crafty veteran of Rafa Matos.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I mean, look at that gap. It's going to be nearly 2 seconds here at this point before everything is said and done. There you can see a visual representation of it. And look at Thomas Merrill there lurking in the background on Ben Mayer, really carrying that number 26 to the absolute limit of the track on the exit of Mission Foods 16.
He takes a peek, but not quite enough as the youngster's hard on the brakes, protects it for probably another lap, right? Because there's not going to be much of an opportunity going through here, not one that isn't going to make Thomas vulnerable on the exit. I think the last thing Thomas would want to do is to try and maybe even leave himself vulnerable and give up that spot that he just got from Connor Mosack. So it's all about getting one to get clear of Ben Mayer. This youngster right here is an important move.
And welcome back, MAV TV viewers. You join us as we continue to watch this battle play out for the 3rd place position. Now that Connor Mosack has had a little bit of an issue that we can't tell, but Ben Mayer right now trying to do everything in his power to hold off a charging Thomas Merrill. But it looks like Merrill, after that move, has lost a little bit of ground, and now it may be Mayer that's got a little bit of a run on Jake Drew before we know it.
So it's what I'm seeing out of the 26 and the 80 of Mayer and Merrill. What I'm seeing there, DJ, what I've been observing is Merrill's better on this half of the track, the S's and the faster stuff, and it seems like Mayer in the 80 car is better through the tight stuff. So the tight section over there, we get past, right before our Bennett Bridge Hall S's, that 3, 4, 5-ish area. Boy, I tell you what, that Ben Mayer is really getting through that section good. But as we get through those Bennett Bridge Hall S's, that's when this 26 car really starts to come alive. And also Thomas, being the veteran he is, and with so much race left, he might be backing off to cool down things a little bit.
That's a good point. I mean, he has just come through a couple of cars. He may not want to be in full attack mode here at this point as he tries to get everything underneath him. So we'll have to see what his strategy exactly is.
Someone got a lock up.
Yep.
Someone got a lock up. We both saw the same thing at the same time there, DJ. But yeah, absolutely. And I think that's what we're kind of seeing out of Thomas. One thing that when you've driven on these Pirelli P0s for some time, they'll hold a grudge. Like if you upset the tire as a driver, they'll let you know. It's going to keep holding that grudge on you. So you have to really – so I think that's where Thomas is at, if I'm going to speculate here, is he doesn't want that tire to hold a grudge on him. when it's going to be real important, and he's going to be asking a lot of it.
Yeah, certainly is here as they run there. We see the positions after 15 laps. Everybody working their way on through right now, trying to see if they are able to get going as they run. Waiting for Jim Gallagher, working his way through the field. He runs in 16th right now, trying to see if he's got anything to push ahead with.
And for the Barry Bowes fans out there, you might be wondering what happened to Barry Bowes, but he is out with power steering failure. So he's out with a power steering failure, and I'm going to promise you folks the 16 turns around NOLA Motorsports Park are not going to be any fun without some power assist. So I don't care how much time you spend in the gym. I don't even think Jared, with those 18-inch biceps that he's got, would be able to wrestle one of these things around NOLA Motorsports Park for 100 miles with no power steering. So sorry to hear that. Hate to hear that about Barry and have his day end prematurely there. But this has been a clean race, DJ. Other than the little bit of skirting around that we saw at the beginning and the scuffle that we saw, no one has been putting a wheel wrong. The racing has been super clean. The passing has been super clean. They've been patient with traffic. I've been thoroughly impressed, as I always am, with the talent level here in the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series.
Well, it's not just, that it's been a processional race. We've seen bumping and banging. We've seen good side-by-side action and passes and storylines through this race. To your point, it is just the level of class in this field that has been able to carry us on through. Now, my next question is we do look back a little bit farther in the field there, like your Pro-Am leader, Jim Gallagher, DaCosta, those drivers, they're starting to run into that territory where it's going to be a lap down. When are we going to get into that lap traffic, and how much is that going to play an effect on the rest of these fields?
No, that's the key, right? That's what the radio communication is coming from these leaders. While Rafa's sitting there asking, how quick we catching, what are their lap times, what am I doing, what's the gap? And then you're kind of doing the math in your head. What do I need to do? We all have a lap timer on our dash. It gives us a predictive on the dash, so we kind of know where we're going to be in our lap time. And that's really the art of finding traffic, is really timing it. That takes communication, because as a driver, you can't see everything that's going on out there. So Rafa, Matos, Thomas Merrill, the individuals that have been doing this.
Whoa.
That's getting tight between old Gallagher and Mayer there. And there's going to be friendly fire for Thomas Merrill, because that's another Cope car, is Jim Gallagher there. So I'm sure that Mike was on the phone there with Jim, like, hey, that 26 car, make sure that they get through there nice and clean and easy as well. And but yeah, this is you could throw a blanket over this top four right now because of that traffic. Rafa hit Jim kind of at the wrong place. He caught him in a kind of a bad spot. The timing was a little bit off, but it was not the worst spot you could catch him either. The worst spot you could catch that traffic is entering those Bennett Bridge Hall S's by far.
Well, we just saw it there. Caleb Bacon trying to make a run on Thomas Annunziata, not able to get it play, as Annunziata's stellar defensive drive here at this point continues on. He just knows how to place that car, and welcome back to the party, Adrian Lostowski. He is now in a position to be able to fight again here at this point, courtesy of Bacon trying to be able to get that move and it not going off into Cube 3, Turn 1.
Yeah, absolutely. And back to your previous point, DJ, this has not just been like a procession. This hasn't been a parade here at NOLA down in the French Quarter. This has been real racing. And you don't got to look any further than we had lead changes right off the beginning, and then Rafa got it back. Ben Mayer has climbed through the field from a P5 starting spot up to a podium. Thomas Merrill has climbed from P10 on a track that we know is not the track for passing. And he's climbed from P10 to P4. And then you see Connor Mosack actually take the steps and be passed and lose the pace and be going the other way. So, yeah, to your point, DJ, far from a procession here.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible. Whoa, as there's a little bit of tight running there, a little farther back down in the field. That was around Bacon, Lostowski, and Boschel here at this point. And welcome back, drivers. Excuse me, our top three, I made a mistake earlier. Our top three pro drivers is Keith Prochuk, Jared Odrick, and Jim Gallagher. So great running there for Pro-Am. Really good to see Prochuk up on his 101st race in that top position. And then Jared Odrick, this would be his first podium. We've been talking him up this race.
It'll be, I tell you, that's going to be the awesome look on the podium, right? Because no matter what step you have him on, he's going to be the tallest guy.
Right.
He's going to be the dude there. But no, I mean, it's just the wonderful personalities we have in this series, and Josh Hurley here is holding a really pretty wheel up there in P6, and I think honestly that Connor Mosack has backed Hurley up to Annunziata and that battle that's going on there. So when they all kind of caught the 16 at Gallagher there, it bottled that all up, and it brought Mosack into Hurley, and then this has all kind of accordioned everything together and made again some great racing for us and the race fans at home.
Yeah, I mean, it's put some great racing as now we see that battle with Hurley and Annunziata. I think you're right about that. I think Mosack has kind of backed him up a little bit. We'll have to see what tricks of the trade here that Josh Hurley has in his back pocket. You know, he was telling me yesterday, he was on the broadcast saying, I've got some good lines here, but I'm not going to tell you what they are. Well, Josh, we're going to see them now here at this point, so he's going to try to keep rolling that around. That's Mosack right in front of him, who was running up in that top three. Not quite close enough here to get a run down to the corners.
No, he's not been there for the fight just yet. And again, some of this could be some really crafty racing, really smart racers all around this field, and this is kind of crafty at this point in the race. You have 18 laps left of this event, 17 laps left of this event. There's a lot of racing left. There's a lot of tire that you're going to have to consume. A lot of brake you're going to have to consume. So there's some people playing the long game.
And welcome back, MAV TV viewers. We ride on forward with Thomas Annunziata, trying to take a look on the back of Josh Hurley. Not quite close enough to get it to play down into Cube 3, Turn 1. They've got to watch out, though, because Caleb Bacon behind this has looked very, very spicy as well. And if I'm Annunziata, I've got to have a little bit of chameleon eyes, as there you see the 20 of Hurley going a little bit wide through Turn 3. Is that going to open the door for Annunziata? No, the door is shut.
I think we just saw Josh Hurley's line.
I think we did.
I think we just saw Josh Hurley's line. It was a pretty one, too. No, he did a nice job there of making sure the car is wide at the right time. He's a very crafty racer, Josh Hurley. I've been so excited for him and Blaze to be hooked up. Look at this sneak down the inside. Thomas Annunziata doing a job there in Turn 6. Not your conventional passing zone here at NOLA Motorsports Park. The youngster throwing it down. Great job, Thomas. Nice, clean pass right there. That was textbook.
That was absolutely remarkable. I did not expect that at all, but he just snuck it down the inside, and Bacon followed him.
Yeah, he brought a little bit of a train with him, and I tell you what, right there, as a driver, Josh Hurley's not expecting a pass right in that moment, and that Josh had to hold the wheel straight longer than he needed, longer than he wanted to, and that would have left the door open for Caleb Bacon. And Caleb's a shark out there. He's an opportunistic feeder. He's coming after you.
Looks like we're going to be able to go back and take a look at the replay here at this point. Yeah, you just see, I don't think Hurley did anything wrong there. Annunziata just snuck it by him.
Yeah, and Thomas just got a really, really good run through that section of the course and just took advantage.
Yeah, absolutely perfect. As we take a look on board. Yep.
Beautiful shot. I mean, beautiful pass. I mean, you can't get any better than that. Controlled the whole bit. So it's Thomas is really coming into his own with this racecraft. That was some flashy Q3 architecture coming at you. But yeah, very, very good stuff here.
Yeah, very good indeed. And still, this mid-back battle, very, very close. Drew has been able to separate himself from Mayer a little bit at the front, so this is really where the action is, as now Caleb Bacon takes a wider line through Turn 4, trying to carry a little bit more speed around there and into Turn 5, just seeing if there's any breaks in the armor here on Thomas Annunziata.
I mean, we got such a great battle here. There's 6 cars in this battle for these spots. Anything can happen. And you might be one, I mean, if you can look at the screen and know that why we're not covering the front. It is a clinic out there for Rafa Matos on Jake Drew and Ben Mayer, but there's still a really good battle that could come from Ben Mayer and Thomas Merrill. It seems like Thomas Merrill might have just kind of settled into that P4 spot, let things kind of cool off and see where that goes. But the battle is where we're at. We're on board with Adrian Lostowski in his V-Box, his CMI onboard camera inside that Ford Mustang. He's trying to do battle with Josh Hurley here. These are two Howe cars here. These are two of the newer of the Howe cars, and so it's good to see them go at battle right there as we have some pretty good, a parity within this group here, as you have, your first two cars. Matos is driving a Cope car, and P2, Jake Drew, is in a Howe car. So, and then you have two Cope cars that follow behind. But really, really good parity too, and it speaks volumes to the series and what they do with this Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series.
Yeah, it's exactly the kind of parity that you want to see between makes and models of cars across the board here to get everything to play. We jump back on board there with Lostowski as he kind of holds up the back of the train here in this battle. Annunziata up at the front of it, currently in 6th place. Connor Mozak up ahead a little bit more. He's within touching distance, and I've got to think after the move he sent on Josh Hurley that Annunziata, he wants that top 5.
Oh, he totally does. I mean, he is now this is it, right? This is your last 25 miles. It's time to hammer down. Enough of the conserving. We don't want to leave anything left at the track, right? We want to leave all the tire at the racetrack. We want to leave all the brakes here, and the team knows that we gave it our all. So right now is when you're just going to burn this thing down and let it rip, and that's what we're seeing out of Thomas. And they're setting those lap times to show it. Rafa is consistently still about a half a second a lap faster than the rest of the field, but the rest of the field, lap by lap, has just been really on top of each other from lap to lap. So they're racing, off of each other in some ways because they can't get the pass done because it is such a challenge here. But as we saw with Annunziata, you're just waiting for that mistake, and it doesn't have to be one that we can even see in the booth here, DJ. It just has to be so slight, and you can capitalize.
Yeah, even just the slightest bit of correction could send him around, as we've got a couple of more drivers going a lap down here at this point. I think that's Jared Odrick.
Yep.
Yes, it is. That's the number 81 machine. So that is going to be him a lap down, but here comes a little bit of a look from Ben Mayer. Is he going to go for it? No. Thinks better of it going down into Cube 3, turn 1.
Oh, but Jake Drew's eyes got real big in that rear view mirror right then, but that was some really good late braking on both of them, and good driving on both too. Because for Ben Mayer, that's not the time to go ahead and stick the nose up in there, and he knew it, and that was a move kind of wise beyond his years there. So, but what that also shows me is Ben's got a little bit of pace, and Ben knows he's got some pace, and he wants to make this pass on Jake Drew so he can go after his teammate, Rafa Matos.
Yeah, he wants to be able to put this down, as there we see a move down to the inside of Jared Odrick. Going to be pretty simple there for Drew and Mayer. Odrick doing a great job there of just kind of sticking out of the way, being as predictable as possible.
Exactly. That's all you can ever ask for from anyone that is traffic. Plus, what a great school for him right now. He gets to sit there behind the leaders of a TA2 race and see what they're doing differently than him. This is like free school, for a new driver, a fresh driver like Jared. So this is really, really good stuff for him, too, to see where maybe he might be missing a little bit here and there.
Yeah, exactly. As we now focus back in on that battle for P2, Jake Drew and Ben Mayer, trying to see if there's going to be anything to have. And don't discount Thomas Merrill from this fight at all. He is up, he is involved in it, and he may be holding on to his tires. And so now, as you said earlier, Adam, this is going to be the point where if Merrill is holding back a little bit, trying to save that rubber, now it's go time.
Now it is go time. Now it's drop the hammer and go. But at the same time, too, he's seeing a couple of eager youngsters in front of him, so he might just want to, slide by while they're crying about what just happened and not slip on the tears, right? So there's a lot of things going through a veteran's mind, like Thomas Merrill, because of what you're seeing unfold in front of you. So if these two get to racing, that's going to bring him right up into it, and it's going to bring him up into it with arguably maybe a little bit fresher stuff. But at the same time, Thomas had to drive through a field. He had to make some moves. He had to use some of that tire when he maybe didn't want to. So he may be just settling in at that P4, and again, looking at the long term of the championship and where the championship sits. Jake Drew, not a championship competitor, hasn't done all the races. Same thing with Ben Mayer. Rafa Matos is a different story now, so if he can just kind of minimize that damage and kind of take whatever's given to him today, he'll take that. He's a smart racer.
Yeah, another smart racer here, Adrian Lostowski, currently into a little bit of a battle with Gavin Bushell right now as they try to sort themselves out a little bit. It looks like Lostowski has lost just a little bit of touch with Josh Hurley.
He has. Seems like he's been kind of struggling here throughout the weekend. He's had some glimmers, in practice and stuff like that, and really kind of shot, but it looks like he's really struggling with the car, especially on the change of direction through here. It tends to want to toss, and I see a lot of roll in the car as well as compared to some of the faster cars up front. So they just might have missed it by just ever so slightly. And in this competitive of a field in Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series, you can't miss it by that much, DJ, because it shows up on the racetrack as being much bigger.
Yeah, it certainly does. But here at this point, Lostowski still trying to close on in. And welcome back, viewers of MAV TV. We ride on board ninth place, number 3 machine of Adrian Lostowski as he fires ahead. Meanwhile, a battle starting to take place up in front of him as Thomas Annunziata has officially been able to catch Connor Mozak. Mozak, who sat in the top 3 for the majority of the race, has fallen down through the order after a mistake and just looked like he hasn't quite had the rhythm and the groove that he had early on.
No, exactly right. I mean, and it goes back to what I was saying at the beginning of the broadcast. What kept us awake on Friday night was, what do we go with? What package? Like, do we go with a package that fires off strong and might damage the tire? Do you go off a package that's conservative and won't fire off as good? You don't know. Again, these are all those crazy intangibles that NOLA Motorsports Park brings us, that very few racetracks we visit will bring us. Actually, what's up next here in the Cube 3 TA2 Architecture Series, Worldwide Technologies Raceway, same thing, tire deg race. So it comes down to that knowledge and that understanding and getting through and getting it to the end.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very tricky to see how they're going to be able to handle that as well. Everybody going to have to keep everything together there. As you mentioned, we do head to Worldwide Technology Raceway, and then, of course, we bring the big show back together for the Memorial Day Classic at Lime Rock. Very much looking forward to that one.
Very much so. Very much so. We love our Lime Rock. We love our Memorial Day Classic. And yes, and my mistake, folks at home, Ben Mayer is full season this year. So my mistake. I thought that maybe he had missed one already this year, but he's been full season all year long. So that is another definitely points competitor. So this is something that's a position that Thomas won. And Jake Drew seems like he's gone ahead and separated himself. All he needed was that little bit of a look from Ben Mayer. And by Ben Mayer looking, he's like, okay, I'm going to drop the hammer, and I'm going to go ahead and leave this one behind me.
Yeah, and we just saw there kind of a poke in line. We see another one here at this point from Annunziata on Thomas Mozak. I can tell you as well that Ben Mayer had to withstand a little bit of an attack from Thomas Merrill. So we certainly said it's go time. The drivers know it's go time. They are pushing ahead. Everybody is in full attack mode.
Yeah, you said it right there. Full attack mode is no joke. We're going to see this. Thomas Annunziata wants to get by Connor Mozak here, like you said, wants that top 5 position, and I've noticed his chill out box is sitting there. It's not chilling out, it's just sitting there kind of bouncing around out there. I was hoping that wouldn't come loose, because that comes loose, starts flying around the inside of the car. You can't keep taking that risk and driving around with that out there, so you can see it kind of flopping around. So hopefully that stays put and doesn't end up costing him something crazy like that. That's just so frustrating when something like that happens. But that shows you how violent this place is. I mean, these race teams, they spend tireless effort to make sure everything is fastened down, everything is as clamped down as can be. And when you're around a track like this, Sebring, where we started off the season, I'd say this is like Sebring times 10, because Sebring, you at least get a break, right? 17-1 is when you're bumpy. The rest of the track, you're pretty well smooth. Here, you're rough everywhere. It's just that Louisiana wave that we got going on.
Yeah, and that was one of the things that Josh was talking to us about yesterday, was the difference in the bumps as well, that at Sebring, it's much more of that going from concrete patch to patch to patch, and here they come at you in those waves, as you just mentioned.
Yeah, they do. They come in the waves. It almost equates, I'm a huge Supercross fan, almost equates to, the ruts, and it's like right where the cars, like I said, I don't know how they got the bumps in all the wrong places, but it did. And you can see Caleb's a little bit warm inside the car. You see him scooping the hand out there? That's to get some air inside the car. So Caleb's a little bit warm. It is a hot day out here, folks. And that's another intangible. You got to have your fitness all the way up. You got to be conditioned for this humidity, conditioned for this heat, and the physicality of this track. I'm going to go ahead and throw this out there, DJ. Out of all the tracks that we'll visit this year, this is the most physical we go to.
Well, is it a combination of the heat, or is it also just because of the frankly flat nature of it that you're not really having any camber or elevation change to sort of help you get through the corners?
Yeah, and you just don't get any rest time. Like this straightaway is the only time that you're like, oh, I can finally just kind of relax. But you're still working a gearbox all the time you're there. You're still fighting the acceleration forces of the race car. Once you get through turn 1, you have 2 right away. You have a little bit of a straightaway for 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 are right on top of each other. And then before you know it, you're in these S's. And the S's, these TA2 cars are entering the S's at 145, 150 miles an hour. That's a lot of speed. A lot of G-forces are going on the whole time. So super, super physical track. And then you mix the bumps in there with you, and you're trying to hang on to everything through the bumps. Super, super physical track. For me, it was the most physical track that I'll be on all year long.
Well, all right, there you go. I learned something new today. I would have thought it was Sebring for sure, but nevertheless, we ride on board with Thomas Annunziata as the battle is on, not only for 5th place with Connor Mosack up ahead of him, but Caleb Bacon behind, as Bacon has been sort of a sneaky competitor here today. He's constantly been looking like he could make a little bit of a run and maybe steal a top 5 before everything is said and done.
And that's been Caleb Bacon's game since he's come into this Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series. He is very aggressive, and he can show that aggression when he knows he has it underneath us. But if he's got a race car that he can't be aggressive with, he also is very mature in the sense he knows what he has, and he knows what he can pull off with it. And that's that 6th sense of a race car driver that isn't necessarily something you can train. That's something that has to come absolutely natural. So that's a great observation that you make on Caleb Bacon, because I think he is sitting there just waiting to chomp at the bit, because those two are going to get to racing. Thomas Annunziata is not going to sit back. He's not going to sit back and wait for lap 36. He wants to get going, and he wants to go now. As you can see right here, this is Thomas's part of the track. He just went ahead. I'm looking up ahead. He just went ahead and tucked his head up underneath, and he might do try that same move that he did just a few laps ago to get around Josh Hurley.
Yeah, he very well might try to do it. Doesn't quite look like he was able to get it to play. Let's give a little bit of screen time and a little bit of love here to our leader, Rafa Matos. We haven't talked about him all that much, but the number 60 has been absolutely dominant since about lap 7 of this race. Matos fell back a little bit behind Jake Drew off of the restart, and then was able to fight his way back forward, get the pass done, and has been in control ever since. As Matos continues to lead down the back straightaway, putting a gap of nearly 5 seconds on the rest of the field. He's just in coast mode at this point.
Yeah, he's doing this Nitro Motorsports Ford Mustang really proud. The American flagpole Ford Mustang, Concord American flagpole, I believe is what their sponsor is there on that car, and he couldn't be doing them more proud. And I know that he's really proud to fly those colors, and he's doing a. And Annunziata got around Mosack, so we're going to get a replay on the pass of Annunziata on Connor Mosack. So let's take a look at this. Do the S's, gets a good run. X to the S's, going to dive down underneath, get that pass made nice and clean commitment all the way through. And it seems like Mosack was able to shut the door and not lose any more spots than that. And that's pretty impressive considering Caleb Bacon was right in that train.
Yeah, he certainly was. And we talked a little bit before about how easy it is to kind of get thrown offline there and how perfectly you have to time that run. So that's really a testament there to Thomas Annunziata to be able to get that to play. And we saw that start to play out a little bit earlier. He tried to set him up through 6 and 7, finally got it done into 13.
He did, and I tell you, that his car's come in. His car's come in exactly how he wants to come in right at this time, right? He's got 8 laps left of this thing, less than 8 laps left. And, I mean, right where he needs to be fast, he's fast, and to make these passes happen. And then, and most importantly, is to open the gap up after the pass. Last thing you want to be is repass. You just work so hard to get that done. You want to make sure that you stick to your pace and you use the same marks that you had to catch him and pass him as it is to take off and leave him. So that's what we're seeing Thomas do right now. But he's secured himself a good, solid top 5 position right now. And I've noticed the gaps open up within the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place, where Merrill has kind of lost touch a little bit with Ben Mayer.
And welcome back to viewers of MAV TV. We ride on board with Adrian Lostowski, currently in 9th place, losing a little bit of touch to Josh Hurley up in front of him. But Kevin Bushell going to be hoping to get that move behind him. Meanwhile, it looks like Connor Mosack, who just lost a position to Thomas Annunziata, has got more trouble on his hands as the ever-present Caleb Bacon is now hunting down the number 77.
Yeah, and Caleb's hungry. He sees that the 90 got around and took off, and he wants a little bit of that, right? Like, so he's really, really fighting and wanting to get that. And don't count Josh Hurley out. Josh, our buddy, our colleague, he's right up the tail pipes of the number 18 car, and I believe if that 18 is able to open the door on the 77 of Connor Mosack, that, I mean, we might see that 20 car of Josh Hurley just go ahead and take advantage.
Yeah, we very well could, and that would be an absolute boon here for Josh Hurley to be able to claim in what would be a 7th place position. Looks like Mosack's been able to get a little bit of his groove back down to him, but this is the same area of the track that led to his pass on the last time of asking. So Bacon's going to bring him down here, starts to close the gap a little bit as they come through the Bennett Bridge Hall S's. Gap coming down a little bit more. You see Bacon taking a little bit of that alternate line. I don't know if he's going to be quite close enough. Gap's a couple of car lengths here. Bacon's not going to take a look, and it looks like actually Mosack's going to go defensive.
Yeah, he did a great job at making sure that that didn't happen again, right? Like, he didn't want history to repeat itself all over again and this close to each other. So he did a little bit of a defensive and didn't use up all the road to make it such an open door like maybe he felt like he did for Annunziata. And there's a name out there I don't think we've said yet. Eric Caton. Eric Caton is doing an excellent job in that Ray Skillman Ford Mustang. He is in P13. He is having himself a career weekend here as well at NOLA Motorsports Park. A shout out to my fellow Hoosier and Eric. So really, really proud of him and the job that he's doing here this weekend as well. So great job, Eric.
Well, we got 3 Hoosiers then we're talking about. So there you go, my friend. But I also want to give a big shout out here to Julian DaCosta. Remember, we saw him go off on that opening lap down and around turn 3. He's been able to regain the car, get it back together, and he is still on the lead lap here at this point. And for this young driver, that is a huge boon as we've got side-by-side here. That's Lostowski and Boschel. Boschel trying to make the move on him, looks for the crossover going down through turn 4, but Lostowski shuts the door.
I tell you, it's like Adrian went ahead and put the move on Gavin that was done to him earlier, right? Gavin shoved it underneath. And earlier, it was Adrian doing the same thing. I forget who Adrian did it to, but it was that great over-under move that happened right afterwards. So Adrian kind of stuck that back in his notebook, and when Gavin made the run at him and did the same move, he's like, oh, I know what to do here. Got to cross that sucker over, and I'll get you cleared. And that's exactly what happened. And that's the thing about it. When you're over there in that 3 and 4 complex, DJ, you can make that dive bomb move, and you feel like a hero for about a second and a half. And then you see them cross underneath, and you're like, oh, no, I just let that open. What a great pass by Caleb Bacon up underneath. Moves aside. Connor Mosack a little bit, used up a lot of the road, left the door open, and our buddy Josh Hurley was there to pick up the pieces.
You called it. You absolutely called it. And look at that. Hurley taking one of his lines that he very well protected yesterday, and now he's going to be on the attack on the back of Caleb Bacon here at this point. Going to push ahead, tuck up right behind in the draft. He's going to be very close here at this point. I don't think he's going to be close enough to get the run, so let's go back and take a look at the replay here of exactly what happened and how they set this up.
And same thing, I really believe that Connor is struggling big time, especially with change of direction. So this is not classic Connor Mosack here, where he goes backwards in the field. He's an extremely talented driver. He's won a lot of Q3 Architecture TA2 races. So that was just, I believe Caleb's working better at this time of the race and set it up perfectly. That was absolute textbook by the youngster of Caleb Bacon and that group there. He timed it out right. He knew where he was quicker. He identified that and went after it. We're side by side here. Gavin and Adrian doing their thing.
Yep, they certainly are. That's going to be Lostowski to the inside, Boschel to the outside. Bochel's going to carry a little bit more momentum, and that's Lostowski trying to see if he can hang in around the inside. It's not going to work out for the moment. Yes, it is. My goodness, big twitch out of Lostowski, and that's finally going to cost him the position.
Wow, what a pass by Gavin. And I can also say this, racing against Adrian as much as I have, and he and I had an awesome battle last year at Nashville at the Music City Grand Prix. When you can run side by side like we did last year on a street course, corner after corner, you know Adrian is one of those drivers you can trust. You can trust he's at the limit, but he's not going to sit there and overstep it and ruin your race. So that was great racing by both of those. Hats off to both you gentlemen. Really, really good stuff.
Yeah, and I mean, I talk about at the absolute limit. I think Adrian was a little bit sideways there coming through about turn 6, and to be able to control that and not create a bigger incident there, massive, massive credit to him. Now as we look back at the front of the field, Drew Meyer and Thomas Merrill here at this point running 2, 3, 4. We've been waiting for this fight to kick off a little bit. About let's call it 4.5 laps left to go. I've got to think that we may see a little bit of fireworks in this part of the track before everything is ready.
Yeah, I mean, we did last year. It looks like it's brewing up to be kind of a repeat of last year here, and with second through fourth places here. It's not going to take much, right? Like Drew could easily go from Jake Drew could easily go from second to fourth on this last lap. Merrill could easily go from fourth to second, and all this mix in between. So this is something, and it's really coming out to be a really great battle. Rafa Matos has basically had a lapping day. He took lead of this thing and has just controlled it. He has got himself, once he hit himself like a 3.5 second gap, he just went ahead and went into like cruise mode. He just went backed off his own pace by about 3/4 tenths of a second, and let that thing just kind of settle to that 4.5 second. But what we're seeing here between Jake Drew, Ben Mayer, and Thomas Merrill, this is going to be a special race.
Yeah, this is going to be the part to watch out for as this race winds down. Coming out of Mission Foods turn 16, looks like Merrill's taking that line that we've seen him take more than a few times, really carrying that momentum all the way to the outside of the track. Little bit of move around, and here comes Merrill down to the inside. Thought about it. Nope. Oh, pokes back into line. He's
definitely, I feel like he's got more in the braking zone than Ben in front of him. I think Ben might have taken some of his grip away, being tucked up underneath Jake Drew like he was for the last few laps. Jake has kind of settled himself out and put down another good, pretty decent lap to give himself a little bit of a gap. But I think the race is on here between these two Cope cars. One's in the Nitro camp here, but it's still a Cope race car as far as the chassis goes, in the 80 of Ben Mayer. But also right here, Thomas Merrill, he's in the factory Cope car out of that stable. He is their 2022 champion, and he is definitely one to be reckoned with. But this is going to be this is our battle. This is our race.
Yeah, this is fantastic. Oh, very scary run there for Merrill, though, as he's kicking up a little bit of dirt around the outside of the track.
Yeah, and then over there, that's kind of part of it, right? You slide the front a little bit. You're not going to give up on the throttle because you're not losing momentum, and you're going to drop a wheel. So as long as, and Thomas knows what to do, he straightens that wheel out right before it's going to drop, and you don't lose any of that momentum. You don't cross-correct over the track and have a bigger incident happen. But these three drivers right here, they're at 10 tenths right now. They know that there's 3 to go, less than 3 to go, and they're just giving it their all, like we talked about. There's nothing to be spared. You're going to leave everything you have right now on the racetrack.
Yeah, we certainly are. Rafa Matos continues to lead here, though, as they come out of the final corner, looking to see what they're able to build up here, working down the main straightaway. Little bit of a defensive line. And welcome back, viewers on MAV TV. You join us with about 3 laps left to go from NOLA Motorsports Park. It is Rafa Matos with about a 5-second advantage over the rest of the field. Then it's Jake Drew, Ben Mayer, and Thomas Merrill, second, third, and fourth. And this is the battle to keep an eye on. I think it's going to be a just opportunity of who blinks first here out of this group of drivers.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly... From right now, if a caution came, it would end our race. So we've had a clean race all the way through, DJ. So it's not like anything's bunched them up. So everything is at its maximum wear. Like the tires are at the maximum wear right now. The brakes are at the maximum wear. Pedals are starting to get soft. You're starting to pump the brakes to get the pedal back up to you. You're running off track a little bit because you don't have the grip that you once had. You're overshooting the braking zone because you just don't have the grip that you had in the braking zone. The only one out there in this top 4 that's not experiencing that right now is Rafa Matos, because he hasn't had to abuse his stuff to do what he's doing. Everyone else has had to kind of use up their stuff. And I believe Jake Drew, it came a little bit earlier in the race for him. He was very aggressive, and he learned, I think, a very valuable lesson about his Cube 3 Architecture TA2 career is you got to kind of take it easy on this Pirelli P0. As I mentioned earlier, it will hold a grudge on you, and I believe that tire's kind of held a grudge on him for most of the race.
I mean, it has, but I've got to give him credit here as well. There hasn't been really an opportunity for Ben to make an attack here at this point. It looks like Jake Drew, yes, he got beat by Matos. Matos was able to get the jump on him, but I think after that happened, it looked like he did a great job of just kind of recycling, resetting his system, resetting the car, and he's been driving very consistently.
Oh, he's been brilliant. He's been absolutely brilliant. Please don't, I mean, I don't want my comment to get misunderstood. He's been brilliant what he's done, but he's still learning. He's still learning the nuances of what 100 miles on that one tire is, what 100 miles of fuel burn off does to a car, what heavy fuel does to that tire. You know, if you're abusive to that tire when you've got 35 gallons of fuel in the back, that's another thing too, because you just went ahead and accentuated it. So these are all things that he's picking up and learning, and they got the best one in the camp there. They got the leader of this race, the dominant leader of this race, and I know Rafa's an open book. He'll let them know where they could have been better, and not necessarily to Jake Drew, not a teammate, but to definitely your Ben Mayer out there.
Yeah, and that's, as you said earlier, part of the reason Rafa was brought into that Nitro Motorsports camp, not only to win championships for Nitro, but to be that driver coach, to be that mentor to these young drivers, to build them up and to help them have a better understanding of everything.
Absolutely, and while I mentioned Matos, I got to give a huge shout out too to Tyler Casera. Tyler Casera is definitely a driver that should be inside one of these Cube 3 Architecture TA2 cars right now. We should be talking about him right now. He's coaching at Nitro as well, so he's backing up. I mean, he's part of that information, and he's also overlaying the data that they have of the Rafa Matos as he's coming to the white flag here with one lap to circulate around our NOLA Motorsports Park here. But that's also, Tyler Casera has been a huge piece of the puzzle. That's why we've seen Ben Mayer. Oh my gosh, Ben Mayer's slowing down. Ben Mayer is slowing down. I don't know if that could have been fuel. He could have I mean, that's just, what a shame for the kid. And I was just getting ready to give the credit from Tyler Casera, because Tyler Casera coaching that young man and having the race of his career, and I'm just gutted for you. I'm gutted for you, buddy. That is such a shame, as we see Boris Head Jr. leaving pit road, so he's had himself an issue here today, folks. If I can get any kind of information on what happened there, you know we'll be certain to share it with you, DJ, or myself.
Yeah, we certainly will. It looks like their Mayer has been able to pull off into the runoff at the exit of turn 1, so we will at least stay green for this final lap here at this point, so that's good news. There's a look conveniently parked right underneath our camera. Yeah, not sure if that's fuel or what exactly that was there for Ben Mayer, but heartbreak for the young driver.
And I only say fuel, folks, because when you go green to checker without a caution,
yep,
you've been wide open the whole time, been fighting, and you sometimes you can run out of fuel.
Yeah,
it just happens on these green to checkered races like we experienced here at NOLA Motorsports Park. Again, huge hat off to our competitors here. At a place like this, that's this challenging to go clean, to be caution free. I'm just really, really proud of this series.
It's absolutely incredible here, and it's a testament to the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series. But Rafa Matos in the number 60 comes out of the final corner and crosses over the line to take his first victory of the season. The multi-time champion returning to his winning ways here at NOLA. Jake Drew, Thomas Merrill round out your podium in what was a very fiercely contested podium. And let's keep our eye here, because this battle's not done yet at this point, as this is Connor Mosak and Gavin Boschel trying to get a run coming through the final corner. Let's see if Boschel is able to do it down to the inside. He's going to power his way ahead. It's going to be a photo finish. Who had it? It's Boschel. Boschel got it.
Wow. I mean, what a drag race. And I tell you, that's a SLR car that Boschel is in, and that's actually Connor Mosak's old car. That's Connor Mosak's old car that just beat him to the line. So that adds insult to injury. But again, I know that I could tell, when you look at the camp and you look at silver hair and everyone getting the cars that they get, I do believe Connor ran into some sort of mechanical issue through the race that he was absolutely hanging on to. And so hats off again to all these competitors. And what an amazing job they did over 100 miles at NOLA Motorsports Park. Such a physical place.
As taking his victory lap, here is Rafa Matos around this 2.7 mile facility. He is bringing his way along. And this could very well be the start. He's always a title threat here, Adam. He is always a chance to win the championship. And I think this can be the start of a very beautiful thing for Rafa Matos.
It is, and it's dangerous, right? Because, when he gets a strong start, I mean, mid-season is when we come into his wheelhouse. You come into Mid-Ohio, Road America, Watkins Glen, where the guy is almost unstoppable. And then you have him in this Nitro Motorsports car, which proved last year to almost be unstoppable at those places. I think this is where, when I looked at when I saw this deal come together over the winter, I was like, ooh. I know who my picks are if I'm going to Vegas, because this is Rafa's a generational talent. There's no other way around it. He does stuff with a race car that you just admire, and he raises the game, the level of everyone around him. These youngsters I don't think the young drivers that come in here will realize it until much later on in their career, how important it was for them to race Rafa Matos at this point in their career, because you just usually don't get to race someone at that quality at this level.
Yeah.
At this point in your career, and Rafa has found his home in Trans Am. He loves this series. This is the Rafa Matos series almost to him. Like he loves being here. It's a family to him. So yeah, really, really big hats off to this Brazilian. He's American, actually. He's an American citizen. That happened just a few years ago. But the Concord American flagpole Ford Mustang and Rafa Matos. Ladies and gentlemen, at home, cheer him on. He's a great man. He's great to have there. Jake Drew, the youngster right behind him, replacing Connor Zilic, the phenom, who's I believe he's at COTA with Trackhouse right now watching MotoGP. I believe is where Connor Zilic is at. So and then you have your P3 spot there of the 2022 champ, Thomas Merrill, delivering on the promise that Mike Cope gave us before this race started, that car was going to the front.
Yeah, certainly did, and gave us that little bit of inside information, and certainly came true as we watch Rafa Matos stepping out of that number 60 here at this point. There you heard the wahoo from Rafa as we go down to Jim Weed Victory Circle. Hugs all around for that team, and a well-earned victory, converting pole position to a win here at NOLA Motorsports Park. Wasn't able to lead every lap, but led the most and led the ones that matter.
And I do believe he becomes the first Cube 3 Architecture TA2 driver to win in all three chassis.
I think you're right about that.
In the Howe chassis, an M1 chassis, and now in a Cope chassis. So now Rafa Matos, again, add to your legendary, my friend, my brother, because you are a legend.
There it is. And to find out more about the legend, we throw down to Ben Sissel.
Well, thank you so much, gentlemen. Rafa, unofficially right now, you are now the most winningest driver in the Cube 3 TA2 Series, from pole to checker flag, but it wasn't that easy, was it?
Yeah, it took a long time to get the 21st win. The last one, it was Mid-Ohio last year. We were very confident coming to this race. We had a very fast race car. Hats off to the Nitro Motorsports crew. Nick Tucker assembling this team. There's a lot of talent in the team. It's a group effort. My crew chief, Mark Durgin, and every single member of the team. You know, hats off to Chris Dyson, allowing us to compete at the highest level with the Concord American Flag Pole Company. And, you know, just a really happy day for the team. It should be a really good day for the points. And, you know, hopefully we'll get a few more wins, you know, and, you know, fight for this third championship.
Nice. I love it. Well, Rafa Matos with Nitro Motorsports, so good. Now, Jake Drew, this is your second TA2 race, finishing second, and what a fight it was.
Yeah, for sure. P2 Drew again there, huh? Super happy to be here with Silver Hair and Chevrolet and everybody. It's super cool being in my first time here at NOLA and getting a good finish for these guys and just improving as much as we can. I'm learning so much every week, and I'm just having a blast in these TA2 cars.
Nice. I love it. Well, Jake Drew, thank you so much. Congratulations. The TA2 Series, I'm so glad that they brought him in. So, Ben Mayer, come here, Thomas, you two. Thomas, one of the veterans in here, and we were talking about the young guns. Well, this time, I was so proud of Ben Mayer. What a fight out there, keeping this champion behind you the whole race, and then just heartbreak at the white flag.
Yeah, me and my crew chief have really been working hard on this car to get it to go fast all weekend, and it showed. And we were running up front, and bad things happen sometimes, and we just broke on the last lap, so hopefully we can run up front next time and that doesn't happen. But he was right on me the whole time, and I was just I was pretty nervous just to have him behind me, but I was excited with how I performed.
Well, hey, Thomas, let's talk about this 15-year-old and the talent that's out there on the track, and congratulations.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that was a hard race for us there, coming back from 10th, but really proud of the crew for working hard last night and getting this thing back in good working order. But what can you say about Ben? This kid's come so far in such a short period of time. It was a pleasure watching him drive. He drove like a seasoned vet. So I was really actually sad to see him have that issue on the last lap. I think he deserves better, but he'll be there again later this season, no doubt about it.
And this HP Tuners car, man, all over the camera. You were kind of the story to watch early on and then later on in the race as well. But thank you so much to Keith Prochek for providing that, and the Cope team did a great job with you.
Yeah, big thanks to HP Tuners, and congratulations to Keith for winning in the Pro-Am. That's a big milestone for him, so really proud of the HP Tuners cars today.
All right, well, I'm going to throw it back up to you gentlemen in the booth, and we're going to get going with our Jim Weed Winner's Circle.
Well, thank you, Ben. It's always fascinating to be able to hear from those drivers. And as we said, absolutely heartbreaking there for Ben Meyer to be able to have that run. But a great run here today for Rafa Matos, who was able to take his first victory of the year. Jake Droom and Thomas Merrill rounding out that podium. Annunciata having to fight and claw his way through. Caleb Bacon in 5th. Josh Hurley, 6th place. Gavin Boschel, Connor Mozak, Adrian Lostowski, and Keith Prochek taking your Pro-Am victory here today. Eric Caton was 11th, and then Julian DaCosta, remember, he was the driver that we saw go off earlier on in the race. He was able to recover to a P12. Mayer was P13. Borisset Jr. with some problems, and then the rest of the field there, Gonzalez, Gallagher, Odrick, Sheehan, and Bose, all of them multiple laps down here at this point. There we take a live look at Jim Weed's Winner's Circle. But before we go down to the podium celebrations, we get ready to take a look at the race highlights from here today. It was an absolutely fantastic race that started off here with the drop of the green flag and 3-wide action as Jake Drew, Connor Mozak, and Rafa Matos got their elbows out going down into turn 1. Thomas Annunciata got a big hop at the curb in a long battle with Adrian Lostowski. Jim Gallagher worked his way forward here, and Annunciata sending moves left, right, and center. He was not to be denied. That, to me, was the move of the race down to the inside of Josh Hurley. Annunciata on the charge once again down into the inside of Connor Mozak. Got his elbows out a little bit there to be able to make that work. Side by side between Boschel and Lostowski. Gallagher looped it around at the end, unfortunately, but it was Rafa Matos that was able to take victory, his first of the year here today at NOLA Motorsports Park. A fantastic run for him as we get ready to be able to celebrate podiums here in just a few moments' time. And now we go down to Jim Weed, Winner's Circle, and Ben Sissel.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Let's hear it, New Orleans. The Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series. Come on, New Orleans, get a little bit loud. That was a fun race. We are here at the NOLA SpeedTour. This is going to be another history-making podium here with the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. We are going to start in the Pro-Am, and now the louder you get out there, I haven't been impressed so far, but the louder that you get out there, the more. We've got some cool Cube 3 stress balls to throw out. Let's see who can catch. Come on, somebody get loud. Oh, come on, you got to try harder than that. Estelle, come on now. All right, here we go, the Pro-Am, ladies and gentlemen. This shows you how rough, how wavy this track is and how much fitness you need to have, because this gentleman, straight out of the NFL, was winded when he got out of his car. 3rd place in Pro-Am. First time here on the podium. Let's hear it. Jared Odrick in that number 81 CB race cars, wearing that black underwear shirt. So excited to have him out here. It's an honor, sir. Welcome to the podium. Nice job. Crazy race. In 2nd place, and listen, you got to get really loud because his wife is here today. 2nd place Pro-Am. Let's hear it. Jim Gallagher. Jim Gallagher with Cope race cars, regulators. And then in 1st place, HP Tuners. Pro-Am doing really well in the Pro-Am. Let's hear it. Keith Prochek. Ladies and gentlemen, that is our Pro-Am. Come on, New Orleans. Get a little bit louder than that. All right, guys, not to put you on the spot, Jared, I know you got a broken thumb. Let's see what kind of arm you got. Come on now. Throw out some of these Cube 3 stress balls. Who needs one of these things? Come on now, get loud. Get proud. Come on, Pro Chuck. Let's see what you got. Cubes. What did I call them? Stress, yeah, cubes. Hi. I don't know what I'm talking about up here, but thank you. Audric, man, crazy race out there. And, you know, I know you're in good shape, but you look a little winded. That's a rough track.
Yeah, these shoulders don't actually help in a race like that. You know, I've actually been doing my best to try to cut weight. You know, I played at 305, 310 my whole career, and so racing has given me a lot of new disciplines and new objectives, and I'm just thankful to be here. So thank you, and thank you, Black Underwear, and thank you, Trans Am Series.
Nice. How about that, ladies and gentlemen? Jared Audric showing us how it's done. First time in Pro-Am. I'm tangled up here, sorry. There we go. Jim Gallagher, you know, we spoke. You started at the rear of the field, worked your way up. Now you're on the podium here at New Orleans, and your wife is here. That's good stuff.
Super cool. Glad she's here. I want to thank Regulator by Waypoint. I want to thank everyone at Cope Racing, especially Rebecca, who I listen to for 75 minutes every race. And congrats to Keith. Nice. He was a little grumpy before, so hopefully he's in a better mood now.
Keith Prochek, HP Tuners, you still grumpy, or how was your race?
Here, take the mic from me.
Yeah, I feel a lot better now. I was actually a little grumpy beforehand, but it was a great race. It was a tough turn 2 and 3. There was a bit of contact. I fell back to the rear. I raced Jim and Jared for quite a bit, and yeah, they raced really hard, really clean. It was really cool to have a full green race. It really tests you. These cars are really hot. So I just want to say thanks to Mike Cope and the entire team. Thank you guys, 10 years. And congrats to Thomas Merrill for third as well. Great HP Tuners representation, so thank you.
Nice. I love it. Ladies and gentlemen, hold on now. Let's get loud, New Orleans. Come on. Jared Audric, Jim Gallagher, Keith Prochek, and Adam Andretti in the booth was saying this may be the most physically challenging track on our circuit. There's no rest. There's waves everywhere. Hold up the Cube 3 stress cube. Sorry about that. All right, come on now. New Orleans, let's get loud. Jared Audric, Jim Gallagher, Keith Prochek.
Now throw those out, throw those out.
Throw them out. There we go. There's an arm. I love that. All right, now we'll change hats. Nice job. All right, New Orleans, this is your chance. Come on now, get loud. Get loud, New Orleans. Jared Audric, Jim Gallagher, Keith Prochek.
All right, stay there.
Nice job. Oh, champagne. Uh-oh. See what they do. Oh, they're going for it. Oh, look at that. Keith Prochek, who is a Bears fan, right into Jared Audric's eyes. Hey, nice job.
Thank you.
Keith Prochek, nice job, man. That's going to help out the points in the Pro-Am. You're good at NOLA, man. Nice job. Jim Gallagher, nice job. Have fun. Are you presenting the trophies?
2 and 3. Yeah.
Gentlemen, now we've got the National Series. I need New Orleans to get really loud because we've got some history here. Our 2022 Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series champion back up here on the podium, hard fought in his beautiful HP Tuners Mike Cope Ford Mustang. Let's hear it. Thomas Merrill, third place. Oh, New Orleans, you got to get louder than that. Come on now. Second place. Second race in the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series with Silver Hair Racing. I was talking to Laura with Silver Hair Racing just last race, and she was talking about the talent that he is, and she was absolutely right. Let's hear it. Jake Drew, ladies and gentlemen, second place, second race. Unbelievable. And then presenting our first place, ladies and gentlemen, John Claggett, president of Trans Am, the person that has resurrected it, worked for Trans Am for 40 years. This is his last race with us until the Circuit of the Americas. So let's hear for John Claggett, first of all. Come on up here, John Claggett. John Claggett is here to present the trophy to the Concord American Flagpole two-time Trans Am TA2 champion, Rafa Matos, for winning the race. Let's hear it for Rafa Matos.
And it's my distinct pleasure to be able to hand this out to the Cube 3 top finisher, 21 wins in history. Congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Nice. How about that, ladies and gentlemen? Let's hear it. John Claggett, yeah, when the champagne comes out, yeah. So, Thomas Merrill, you had a battle there, and you were comfortably in fourth. I thought, honestly, you were going to finish fourth. Ben Mayer had the best race I've ever seen. So proud of Ben Mayer. Went out at the white flag with a mechanical, and then you were able to take advantage, which the veterans do.
Yeah, I'll take it today. We made life hard for ourselves by not showing our best in qualifying there, but full credit to the co-crew for putting the work in and getting us back in good working order. And yeah, shout out to Ben Mayer. That was the best race I've ever seen him drive, like he said, and he didn't deserve that. So I'm sure we'll see him up on the podium very soon.
Nice, I love it. Well, Thomas Merrill, HP Tuners, Mike Cope Race Cars. Come on, get loud, come on. A little clapping, yeah, there we go. Jake Drew, you know, the whole Silver Hair crew were telling me the talent that you are, and to be up here in your second race, second place, nice job.
Yeah, I just got to give a huge shout out to Maurice and Laura. We wish they were here with us. They're having a weekend off, I guess, but we're having fun out here in NOLA, and I'm just super happy to bring home a clean car in second, in my second race in this series, and just having such a good time in this car.
Nice, I love it. Thank you very much, Jake Drew. And then Rafa, take the mic. Tell us about your race out there.
Well, the race went pretty well. We felt we had a very fast race car since the beginning of the weekend, and hats off to the NOLA Motorsports team. I think Nick Tucker does a fantastic job assembling a fantastic team. There's a lot of talent in the team, not only the drivers, but the mechanics, the crew chiefs. There's a lot of talent, and the race went well. You know, I had the pole position, obviously, but got past in the beginning and waited until I burned some fuel in the car. Gained some balance, and you know, went to overtake Jake. It was a clean pass, and you know, build up a gap and just managed the gap throughout the race. And you know, just a really good day. Proud of the team, proud of Concord American Flagpole Company, you know, allowing us to compete at the highest level. And 21st win, baby. I was waiting for that one for a long time, and you know, it's been a minute, and hopefully we'll be the first of many this season, and we'll hopefully pave our way to our third championship here.
Nice, I love it. I love it. And just talking about history, I believe that makes Rafa the most winning driver in the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series. So let's hear it. Thomas Merrill, Jake Drew, Rafa Matos. What a race here at the NOLA SpeedTour.
All right, I need you to hold on.
Uh-oh. Hold up those cubes.
Make sure it has 3 pointed.
They kind of look like Mario Brothers cubes. I like that. Little pixels, yeah. Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series, Thomas Merrill, Jake Drew, Rafa Matos here at NOLA SpeedTour. Come on, NOLA, let's hear you. I thought this was like a party city. You guys sound like Salt Lake City. I thought this city liked to party. All right, now New Orleans. Yeah, who wants a hat? Thomas Merrill says, who wants a hat? Let's go. Oh, Nick. No, all right. Oh, Jake Drew. Oh, look at that boomerang hat. There we go. All right, he said the wind's going. Oh, Rafa can throw a hat. There we go. Rafa wins the hat throwing contest too. All right, New Orleans, last chance. Let's get loud. Thomas Merrill, Jake Drew, Rafa Matos. We've got 3 championships up here and probably a future championship. All right, wait, before we get going, where's John Claggett? No, come on, John Claggett. You might go to, he doesn't want to go to the airport smelling the champagne. You want to sit out on this one? But you're getting to be armed too.
If you behave.
You get to be armed too. So, John Claggett, I have absolutely loved working with you. Such a mentor to me. Thank you so much. And that's the checkered flag on you. How you feel?
Feel great. We've had nothing but great competition for a long time with wonderful racers, thousands of workers that have worked these races, and I'm blessed to have been a part of it.
Nice. A huge part of it. The leader, the captain. All right, go crazy, ladies and gentlemen. John Claggett, Thomas Merrill, Jake Drew, Rafa Matos. Oh, they were nicer to you than I was expecting, John Claggett. Yeah, but now, John Claggett, don't get pulled over on your way to the airport, because that's going to smell funny. Hey, I love you, man. Thank you so much for everything you've done. Just for me personally, my personal life. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this 15-year-old was fighting off some seasoned veterans in the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series. And our Omologato fastest lap goes to the number 80. Let's hear it. Ben Mayer, ladies and gentlemen. Ben Mayer, man, so proud of you. What a performance out there. I know it's not the finish that you wanted, but man, that's got to feel good.
Yeah, my car has been great this weekend. I'd like to thank Brad Parrott. It's really this is my first time up here, so I'm super excited, and my car was so fast. He worked on it all night, and same with the Nitro crew and my crew, so it was really, really good weekend for me. I'm happy with how my car was. I'd like to thank BOE Marine, Simrad Ride for helping get me here, and I think I can have some pretty good results in the future.
Of course you can, because in my opinion, you kept one of the fastest TA2 drivers in history, a former champion Thomas Merrill, behind you pretty easily the whole time. So nice job. Let's hear it for Ben Mayer, ladies and gentlemen. He is going to be on the podium with us again here in the future. Congratulations. All right, I am going to throw it back to everybody up there in the booth, but we're going to celebrate a little bit more, so DJ, take it away.
All right, to take it away, I will. Thank you so much to Ben, and congratulations again to all of our podium sitters there at that point. A fantastic race on store. Make sure to stay with us here through the rest of the day on SpeedTour TV, or tune back in on MAV TV as we continue to go on. Make sure, though, to watch on MAV TV a little bit later on in the week, Thursday, April 18th, as we have the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series and TA presented by Pirelli. Make sure to tune in for those. And thank you to all of our viewers on SpeedTour TV. Make sure to stay tuned in on SpeedTour TV. We've got some more racing action for you on the day, another SVRA race, as well as Formula Regionals ready to head out onto the track. But it is going to be absolutely fantastic action, as it always is here at NOLA Motorsports Park. We're going to take a quick break, but I will leave you in the capable hands of John Phippen when we return.
Kind of surprise things, and he rockets by Sima.
There's Boris said.
One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zone, like this one right here.
Both go around. There's the green. We are back and at it. Watch this. Oh, Lagarde, Miller, Lagarde.
Welcome back to NOLA Motorsports Park as we are about to kick off our final race of the weekend, at least for the FR Americas Championship. My name's John Phippen, spokesman for both the FR Americas and the Ligier JS F4 champion, as we've got one more race to go to kick off the weekend. It's been an eventful weekend, and we've got two drivers who just finished their last race in the JSS 4 championship, Kekai Hawanio and Brad Majman. Brad, I've heard your name pronounced Mayman and Majman. Do you have a preference?
Not really.
How do you say your last name?
I say Majman. My dad says Mayman.
Okay, so you say Majman.
Yeah.
Majman it is. We'll do it. Kekai, I know I pronounced your name wrong until VIR last year when you corrected me, so thank you for that. But nonetheless, we've got a great race coming up. There's the 02 car of Jet Bowling, who scored his first points in this last race. Get my screen back on here. The 02 of Jet Bowling, racing for the Crosslink Kiwi out of Dallas, Texas. There's the 11 of Cole Kleck. Cole has done very well. He leads the points coming into this round. In fact, he's tied for the points lead coming into this final round. He and Patrick Woods-Toth are tied for the points lead after the second race went official just a few minutes ago. So Cole's going to be a factor to be reckoned with. Hayden Bowlesby, perhaps the surprise of the season, as he has come out very, very strong. The local team based here in Folsom, Louisiana, is now third in the points coming into this third round. So Hayden Bowlesby had his first podium of the year in round number 2, finished 6th in round 1, and that puts him right in the thick of the points battle. Hayden is our most experienced driver. He's raced with us for 3 years in F4 between 2019 and 2021 before stepping up to the Formula Regional Americas Championship, where he's raced for 2 seasons, this being his third. He finished 6th in the championship a year ago, and he now has 2 podiums in Formula Regional Americas competition. These beautiful drone shots give you a sight of the Big Easy in the background and this beautiful motorsports facility. We had flooding rains earlier in the week, but it has been just Chamber of Commerce weather ever since. There's Kevin Jansen, one of 2 drivers who's vying for the Masters Cup in the number 24 car. Kevin out of Deerfield Beach, Florida. He's a Canadian by birth, but living in Florida now. This is his 4th year of competition in the Formula Regional Americas Championship. Still looking for that first podium. So good luck to him to maybe knock that. Rico Slauman is there in the number 25 car. Rico out of Los Angeles, California for Crosslink Kiwi. He raced with us last in the F4 Championship back in 2018, so he's taken a few years off. Here's the guy that's had the hard luck story pretty much all weekend long. That's Landon Matriano Lim. He shared the commentary booth with me for the last race in the number 73. He's a local driver from Shreveport, Louisiana for Crosslink Kiwi. Titus Sherlock, another driver from the Crosslink Kiwi stable in the number 31 out of Prosper, Texas. Finished as the vice champion in the F4 championship a year ago. So big things expected from Titus. He's currently 7th in the points after 2 rounds of racing here this year in this brand spanking new season for the Formula Regional Americas Championship. Gentlemen, it's been an eventful weekend for both of you. We've had a lot of red flags. We have had a lot of issues with too many laps behind the safety car. What have you learned? What do you think? What do you think we're going to look forward to going up to Road America next weekend, or the next race weekend? Brad, I'll start with you.
I think obviously Road America has a lot of straights, but also can have the odd pinch point, especially after you have the carousel and that. The right kink, then it waves down a little bit. So I think that could maybe cause some issues. But I think the best thing will be that there's big braking zones, long straights. So hopefully there shouldn't be too many bombs. If you come off the corner with a good run, even if you have the same run as the person in front of you, the toe should help you at least get next to the person in front, rather than having to go move under brakes to try and make the move done.
Okay, Kai, how about you?
Yeah, Road Americas has a long straightaway, so you always have to make sure you have a draft in qualifying, or you're going to be quite off the time. But hoping to make up some points because we got some penalties, so we got to make up some points. Me and Brad.
Not a problem. It's a long season. We've got 7 rounds of racing to go, so all told, so you got plenty of time to make up ground. So good deal. Good future ahead for both of you, and we have one more announcement to make. Brad, it's your birthday, I understand, today. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
You're the ripe old age of 15, so that's great. That's fantastic. So Brad Majman, one of the new drivers, one of 2 Australians in the field. Do you know Daniel well? Have you raced against him?
Yeah, I've been racing against Daniel for ages, probably since I was about 10.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so I know him quite well.
So you guys know well, yeah.
Yeah.
10, let's see, that's when you had your Supernats victory, right? When you were 10?
Yeah, in 2019.
Yeah, awesome. That's great to see. We're getting close to sending the cars out for their formation lap. The pole sitter will be Ryan Sheehan, as Ryan set the fastest lap in race number 2, and that's how the grids are formed. The fast lap turned in the previous race determines the grid for the succeeding race. So this being race number 3, fast laps in race 2 set the grid. Jet Bowling will start alongside, but we'll run the full starting grid once the safety car pulls out and we get this race underway. It's a timed race, of course, 30 minutes in duration. And I know that Scott Goodyear had a drivers' meeting with these drivers after the second race, which was eventful. Let's just put it that way. And I'm sure he gave them a stern talking to. So we're hoping for better things coming out of this race. As you can see, our pole sitter Ryan Sheehan getting the 1-minute board from the pit marshals. And this overhead shot of this beautiful facility beginning to thin out a little bit in the paddock. The Trans Am folks just completed their race, the Trans Am 2 race. Congratulations to Rafa Matos for the win on that one. And some of the vintage competitors still have some racing to go. We've got 2 more vintage races after this one. Scott Conway will be on the call here for those of you here at the track for the balance of that. But now everybody's rolling out of the false grid. Let's run the starting grid for you, and we'll introduce the 15 drivers that will compete in this final race of the weekend for Formula Regional Americas. Starting alone in row number 8 is car 14. That's Alex Benovitz out of Naples, Florida for Crosslink Kiwi Motorsports. In row 7 on the outside, car 24, his teammate Kevin Jansen out of Deerfield Beach, Florida. Remember, he's one of the Masters competitors. Next to him is the 25 of Rico Slauman out of Los Angeles, California, also for Crosslink Kiwi, as is Landon Matriano Lim out of Shreveport. We talked briefly about Landon, as he's had kind of a star-crossed weekend. Looking for good things from him, starting from the 12th position. In 11th is the 31 of Titus Sherlock, yet another Crosslink Kiwi driver from Prosper, Texas. Outside of row 5 is car 07, Anthony Autilio out of Cranston, Rhode Island. He's the other Masters competitor for Momentum Motorsports. Next to him, the 77 of James Lawley out of Halifax, Canada for Kart Barn Racing, his sponsor. He races for the Atlantic Racing Team. In row 4 is car 17, Justin Garrett from Miami, Florida. He races for the Speed Factory, and alongside him, another of my co-commentators earlier in the weekend, the number 6 of Nicole Haverda from British Columbia, Canada. She races for Crosslink Kiwi. The reigning F4 US champion and the co-leader of this championship coming into this race starts 6th. That's the 27 of Patrick Woods-Toth out of Saint-Lazare, Quebec. He races for Crosslink Kiwi. He won the scholarship after winning the F4 championship a year ago to have a full season of racing here in Formula Regional. As we move forward into the outside of row number 3, the 55 of Nico Ambiato, making his home in Davenport, Florida when he's here in this country, but he hails from Santiago, Chile, a 16-year-old racing for the Velox USA team. In row 2 on the outside, Hayden Bowlesby, the scion of the Bowlesby Motorsports Enterprises. He races for his dad's team in the number 22. He shared the microphone with me as well. He notched his 2nd podium of his career in the Formula Regional Americas Championship in race number 2. The team is the IGY6 Motorsports team. We'll discuss that in a little bit. Moving outside of row 2, is the 11 of Cole Kleck. Cole has been a winner already this weekend, as he took the win in the first round out of San Antonio, Texas, for the single car DD Autosport team. And now for the front row, their teammates, both from the Crosslink Kiwi stable, the 02 of Jet Bowling. Jet got his first points in round number 2, I believe, and he's up in 8th place in the points coming into this race out of Dallas, Texas. And your pole sitter, who is the vice champion of the FR Championship a year ago, carried that championship battle right into the last race of the year, but eventually had to succumb to his teammate at the time, Patrick Woodstoff. Ryan is out of Horseshoe Bay, which is near Austin, Texas, in the 66 car. And like we say, Ryan Sheehan not having the start this weekend that we expected from him, but he's still 4th in the points and only 1 point behind Hayden Bowlesby for 3rd. But we've got a tie, a dead heat at the top of the points championship coming into this 3rd race of the weekend and of the season as we're making ready to get this one started. You can see the cars lining up in their grid positions here on the front straightaway. Yes, it looks like we have a missing man in the formation there.
I'm pretty sure that's Alex Benovitz. He had gearbox issues in the last race.
Got it. That would explain it. So Alex Benovitz not able to be in the field, it looks like. The field is lined up. We're waiting for the light sequence to begin. And there come the lights. The engine's on the rev limiters. We wait, and they're away. Good jump from Ryan Sheehan, but the 0-2 of Jet Bowling gives a good run. It's 3 wide. Inside them is Hayden Bowlesby, who slots up ahead. Then the 11 of Cole Kleck. Right behind them is the 6 of Nicola Verda. As everybody tries to funnel down through turn number 1, the battle at the front between Ryan Sheehan and Hayden Bowlesby. Bowlesby going for the lead here with Cole Kleck in the orange car. Going to try to go around the outside. A little bit of a lockup from Cole as he was a bit late on the brakes, but he's going to try to take them both, is Cole Kleck. He's got a nose ahead as they head toward turn number 4. Through the turn they go, and it's still going to be Ryan Sheehan with the advantage. Cole Kleck trying to collect that 2nd spot. Hayden Bowlesby trying to decide who to follow, and he decides he's going to go behind Cole Kleck because he's had some success. But Ryan is going to hold him off as they go just a little bit wide into the Gators' teeth there at turn 5 through this very tricky turn 6, and that's exactly what you try to avoid. Cole went a little bit too wide, dropped 2 wheels off, and that cost him some momentum. That gives Ryan Sheehan a little bit of breathing room as they open up the throttle and come down in through the Bennett Bridge Hall S's for the first time. That turn 6 has been a bugbear for a lot of drivers this weekend. Kekai, has it caught you out yet?
Yesterday in the race, I think I dropped the tire a couple times once the tires started to fall off. But it's a very deceiving corner.
Yeah.
And it seems we have one off.
Indeed we do. We've got a spinner here just in front of our commentary position. We'll sort that out as the safety car already exiting pit lane. So not even half a lap before our first safety car here. As Ryan Sheehan will bring the field across the line. Hayden Bowlesby in 2nd, Jet Bowling in 3rd, Patrick Woodstoff 4th, Cole Kleck shuffled back to 5th after dropping those wheels off at turn 6. Titus Sherlock in the 6th spot, Nicola Verda in 7th, James Lawley in 8th, Justin Garrett and Landon Matriano Lim. Anthony Otello is missing in action, and I think he was the spinner, but it looks like he may have been able to continue under his own power.
He's got front wing damage, so he's going to be in the pits.
Yep.
Most likely will go a lap down.
There you go. Nico Ambiato and Alex Benefits did not take the start of the race. We mentioned Benefits with a gearbox problem, issues for Ambiato as well. While we've got our first full course yellow, let's take a brief pause to thank some of the sponsors that make the racing possible for us here on SpeedTour TV.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
The NOLA SpeedTour returns to Sonoma Raceway April 19th through the 21st, featuring the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli Western Championship, the Sportscar Vintage Racing Association, Historic Trans Am, the Toyo Tire 2.5 Challenge, PSSA, International GT, and Saturday you can take part in the Hagerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show. You do not want to miss the Sonoma SpeedTour April 19th through the 21st. For tickets, simply go to speedtour.net.
We're back with our first full course caution of the weekend, certainly not of the weekend, but of this race for sure, as Anthony Autelio had a problem and had to retire into the pits, we believe, with some front wing damage. We'll see if they've been able to get that car repaired, and he might be able to get back out if they've got a spare nose handy, but we'll check that out. The lights are out on the safety car, which indicates we're going to get the restart right away here, so it's a brief full course yellow. Again, it is a timed race. We're at 25 and a half minutes, thereabouts, remaining. James Rogerson, our safety car driver, begins to accelerate away from the field there at turn 13. He'll dive into the pit lane and turn the field over to Ryan Sheehan as he'll bring them around at safety car speed until they reach the apex of turn 16. That's the acceleration point. And Ryan can choose to accelerate any time once he reaches that. Just about now. And we'll see when he elects to pull the trigger. Everybody has to stay single file. No passing is permitted until they cross start finish. Sheehan is on the throttle as he heads for the line, doing a little weaving, trying to break the draft. Everybody stay in single file. Let's see who pops out first. There goes Cole Kleck all the way down to the inside of Hayden Bowlesby.
He got two there.
Yeah, he did indeed. The 0-2 of Jet Bowling. Cole Kleck has been a very aggressive driver. He started, I think, 6th in the first race, and he was in the lead by the time we got to the end of
Woods-Toth just made a huge move now for third place.
Yep. Patrick Woods-Toth outside of Cole Kleck. Patrick, a very measured driver. At least he has been in our experience. I don't know if you've had a chance to chat much with Patrick, but he's a driver that is patient, waits until the opportunity presents itself, and he had 4 wins and 10 podiums last season on the way to the championship. So Cole Kleck slotting in just behind him as they work their way down into the Bennett Bridge Hall S's. And that's the best battle, Woods-Toth and Kleck close together for that third place, with Sheehan and Bowlesby out in front. Kleck in that brilliant orange livery of the DD team. It's their first race weekend with us, DD Autosport. Cole did double duty last season. He raced for 2 different teams, started the season in the F4 Championship, and then switched teams and went to the FR Championship about mid-season. And despite that partial season, he still managed to finish 10th in the points at the end of the year. Ryan Sheehan sets fast lap of the race. Hayden Bowlesby 2nd, Patrick Woods-Toth 3rd. Kleck in 4th, Jet Bowling just behind him. Is way down to the inside is the 77 of James Lawley, looking for an advantage. The 17 of Justin Garrett doing battle with them, and there they are side by side. Lawley tries to get the inside line at turn 2, and it looks like he's made it stick as they run down to turn 3, but here comes Lawley back on him as they hit the braking zone for turn 3. This sequence of turns 3 and 4 is a great opportunity. If you can stick it on the outside, then you've got the inside line for the next turn. Landon Montriano Lim up there in the thick of it. He's come up from a little further back. He was 12th at the start. He's up to 10th right now. Looking for a good, clean weekend as he's had a troubled first 2 races here. There's the 77 of James Lawley out of Halifax, Nova Scotia for the Atlantic Racing Team. And the 25 of Rico Slauman out of Los Angeles for Crosslink Kiwi. Good battle at the front. Sheehan and Bowlesby pulling away just a little bit. There's Bowlesby now coming under pressure from Patrick Woods-Toth. As Hayden Bowlesby on the strength of a podium in race number 2, looking to back it up with maybe another podium here. He's already doubled his podium total from all last season. But Ryan Sheehan getting away at the front. Last time across the line, he was a full second ahead. He stretched that out to almost 2 seconds. So he has definitely got the pace. The question is he going to be able to keep the tires under him? This being the last race of the weekend, these new compound Hankook tires are wearing a little more rapidly than their predecessors. K-Kai, you raced on the tire last year. Have you noticed a big difference in how the tires, last?
Not necessarily, no. I haven't really felt that they last longer.
Yeah.
But that Sheehan's gap will continue to grow as Patrick tries to battle with Bosley.
Yeah, as long as those two continue to battle each other, that slows them down. Ryan, looking in his mirrors, has got a big grin under that crash helmet, of course, as the 27 car of Patrick Woods-Toth in the third spot. Wants to move up at least one more if he can, and then set his sail for his teammate, Hayden Bowlesby, with the IGY 16. This is their home race. This racetrack has not been particularly good to Hayden, as he's always hoped to do well here because it is just down the road from their shop. But unfortunately, it has
And there goes
not done
Woods-Toth
well.
for the move.
Yep, he's down to the inside at turn 13. That's a prime passing opportunity.
It knocks Bosley off the track, makes some contact.
Yep. The two of them got together. But he made the pass stick, for the moment anyway. Off of the Mission Foods turn 16 and onto the front straightaway they come. So new second place runner, Patrick Woods-Toth. Hayden Bowlesby in third. There's Cole Kleck lurking just behind him. We're going to get a chance to have a look at that pass as they work their way out of turn number 4, down into turn 5. Big lockup there for Woods-Toth. That was into 13, I'm sorry. Down into Woods-Toth. Big lockup for him. Hit the curb a little bit, and that bounced him over into the pad. And a trouble for Hayden Bowlesby. And that's where the contact was made. I have a feeling that wheel-to-wheel contact there, when the overtake happened, broke the rear suspension. So disappointment for local racer Hayden Bowlesby. He was kind of a passenger in that one. The stewards will sort that out if there is a penalty to be assessed. As Patrick stuffed it down inside, hit the curb, and sort of bounced into Bowlesby. And that contact obviously damaged the rear suspension. Tough break for the driver from Folsom. We're going to get a chance to see Hayden's car once again, as we've got Cole Kleck, and Hayden should be just in front of him.
It seems like he made contact with someone else. Oh, he went off by
Yeah.
himself.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he went wide. Yeah, exactly right. He went wide coming out of turn 4, or turn 3, turn 2, I'm sorry. That's turn 3, and that's what caused the damage, I'm afraid. So perhaps we should not assign blame to Patrick Woods-Toth just yet.
On Woods-Toth, he's just set the fastest lap. The 0.6 quicker than Sheehan that last lap. So maybe Sheehan was too hard on his tires.
Exactly. It's 1:35.6 for Woods-Toth. As I mentioned, historically a very patient driver as he waits for the race to come to him. Cole Kleck now up into the podium positions for the third time this weekend, potentially. He's got a win and a second place finish, as does Woods-Toth. That's why they're tied in the points right now. So we'll see how that's going to shake out. Jet Bowling definitely having his best race of the weekend. He did not score in the first race, finished 5th in race number 2. Titus Sherlock, not that far behind, about a second behind Jet. As we get a good look at Cole Kleck, the 17-year-old from San Antonio. But Sheehan has built up a very comfortable cushion. It was 2 seconds at the line, or Sheehan. It was 2 seconds at the line, but Woods-Toth, as Brad mentioned, set the fast lap of the race. And we'll see if he's able to close that gap down next time they come across the line. There's Ryan Sheehan. I'm sure he's been disappointed. He didn't have the results that he had hoped for. A 5th and a 4th so far this weekend. Being the vice champion a year ago, he was sort of the odds-on favorite to be near the front for this weekend, and so far it's not been the case. This is the first time he's led all this weekend, but he has got a pretty comfortable lead right now. But
Sheehan responded to Woods-Toth with they both set the same lap time of the 36.0.
Yeah, just about the same lap times, within a couple hundredths of a second. There's Jet Bowling in the silver livery number 02. Jet Bowling chasing Cole Kleck to see what he can perhaps do about a podium spot. Jet out of Dallas, his best finish a year ago was a 10th at VIR. He's already bettered that with his 5th place finish in round 2. He, of course, raced in the F4 Championship a year ago, so this is a good beginning to his career in the Formula Regional Americas Championship. He's staying right with Cole Kleck. As we look at lap times on the last lap, he was marginally quicker. Kleck was a 37.2, Bowling a 37.1. And we watch that battle as they work their way through the Bennett Bridge Hall S's, coming down into turn 13, where Woods Toth and Hayden Bowlesby had their contretemps into turn 14. And it's a 3-way battle, not that far back as Titus Sherlock, as he's closing down on these two as well. Titus with a 4th place finish in the first race of the weekend. Woods Toth is definitely eating into Ryan Sheehan's lead. It was literally 2 seconds, 2 laps ago. It's down to a 1.5 seconds, so he's begun to trim it down. There's the Kleck and Bowling battle as well, with the 31 of Sherlock lurking there, as they are doing battle for the final step on the podium. Cole Kleck with it right at the moment. But lots of racing left to go as we're just past half distance. 15 minutes still remaining. So far, with the spin of Anthony Autelio, we've had a pretty clean race. So fingers crossed that we can keep it that way. We'd like to see green all the way to the end.
Funny you say that. There has just been a spin at turn 2.
They call it the commentator's curse. Anytime you mention something, bad stuff happens. So we'll see how that happens. But hopefully whoever's involved in that spin is able to continue on their own.
Seems like it cleared up.
Yep, that's good. Meanwhile, we turn our attention back to this battle between Kleck and Bowling for the final podium step. If anything, it looks like Cole has kind of settled into his pace and has stretched it out just a little bit, with Titus Sherlock not that far behind. Big gap behind Titus, though, almost 3.5 seconds back to the British Columbian Nicola Verda. She's the only female in this class. But back to the front we go. Here's Ryan Sheehan and Patrick Woods Toth as they cross the line. Once again, almost identical lap times as they stay right at 1.5 seconds apart. Kleck, Bowling, and Sherlock also very similar lap times. Kleck was the quickest of the 3. Jet Bowling losing just a little bit of ground. It's about 0.7 seconds at the line. Patrick Woods Toth, the reigning F4 U.S. champion, after a competitive but not dominant season a year ago. As I said, he only won 4 races out of 18, but he was on the podium in 10 others. So 14 podium appearances out of 18 races is a formula for pretty good success in any form of racing. Let's see if he's able to continue to eat away at that lead. Like I say, the last time by, their lap times, meaning his and Ryan Sheehan's, were virtually identical. The 0-2 of Jet Bowling continues to try to mount his challenge as we watch that battle. That's Cole Kleck in the orange car at the lead of this threesome. As you can see, they're just about equally spaced, with Bowling and Sherlock just behind. Titus Sherlock was the vice champion of the the F4 U.S. Championship a year ago. Ryan Sheehan, the vice champion of Formula Regional a year ago. Our 2 leaders across the line. Woods Toth continues to eat away at the lead. It's down to 1.2 seconds now, and the 2 of them have pretty much dropped the battle we've been following, as Kleck, the 0-2 of Bowling, and the 11 of Titus Sherlock, or 31, excuse me, of Titus Sherlock, holding station. You can see how bumpy the track is there at the braking zone for turn 1. Same story here with turn 2. You can really get the suspension working. I'll ask both of you gentlemen, is there a turn or a section of this track that you find especially challenging?
Well, being my first race in cars, there's
They're all challenging.
Yeah, they're all challenging. There's a lot to learn in all of them. The most important is definitely the last sector, and like especially when you look at it on the data, it's very hard to say maybe look at turn 14 without looking what's happened at 13 and what's happened at 15 and 16.
Obviously.
So that's the most important. I'd say the hardest is the S's, just because it requires a lot of confidence. There's a big bump in the second right-hander, and that can really throw the car. That can really throw the car off wide. And in these heavier, quicker cars with more downforce, that'll just amplify that effect.
In the early part of the S's in the F4 car, I understand it's pretty much feathering the throttle, but when you get into the latter part of the S's where they sort of narrow down a little bit, you can go flat through much of that area. Has that been your experience?
Yeah. So there's the little right hand kink, and then the first left hand. That is a lift, maybe a brake if you need it. But then from there it should be flat if you make sure the lines are on your car's handling well.
Yeah. Kai, has that been your experience as well?
Yeah, one big thing I noticed is you really have to carry speed at this track.
Yeah.
Through the tight corners. If you're not carrying speed, you're going to be down on the time. And really using every bit of the track that you can all the way up to the white line.
Good battle here between Nicola Verda in the 6 and Justin Garrett in the 17. That's Nicole's car. They are battling for 6th and 7th.
And it looks like, from the looks of it out of the booth, Bowling is caught up to Kleck within a car length now.
Yeah, it's about 0.3 of a second at the line. So Cole Kleck may find himself without tires here as we get into the last 10 minutes of this race. Tire management has always been a factor, and with this new slightly softer compound that Hankook is running this year, it's even more critical in the final race of the weekend. Again, for those of you who haven't been with us before, each driver team is allocated 2 sets of tires for the entire weekend. 2 sets of, 2 fronts, two sets of fronts, 2 sets of rears. And they start with that allocation at qualifying. Yeah, there is Bowling all over Cole Kleck as they come through turn 1.
Really applying the pressure there.
Yep, no kidding. He gets a little squirrely, though, as they work their way through turn 13 into 14. Into, as Brad so succinctly put it, the most important turn on the racetrack. That's true on any racetrack. The turn that leads onto the longest straightaway is the one you want to absolutely nail, because every millimeter you lose coming onto the straightaway gets magnified by the time you get to the end of it. But you can see the big bumps there just at the turn end of turn number 1, which really try to unsettle these cars.
Yeah, that's one thing I noticed this year compared to last year. The track has gotten a lot bumpier.
Yep, I could believe it. With all the torrential rains and the flooding that they have to deal with down in this part of the country, I'm surprised that they don't have more problems.
And the corner that's also very bumpy that gets underlooked by people maybe watching because the lower speeds is turn 13 right on the apex. There's a huge bump, and the curb's quite big, so it can be hard to ride.
Yep.
So the car can be very hard to handle there, and half the time you just need to ride the bump.
Yep.
As bad as it is.
I can believe it. So here we go once again with this battle for third. Cole Kleck, I think, sensing the pressure from behind, has maybe upped his pace just a little bit, as Jet Bowling at the line was about 0.4 of a second behind. There is that bump at turn 13 that Brad was just talking about. Leaders approaching the line one more time. There's the battle between Nicola Verda and Justin Garrett once again. Nicole doing a good job of holding her own here. She's had 2 points finishes. She's had a 7th and a 6th so far this weekend. Right now, they're battling for 6th and 7th once again, so that's right in the area where she's finished. Titus Sherlock seems to be dropping back from this battle just a little bit, as we're getting into the closing 7 minutes now of this race.
And the biggest thing to notice as well is Sheehan and Wichita are really in a league of their own. If you look at the last lap, Sheehan did a 36.2 and Wichita did a 36.3. The next quickest after that's a 37.1, so they're really stretching the gap the Crosslink Kiwi team have set their cars up beautifully.
Yeah, Justin Garrett has the third fastest lap. Hayden Bowlesby, prior to his retirement, was fourth quickest in the early stages of this one. But they've opened up an 11-second lead over this battle that we've been watching. So there's really not much in it for the third place battle. These two right close together once again. There seems to be kind of an ebb and flow of this gap as Kleck seems to be able to draw away just a little bit, but then Bowling hits his marks just perfectly and is able to close right back on his gearbox.
That could also be based on setup as well.
Yeah.
And the other thing with it is Kleck and Bowling need to be careful because Sherlock's right there, sorry. So, you know, make one wrong move, make one move that's too defensive or run a little bit wide, and then it becomes a three-car battle.
Yep, exactly right. And it looks like Cole lost maybe a little bit of ground. It's tough to tell from that camera shot, the little foreshortening. But here we come down into turn number 1, approaching 5 minutes to remain.
And Sherlock was fourth, was the quickest out of that group. Kleck did a 38.0, Bowling a 37.9, and Sherlock a 37.5.
We understand a problem for Nicola Verda. We've been alerted that she might have had an issue of some kind. We'll get a shot of that as we've got Jet Bowling doing his best to keep the pressure on Cole Kleck, hoping for a mistake or perhaps biding his time until we get a little closer to the end. But Titus Sherlock, after he fell back a little bit, you're right, Brad, he has come right back against this battle. Just when it looked like Kleck and Bowling were going to be able to pull away, Sherlock has made up the ground he lost. These Formula Regional Americas cars, of course, significantly more horsepower than the F4 cars that my two guest commentators drive. Almost double, just north of 300 horsepower. They also make significantly more downforce. The underbody tunnels are much more aggressive. There's a big diffuser at the back of the car which accelerates that underbody air, which generates that negative pressure, which pushes the car down to the ground. So it's not only the horsepower, but it's also the improved aerodynamics which make this car a bit more of a handful. They're a little more stuck to the ground. And because of that, as true with any downforce car, the more downforce the car generates, the more it disturbs the air for the cars following. So it's really a tall order, as Jet Bowling is finding here. It's a tall order to run close behind this car. It's much harder to do it with this car than it is with the F4 car, because the F4 car is not quite as heavily aerodynamic. But Jet's doing a good job of sticking right with. There he goes, dives to the inside at turn 3. That's been a while coming. Let's see if Kleck can do the over-under and get the advantage back. He's got a nose ahead, but Jet should have the advantage here into turn 4. And he takes advantage, but the over-under goes again. This time, Kleck will have the advantage coming into turn number 5. At the beginning of this very high-speed 3-turn sequence.
And these two need to be careful with what they do here because Sherlock's now going to be right on them. So there goes contact. Bowling's off,
yep, a little.
And now Sherlock's right on them and can possibly make the move for Kleck.
And it looks like the safety car is rolling out of the pit lane here.
Yeah, we had heard that Nicole Haverda might have had a problem, and she has fallen down the order. She has not come by to complete race lap 15, so she is stranded somewhere out on track. I don't know the timing of the yellow flag to know if Titus will have to give that position back. If he made the pass after the yellow came out, he'll have to give that position back as they work their way. We're going to see that overtake as the drivers work their way through. There we go. You can see as they're coming into turn number 6, Titus goes just a little bit wide, or Kleck goes just a little bit wide and touches Bowling, and that opens the door for Titus, and he took advantage of it.
And if you look in the background of that shot, that there is a yellow flag waving at the stand.
Yeah, that may well be a position that he'll need to give back. In fact, you could see the stalled car of Nicola Verda just as they were passing that area. It looks like, is that Nicole's car? No, that's Anthony Autelio, I believe. That's the Momentum car, yeah.
He's currently a lap down.
Yep. Anthony with that spin early and damage to the front wing. He had to come into, you can see Nicole's car right here as she pulled to a stop at the exit of turn 4, it looks like.
6,
or 6, 7. Going into 7, yeah.
And hopefully they can move that car into into that little turn that our championship isn't using, so that we can have 1 or 2 laps of racing at the end.
Yeah, we've got a minute left, so I don't think that's going to happen. I have a feeling this one may end under caution. Our race director has the option to extend the race if he feels there are extraordinary circumstances, but with Nicole's car stalling, it looks like this may be the way they're going to do it. We're hearing that the checker is going to come out. In fact, the starter has the checker in his hand. So this is how they're going to finish. I think the only question is with that pass that Titus Sherlock made, he's being shown now in 10th. So it may be that a time penalty has been assessed by timing and scoring because of that overtake under yellow. So unofficially, at least, we have Ryan Sheehan as your winner, Patrick Woodstoth in second, Cole Kleck in third, Jet Bowling, Justin Garrett, Landon Matriano Lim finally getting a points finish, Rico Schleiman, Kevin Jansen, James Lawley, Titus Sherlock, and Nicole Haverda, your top 11. Gentlemen, I have to make my way down to the podium to interview the top 3 finishers. I'll turn it over to Ben Sissel to wrap up the coverage. Thank you both for being here with us. Great job, and a happy birthday, Brad.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you for having us.
We'll see you both at Road America.
Well, welcome back here to the FR Americas race. As you can see, checkered flag is being displayed here at the moment, which does mean that these drivers are going to be finishing the race under yellow flag. A fantastic run from Sheehan and Woodstoth. A great weekend for Woodstoth, taking victory yesterday and able to climb onto the top step of the podium here today, or to get into second here today. And Cole Kleck in third place as well. A great race.
I feel like we're going to have a big championship battle here in FR with a lot of the same drivers that we had last season in F4, and that's how this ladder system should work. Unfortunately, it did have a great race, did have to finish under yellow, but that's the time constraints that we are under. But this NOLA SpeedTour has been a great start to the season for FR and the Ligier JS F4. I can't wait till the new F4 cars join us at Road America in just a couple weeks.
Yeah, they're going to be headed out there next month, so we're very excited to be able to see them be there, and we're very excited about the whole season coming forward here at this point. It's going to be absolutely fantastic, and NOLA has put up plenty of surprises here on the weekend, as we heard from many, many different drivers. Sort of a deceptively difficult track to be able to navigate. It threw up some yellow flags, it threw up a couple of hiccups, but on the whole, when we were green, it was absolutely fantastic. As we take a look here at that Ford Regionals Americas Championship, Ryan Sheehan able to take victory over Patrick Woodstoth, Cole Kleck, Jet Bowling, and Justin Grant, your top 5. Landon Matriano Lim, Rico Shalaman, followed by Kevin Jansen, James Lawley, and Titus Sherlock, rounding out your top 10. Sherlock 2 laps down. Everybody else within a relatively close distance of each other, as you would imagine.
Kevin Jansen, one of our masters, finishing in the points. So congratulations, Kevin Jansen. It's always great to see him up in the top 10, into the points in Formula Regional America, and one of our masters, one of our 2 masters here this weekend, so that was really cool to see.
Yeah, very, very cool to see for him, and that's one of the things here. It's not just necessarily that stepping stone ladder for young drivers. It can also be for our masters drivers, our older drivers that want to give their hand at open wheels.
Well, this is such a competitive series. So if you want to race an open-wheel car, why not this one? Because you're basically competing against drivers who we're going to see in the IndyCar field here in a little bit. But I'm hearing that we're going to hear some highlights here pretty soon, which I'm excited to see the highlights for this race. And I want to give it up for all the producers and directors at Greenlight for putting together these highlights for us so quickly.
Yeah, it's a really pretty incredible job here at this point. But we are ready to jump on over into those highlights here at this point. Ready to roll you back through the race. As there you see, it was a good standing start, 3-4 wide as they tried to finagle themselves out. A big run through the gravel there for the number 11 machine. That was Cole Kleck, barely able to hold on to it. Kleck also trying to make some moves down to the inside, coming off of the next lap. Big lockups down to the corner, almost leading to contact there with the number 22. And then a big off again for that number 22. It was just a rough day for Hayden Polsby. But up at the front of the field there, you saw the number 6, some more close action. It seemed like Cole Kleck and Patrick Woods-Toth were absolutely battling this out the entire way through. Jet Bowling getting involved in it as well. And Ryan Sheehan, though, able to cruise to victory up at the front of the field.
Well, you can see New Orleans there in the background. There's the Superdome and the Smoothie King Center, the NOLA SpeedTour. Just such a really fun event here.
All right, and if you want to be able to come back and check out the highlights from the NOLA Motorsports Park action, remember, tune in on MAV TV this Thursday, April 18th at 8 o'clock and 9 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time for the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series and Trans Am presented by Pirelli. Again, that'll be 8 and 9 o'clock this Thursday, April 18th. So you're not going to want to miss that, folks. Make sure you jump on over and check that out. You'll be able to see a quick recap of all of the action that took place this weekend. And it was a lot of spectacular action, believe me, particularly in that TA2 series, the Cube 3 TA2 series. Very, very exciting to see up and down through the field. As we keep going here at this point, waiting down for the winner's interview with the one and only John Flippin as they get that together. Just got to wait for the time for the drivers to get out of the cars. There they are down on pit lane. Big hugs all around, as is always the case there. Ryan Sheehan, very, very happy there. And got to say, that livery pretty fantastic as John gets ready to be able to take over for us here at this point. He'll be able to talk us through and see what the winner is feeling here at this point. Gloves come off of that machine here as they go. As we take a look, there goes the helmet, that big gulp of air coming in now that they are free and ready to roll. And John, you are down with Ryan Sheehan.
We're here with Ryan Sheehan. Ryan, you haven't been on the box yet this weekend, but you made it work this time. Well done.
Yeah, if I had to pick one step to be on, I'd pick this one. So, yeah, it was a tough race. Of course, I had to win the one that was green for most of it, but I'll take it.
You had some pressure from behind from your two teammates. How were you able to hold them off?
Yeah, just trying to stay consistent. I think I cooked the tires a little bit at the start, so I got a bit worried, but it seemed like the gap was pretty consistent. So we have a new tire compound, so I was just learning that. This is really the first full race we had with it. So, yeah, I was just staying consistent.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Ryan Sheehan, your winner, ladies and gentlemen. Guys, back to you in the booth.
Well, thank you so much, John. That is a very happy Ryan Sheehan. As you said, a lot of unknowns for these drivers, but a lot of good racing nonetheless. Well, folks, on behalf of all of us here at the NOLA SpeedTour, it's been an absolute pleasure to bring you all of the racing action here this weekend. Make sure to tune in as the SpeedTour next heads out to Worldwide Technology Raceway in St. Louis. So tune in for that next month. But on behalf of myself, DJ Clark, Adam Andretti, as well as Ben Sissel, and all of the production crew here for the series. It's been an absolute pleasure to bring you the racing action. Thank you so much.
Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.